Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Ciao, signore, signore, and buongiorno. Welcome to Adria Karting Raceway. It is the first round of the 2020 FIA Karting European Championship in the KZ and KZ2 category, as well as the season opener for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for its 11th annual running. Jake Sanson here, overlooking an absolutely gorgeous Adria Karting Raceway circuit in the beautiful hot sunshine here in Veneto. And it is a wonderful day of race action that we are set to get underway with here at Adria. A tough circuit for the KZ contingent. Some like it, some don't. And it's going to provide us with plenty of drama over the course of the next 48 hours. 13 races to come over the course of the day, and they will set the grid for each of our categories. For 2020, there are several changes to the lineups, while some drivers remain from last season. Birolart returning with world champion Marin Kremers, teaming up again with Riccardo Longhi and Alessandro Orlando, whilst in KZ2, the Italian stars Giuseppe Palomba and Leonardo Marsiglia will race in red and white. The Pex brothers, Stan and Jorit, are still at Kart Republic alongside Mirko Tosolini, whilst Danilo Albanese and Davide De Marco line up with them in KZ2. CRG are racing with Paolo Ippolito and Matteo Massatani in the Premier Tier, whilst Brandon Nielsen is joined in KZ2 by Jan Pokos. Tony Kart will field Noah Milel and Simo Pohaka in KZ, with Alessio Pacini and Gilles Stadsbader in KZ2. In the SC Performance Satellite Squad, Lorenzo Complese is now joined by Mario Lubic, with Finnish pairing Paavo Tonteri and Arto Ojaranta in the KZ2 roster. Jeremy Iglesias remains at Formula K in the KZ grid, with Giacomo Polini heading the KZ2 team beside Natalia Balbo and Noam Abramczyk. Leclerc by Lennox has poached Matteo Vigano for its maiden voyage in KZ, with Ben Tornqvist, Victor Gustafsson and Luca Bosco aboard for KZ2. Adrien Renaudin is the lone Sodicart driver in KZ, whilst CPB Sport have a huge roster for KZ2, comprising Jean Nomblo, Senna van Walstein, Hubert Petit, Lev Lomko, Marco Valenti and Vyacheslav Putyatin. Several teams have just one driver for each category this season. At Renda, Davide Fore will race KZ and Giorgio Amati will drive KZ2. Whilst at Praga, Francesco Salenta races KZ and Tom Luyet competes for KZ2 glory. And Novolux will race the Lenzo kart for Douglas Lundberg in KZ, and Daniel Stell will do so in KZ2. SRP will give Fabian Federer a chance to bid for the KZ title, whilst in KZ2, David Trevelov and Lukas Vladic complete the all-German lineup. At DR, Romania's Daniel Vazil and Mozambique's Rodrigo Almeida are still out in force in KZ2, as is Birolart's KSW team from Austria, competing with Alexander Schmitz, Valentino Fritsch and Robert Kinderwarter. And at Energy Course, we'll see Alexander Dahlberg alongside Isaac Sjokvist and Joey van Splunteren. Modena have switched to the Birolart chassis for 2020 for Simonu Canati and Marcus Funda. Maranello will field Fabrizio Rosati and Nicola Rossini. And finally, at MK Racing, we'll see British racers Hannah Lang and Oliver Gemmell in a pair of Formula Ks. There are other teams in the mix as well, of course. That gives you a rough estimation as to who is who and who is where over the course of the field. And that is a good roundup to take us into the first heat of the day, which is, of course, for KZ2 for the groups C versus E. And after a fascinating grid of drivers that have taken to the qualifying sessions yesterday, we didn't half see some competitive racecraft from the drivers, and now we are ready to get them underway. It's going to be the Finnish driver Paavo Tonteri who will line up in pole position for the first qualifying heat of the day. It was so quick over the course of yesterday, and now the Finn is going to be alongside Italy's Simone Cunati, Tony Kart and Birolart on the front row of the grid. It's just like old times, and it never changes at the front end of the field, it seems, these days. Davide De Marco running well for Kart Republic, though, third on the grid, and he'll be an interesting one to watch out for. Alongside him on the grid is the very highly rated German Daniel Stell, who is doing a fantastic job on the Lenzo kart. And then we have Natalia Balbo and Filippo Berto, and they will be on the third row of the starting grid. The drivers are heading out onto the circuit, as you can see, so we can talk through the field in full. Mattia Limena and Andrea Dale on the fourth row of the grid from Jean Nomblo and Daniel Vasil, and then David Trevelov and Luigi De Lorenzo, Jasper Sjoberg and Luca Bosco from Giorgio Amati and Joey Van Spunteren, Norma Bramczyk and Justin van der Schaft from Enrico Bernardotto, Benjamin Tornqvist, Arto Ojoranta, Hannah Lang and Lucas Vladic. So the 23 drivers will work their way around the course as they get themselves up to speed. Obviously, this one formation lap giving them a chance to bed in the brakes and tyres. They have to run at the optimum temperature, and a lot of the drivers were telling me over the course of the last 2 days that this is a circuit that's perhaps a little better suited to the OK category, the direct drive perhaps, rather than the KZ. But they have obviously got lots of challenges to meet to take on the quest of the circuit. It's a very technical circuit, but it is fast and flowing. What it does mean, though, and a few drivers have told me this in both KZ and KZ2, if you want to get an overtaking move done on this circuit, you've got to do it fast, because if you get stuck behind another competitor for a couple of laps, then that is pretty much it as far as making progress through the field is concerned. The tyres can wear very quickly around this place, and I've been walking the circuit a few times since I arrived here on Sunday evening. And it's quite fascinating just how much excess rubber stays on the circuit. And of course, the air temperature being very high all week, a lot of the excess rubber on the surface is still very sticky, even at late evening. So there's obviously a very grippy nature of the surface, but it does give us plenty of great drama and intrigue amongst the KZ and KZ2 drivers. Standing start as always in KZ2, which always gives us plenty of drama and excitement. Paolo Tonteri in the green and white Tony kart on the left-hand side of your screen. Simone Cunati in the red and white Birolart on the other side. And behind them we have DeMarco, Stel, Balbo, Berto, Limena, Dale, Nomblo, Vasil, Trefelov and De Lorenzo, with the rest of the field in behind. Green flag flies at the back of the field. We're waiting for the lights to go out, and when they do, we'll go racing from the start. Drivers are ready in position. And we're racing straight away. Cracking start from Daniel Stel, who's launched forward and into second place at the first corner. Beautiful start, and there's a big problem at the back there for Lucas Vladic. So he's not going to get away at all, or at least if he is, he's going to do so late, which he does. But Daniel Stel is through into second place after a terrific start and already trying to make the move on Paolo Tonteri. As Simone Cunati is completely caught out at the start, but Stel has launched forward and is now in P2. So as the field knits its way through the first couple of corners, it's a terrific start from the Lenzo kart. And Michele Lenzo and the whole Novolux team will be very excited indeed to see Daniel Stel doing so well in his first heat of the weekend. So Daniel Stel tucked up behind Paolo Tonteri as they come off the first few corners of the lap and then out of the final turn. A very fast-flowing right-hander to complete the course. And Paolo Tonteri leads the way from Simone Cunati in third behind Daniel Stel, then Davide De Marco and Natalia Balbo, the Formula K ace, and she is in front of Andrea Dale, Daniel Vasil and Jean Nomblo. Up the inside comes Cunati though. Cunati makes the bid to get into second place. That's exactly what I was talking about earlier. You've got to make the overtaking move fast if you want to make progress in this race. You can't afford to sit behind the driver you're chasing for long, which is why we're going to see some bold overtaking moves. Davide De Marco already sizing up Daniel Stel to see if he can make the bid to get into third position. But Stel wants a piece of Simone Cunati back again. This is all great news for Paolo Tonteri. It allows him the chance to disappear up front and build a couple of kart lengths gap advantage. And that's enough to hold station. Look in fifth place, we've got Natalia Balbo. She is edging towards Davide De Marco as she tries to get into P4. So Tonteri, Cunati, Stel, De Marco, Balbo, Dale, Vasil, Nomblo, De Lorenzo and Berto as they run together in formation. But up the inside line, drivers are already trying a trick or two. If they can make an overtaking move, they will gun for it. Well defended by Stel to hold on in front of Davide De Marco as they run through on the far side of the course. Now they are trying to make a decent opening of the race, but obviously drivers all trying to make a decent overtaking move, and it's very processional in formation in the first couple of laps, but then drivers realize what the tires and brakes are able to do, where they can make the ultimate lunge, and you'll start to see a few overtaking moves through the course of the heats. However, you also don't want to risk a decent finishing position, so it's going to be an interesting one for the drivers as they complete the third lap, and now there are 9 to go. So Tonteri, Cunati, Stell doing a great job in third place. DeMarco in fourth position. Fifth place for Natalia Balbo. Fastest lap of the race from Filippo Berto on the last tour around. In 10th position, Stell is defending well from Davide DeMarco. Looks as though Vazil has had a bit of an issue, as has Luigi De Lorenzo. They've lost a few places. Vazil down to 8th and De Lorenzo down to 11th now in front of Jasper Sjoberg and Mattia Limena. A great start from Mattia Limena, it has to be said. Started down in 19th and is now in 13th position. It's the other way round. I do apologise. Started up at the front and is now down to 13th position. So Mattia Limena, one of the wild cards this weekend, trying to make up the progress lost. 4 done, 8 to go. And Paolo Tonteri is trying to fend off from Simone Cunati in the Modena team. They have made the switch this season for 2020 to the Birolart chassis. And the Modena satellite team doing a grand job in the opening phase of this 2020 season opener. Simone Cunati, lightning quick yesterday, was the fastest in his group and 5th overall, which definitely gives him plenty of good opportunities heading into today. Daniel Stell starting to be a bit of a cork in the bottle now as he runs in third position, defending beautifully as he needs to. And Davide DeMarco is getting boxed in with Natalia Balbo able to get close enough to strike potentially in 5th position. And she needs to get on with this as well because Andrea Dale is in there behind in 6th position. So Andrea Dale with a good chance to make progress if he can make a move or two. But for the moment, Daniel Stell running solidly in third position in front of Davide DeMarco in the Kart Republic. And Simone Cunati definitely starting to have a look at Tonteri as DeMarco makes the move on Daniel Stell. And there's a good bit of jostling now. Natalia Balbo is going to get up the inside and she gets through into 4th position. Good work from Natalia Balbo. This is particularly impressive from the Formula K driver as she has not been behind the wheel of a kart in race trim competition since the World Championships at Lonato last September. So she is doing a sensational job running in 4th place considering. So there are the two leaders, Tontero and Cunati. 3rd is DeMarco. 4th is Natalia Balbo. And she is now in front of Daniel Stell. 6th place is Jean Nomblo. So the Sodikart CPB Sport driver is up into 6th place past Dale. Then Vazil in front of Berto, Trevelov, De Lorenzo, Sjoberg, Lemena, Bosco, Amati and Bernardotto. Paolo Tonteri, the Finn, doing a great job in the lead. A new fastest lap and still edging away from Simone Cunati. With every breath in his body, he tries to get another move. But Davide DeMarco, having now been released in 3rd position, he's setting personal bests and purple sectors. So he is there in first, fastest time of anyone in the first sector, 16.063, and does so again through the second sector, another personal best, although Tonteri is fractionally quicker and therefore is now purple in the second sector. But as they go beyond half distance, 7 laps completed and 5 to go in this first heat of the day, Tonteri sets another new fastest lap, 47.706, to extend the gap between himself and Simone Cunati to 0.347. But they've extended 2 seconds over Davide DeMarco. This really is a 2-horse race now as they run for 5 more laps of this one. Natalia Balbo, having got past Daniel Stell, the Lenzo car driver, is now at a serious threat from Jean Nomblo. But some good progress from drivers in the field as they continue to step up the attack. And this is what we were saying. It's very hard to make an overtaking move around this circuit in a KZ because the corners are very tightly close together. You don't quite get enough power exacted from the traction on the kart to be able to just slingshot up the inside. You have to knit 3 or 4 corners together in order to make the good moves. So 8 laps completed, 4 to go. And Paolo Tonteri and Simone Cunati still with a bit of a gap over Davide DeMarco. Natalia Balbo doing a grand job in 4th place. So the top 4 drivers, 3 Italians and the Finn up front. Paolo Tonteri for an Italian team. Very much the way things are shaping up here at Adria. On home soil, the Italians really are ruling the roost. Certainly in KZ2 in the opening heat of the weekend. So Paolo Tonteri running a good race here up at the front end of the field in the Tony Kart chassis for SC Performance, the satellite squad. He and his teammate Artur Ojoranta are having a great weekend. 3 laps to go, but Simone Cunati has not given up on his fascinations for the victory, and he sets the new fastest lap now, 47.638. So he has caught right back up to Simone Cunati. He goes right up to Paolo Tonteri, even Simone Cunati. Now making the lunge on the inside line, and Tonteri hesitates. It's enough for Cunati to get through. Beautiful bit of driving there from Cunati. He sets the move up a corner or so ahead of time, squeezes on the inside line, no contact, just knits a beautiful move on the inside of Paavo Tonteri. And after 9 laps of racing, Simone Cunati hits the front. I really want to see that one again when the race is over. That was a beautiful overtaking maneuver from Cunati to slice it through on the inside there of Paavo Tonteri. We'll be able to take a look at the highlights of each heat at the end of each checkered flag, which is a great new feature for the 2020 broadcast season. 2 laps to go as Simone Cunati runs in front of Paavo Tonteri. And Tonteri trying his best to get back in the game, but once the guy in front has made the move, he needs to get a qualifying lap or 2 in to build momentum, especially in the closing phase of the race. Davide De Marco doing well, though. He's gained half a second on the 2 leaders. He's going to run out of time to make any further impression as Daniel Stell has lost out to Jean Nomblo. I didn't see where that happened, but the Sony Kart driver for CPB Sport has now crept up into 5th place behind Natalia Balbo, with Davide De Marco still running well in 3rd. Balbo 4th from Nomblo, Stell, Dale, Berto, Trevalov and De Lorenzo. So this is still a very close quarters racing in the top 10 behind the leaders. And you don't need to make a single mistake at this point. It will be costly. Final lap. And Simone Cunati has done this exactly the right way. Purple second sector for the German David Trevalov on the last lap, though. 9th position at the moment for the SRP squad. And good to see him in the top 10 once more. So a fascinating run from Simone Cunati. The Modena driver came into this weekend full of smiles and full of the joys of spring. He knows he's got a good competitive package underneath his right foot this weekend, and this season could be a very strong one for him. And he's a very hard man to get down in the dumps. He's a very positive individual, is Simone Cunati. It's great to see him in the mode that he wanted to start the weekend off with strength and determination. He comes through. Simone Cunati opens the weekend with a victory. That's the way to get the job started. So Simone Cunati and the Modena team open their 2020 account with the first KZ2 win of the season in the European Championship. Great performance and a very solid drive from Simone Cunati. Paavo Tonteri strong in 2nd, and Davide De Marco consistent in 3rd for Kart Republic. But it's Simone Cunati who draws first blood here at Adria, and that's exactly how he wanted to get the job done. With style, with grace, and with plenty of fast moves, Simone Cunati clinches the first victory of the weekend, and deservedly so. So Simone Cunati comes through for the first win of the weekend from Paavo Tonteri and Davide De Marco. A great run from Natalia Balbo in 4th ahead of Jean Nomblo. Daniel Stell in the top 6 ahead of Andrea Dale and Filippo Berto. David Trevalov and Luigi De Lorenzo complete the top 10. Daniel Vazil for DR and Jesper Sjoberg for Birolot KSW come next. Then Mattia Lemena and Luca Bosco from Giorgio Amati and Rico Benedotto. Ben Tornfist, Joey Van Splinteren, Noam Abramczyk, Justin van der Schaft, Arturo Jordanta, Hannah Lang and Lucas Vlanic. And all 23 drivers that started were able to bring it home for the finish. A great start to proceedings then in KZ2, a category that has obviously been very popular over the last few years, and it's obviously the pinnacle of karting in terms of the physical exertion and the demanding nature of the class. KZ2 has a lot of great heroes, and as well as great motor racing and great karting this weekend. There is obviously a slight tinge of sadness this weekend, as a lot of the drivers are carrying a very special message in tribute to one of our fallen colleagues. And we have a short tribute to be able to show you now for one of our friends who left us 9 days ago. Very sad passing, but he is always going to remain a hero and a friend to us all. The 19-year-old German superstar Constantin Kapitanidis, who is due to race here this weekend with the Novolux squad. So let's look back on a fabulous young individual.
I'm very proud that my dad all organized this. It's a lot of money he spent in me, a lot of time, but I don't know how to say it. I'm just thankful that my dad makes this for me. I'm happy that everyone is watching the live stream and supports me. I know it's sometimes a little bit strange to watch me on the iPad or something like this, but I'm very happy that you do this, and I will do my best.
Dankeschön, Constantin. Evharisto. Fabulous friend of us all, and a very sad time for us, and it's wonderful to see so many incredible stickers and banners that are around the circuit. Teams from all three categories, not just from KZ2, but also from the FIA Karting Academy Trophy and KZ, are all sporting the emblem Constantin lives. He's a wonderful character, and we will remember him and race in his honor with fondness and much sadness. We will continue on with the KZ2 program here today at Adria as we continue on with Victor Gustafsson and Giuseppe Palomba on the front row. But let's look back at some of the moments that characterized that first KZ2 heat, qualifying heat C versus E. The start was very characteristic of a KZ2 race, but we certainly had some proper thrills right from the off. So let's look back in a moment at some of the highlights from qualifying heat C versus E. The start in particular, so crucial here at Adria, and several drivers able to make really good use of the launch out of the blocks. But it's obviously a very tough circuit to get everything right on. Let's have a look back. The man to watch on the start here is Daniel Stell, who was able to launch his way through from the second row of the grid. Look, he just bolts away in front of Simone Cunati. Real problems at the start, unfortunately, for Lukas Vladic, and that characterized his entire race. But the launch from Daniel Stell, so important around Adria. And you could see there, he even made machinations to make his move on Paavo Tonteri. And that's what we were talking about. You've just got to make these overtaking moves in the first lap. It's so important to get it right. And that's why Simone Cunati did not wait around. He made his move on lap 2. Bolted his way through on the inside line. Davide De Marco didn't wait around too long either. He finally got his opportunity on lap 6. All it takes is just a small window of opportunity and you're going to make it stick. But Balbo, this is opportunism in the extreme. Look, she manages to create a gap on the inside line, left over by Davide De Marco essentially, and that's 2 for the price of 1. But this is the crucial move for the race victory, and it starts here at the braking zone. He's opened the throttle fractionally quicker than Paavo Tonteri. Tonteri isn't quite sure that the move's going to happen yet, and he's following the normal racing line. Cunati's bit on the inside line, dived for the move, and manages to make it stick. It was a wonderful bit of driving from Simone Cunati. And after that point, it's just a case of banging in a qualifying lap, essentially, and being able to stretch away. And this is the thing, being able to sit behind the driver in the lead for such a long length of time, it actually gives you that little bit of benefit because the driver in front isn't really conserving as much, as the driver in second place. He's doing all the hard work. He's pushing. He's hitting the air first. He's going at the apexes, trying to read the situation. The guy in second place has the advantage if they can stay behind the leader for most of the race, and then they can bolt out of the blue when they get the chance to. So Cunati stealing a fairly stereotypical style victory in KZ2 to open the weekend up. So it's going to be an interesting one for qualifying heat for groups B versus D, as we will have Victor Gustafsson lining up on pole position alongside Biralart's young man Giuseppe Palomba. They both have the Biralart package, of course, on paper, but one of them, Victor Gustafsson, has the Charles Leclerc chassis, which is brand new, of course, for 2020, part of the Biralart group. But if you look very closely on the fuel tanks, you will notice that there is a fabulous decal which has the famous number 16 sported by Charles Leclerc. He's very close to his karting roots, and he is very passionate about the project. And it's great to see that the team is reaping rewards very early on into its new brand career. Leonardo Marcellia and Tom Luyet will line up on the second row of the grid, the second Birolart in the top three, and, well, technically third, of course. And Tom Luyet on the Praga, the sole factory driver within KZ2 this weekend. Jean Luyet for the DEL Motorsport team is there in position. And, of course, Jean Luyet is the Swiss ace, along with France's Arthur Carbonel, who is there in the third row of the grid on the outside line. Vyacheslav Putyartin is next up, the Ukraine ace for CPB Sport, alongside his new Dutch teammate, Sanat van Walsteen, who was one of the young stars of KZ2 in 2019 and even had a decent crack at the KZ2 European title over the course of last year. This year, he has moved across to CPB Sport and has a great chance to step up and go for the big one. The Croatian is next up in the mix in 9th place for TB Kart. That is Christian Habulin, and he is on the inside line of the 5th row alongside Italy's Michele Fontana for the CKR factory team. Then for Germany, it is Valentino Fritsch of the Birolart KSW squad, and he lines up alongside Samuel Luyet on his CRG for DEL Motorsport. He and, of course, Jean, the two Swiss colleagues there together for DEL Motorsport. Then it is Brandon Nilsson, a real struggle for the CRG factory team in qualifying. And he finds himself down in 13th on the grid for this first heat. And, of course, will be on row 7 for each of his heats, which, as far as he's concerned, only means the chance to charge forward if he gets it. Alongside him on the grid, it's a new name to KZ2, but certainly not a new name to the world of FIA karting. Gilles Stadsbader, the Belgian driver. He was in direct drive last season, and he has made the switch for 2020 to gearbox racing. And Tony Kart have snapped him up. He's a very talented young racer, and the Belgian is getting on with things very quickly. He's had a struggle in qualifying, though, down on the 7th row alongside Brandon Nilsson for this first heat. Leonardo Bisotto in the Formula K machine is on the 8th row for this one, alongside the Maranello driver Fabrizio Rosati, and those two together on row 8. Then row 9, another frustrating one for a Tony Kart driver in KZ2. Alessio Pacini is all the way down in 17th on the grid and on the 9th row for each of his heats. So that's a very difficult position for someone with the caliber and credence of Fabrizio Rosati to be, and that's certainly not where he wanted to be at the start of the weekend. It's all going very, very tricky for Tony Kart at the start of the season. Alongside him on the grid is the Italian Filippo Caligaris, who is part of the OK1 racing team. Then it is Robert Kinderwarter for Birolart KSW, and he is there in 19th on the starting grid alongside the Dutch privateer in his Kart Republic, and that is Koen Doorn. Then in the 11th row of the grid, it is the Swedish talent Isaac Stjokvist for Energy Course, a team that's also really struggled based on the fact that last year, of course, in KZ2, they took the European title with their very talented Swedish colleague Emil Skaras, who has since moved on. Alongside Isaac Stjokvist on the grid is the Rigetti Ridolfi chassis of Thomas Mišik, the Slovakian, and he lines up 22nd on the grid for this one. Then on the 12th and final row of the grid for this heat, qualifying heat for groups B versus D, it is Greg Caton, the British driver, on his Ricardo chassis with the SGM engine, and Alexander Schmitz, who should line up in 24th position on the grid in the 308 Birolart. He didn't set a time in qualifying practice yesterday, rather hoping that he will still be able to compete over the course of the weekend. So an interesting crop of drivers, some familiar faces, but also some new ones for this 2020 season. And obviously a lot of drivers that will make a very interesting spectacle of it from the off here. And obviously with 12 laps to complete, with the air temperature already at a high of 26 degrees Celsius, the drivers will be heading out onto the circuit very shortly indeed as the time ticks down and the last few seconds before they are released at 10:55 local time, which is 6 seconds from now, according to my watch. So the drivers will obviously be in a fascinating train as they come around the circuit, but once more they only get the one formation lap and the chance to warm up the tyres. So the drivers are heading out onto the circuit, warming up tyres and brakes as they go, and we can talk you through the grid in full. Victor Gustafsson and Giuseppe Palomba on the front row of the grid from Leonardo Marsiglia and Tom Lullier, then Jean Luyet and Arthur Carbonell from Vyacheslav Putyartin and Senna Van Waalstein, then Christian Habulin and Michele Fontana, Valentino Fritsch and Samuel Loyer from Brandon Nilsson and Gilles Schnatzbader, Leonardo Bisotto and Fabrizio Rosati, then Alessio Pacini and Filippo Caligaris, Robert Kinderwarter from Cohen Dawn, Isaac Stjokvist, Thomas Mischik, Greg Caton and Alexander Schmitz. So the drivers run very competitively in KZ2. The Italians are usually the form makers, although there is obviously a lot of great talent from France, Switzerland, Germany, the Netherlands and Sweden to consider as well. It's a very tough competition at KZ Racing in either KZ or KZ2. The major difference between the two categories, of course, is the minimum weight restrictions. There is 5 kilos more weight in KZ2 for minimum weight than there is in KZ, which is slightly more for the professional drivers. I'm not saying that they're not in KZ2, but certainly they are starting to step onto that rank of competitors. But there have been some amazing KZ2 drivers over the years, and some very high quality talent has won the European title at this level. But it's fascinating to note that there has not been a single back-to-back European champion in KZ2 since the year 2000, and in fact there's only one driver that has won the title twice in the last 19 years, in the last 20 years in fact actually, and that is the Italian Fabian Federer, who is now a KZ driver. So it's almost certain we're going to be given a brand new KZ2 champion as the drivers are in position. There's only one man really in the field who could get a second title, and that is Andrea Dale. So the drivers are in position. On the left-hand side is Victor Gustafsson. On the right side is Giuseppe Palomba. The drivers are in position, and we're ready to rock and roll once again. 12 laps around the circuit. The green flag flies at the back of the field, and the karts are lining up ready for the start. The lights will come on. When they go out, we will be racing, and they do! And it's a cracking start from Gustafsson. No problem at all to the first corner. Looks like it's a difficult one for Marsiglia. He loses ground. Tom Lullier breaks through in the Praga, trying to come through on the inside line, and round the outside comes the CPB of Arthur Carbonell. So Carbonell gets a good start there in the Sodi kart machine. And as they filter around the first few corners, Gustafsson gets a perfect start from Palomba, and not a bad one at all from the Frenchman Tom Lullier. So Tom Lullier is there in third position now, and that's already a big bold lunge on the first lap as up the inside. Close quarters racing from Leonardo Marsiglia as he squeezes past Senna Van Waalstein, the Dutchman. A few choice overtaking moves early on, and a couple of drivers are obviously going to try their best to move forward, but it's a tricky lap for overtaking in a gearbox racer. So they're going to have to push very hard indeed as they come off the turn and down the main straight once more. Gustafsson leads the way from Palomba, Lullier, Carbonell, Luyet, Marsiglia, Van Waalstein, Putyartin and Habulin. So a good bold run early doors from Victor Gustafsson from pole position. No major concerns for him yet, but he's already having to look a little bit defensive because he's got a fast charging Giuseppe Palomba and Tom Lullier closing up. Arthur Carbonell is not far away either. The Praga and Sodi pushing the two Birolats up front. Although technically speaking, it is, of course, the Charles Leclerc chassis under the Birolart group that leads the way. Victor Gustafsson in the lead of the race. Tom Lullier is trying to close up on Palomba, though. Palomba is doing his best to get close to the Swede, Victor Gustafsson. They are technically in different teams, of course, these two. Their awnings are right next door to each other. Team principal of Birolart is, of course, Ronnie Sala. Team principal of Leclerc by Lennox Racing is, of course, Jordan Lennox Lamb. So they are two separate entities, although they work in unison. And they battle away for supremacy. This is going to be an interesting one as off the turn. Still very defensive from Gustafsson, but not more aggressive at the line and the apex than he needs to be. Just controlling the early pace. So the drivers continue on their way through as Gustafsson and Palomba are running through in fine formation. Tom Lullier in third position from Arthur Carbonell, Jean Luyet and Leonardo Marsiglia. And then it is Senna Van Waalstein from Vyacheslav Putyartin, Habulin, Sam Lullier, Fritsch, Nilsson, Rosati, Pacini, Bisotto, Fontana and Kinderwarter in front of Gilles Schnatzbader, who's had a really difficult start and has fallen 4 places. Michele Fontana has fallen 6. Fabrizio Rosati and Alessia Piccini have made bold starts. They've both come up 3 places. And Robert Kinderwarter and Thomas Mischik are on the move. They've made up a couple of places as well. But Leonardo Marsiglia is the fastest man. No surprises there, having had a difficult, awkward start and fallen back down the order. He started to make up places as Michele Fontana picks up another one, getting past Leonardo Bisotto in the midfield. So some good duels already. Now, when is Palomba going to get his opportunity to move past Victor Gustafsson? That's the main key element of these early heats, because you don't want to be sat behind the man in front for too long. But you also want to make sure that a second place, if it's the most you can achieve without being risky, is going to be protected, because you have to try and conserve places. And for those who are still getting into FIA karting at this level, where you score points in the heats based on where you finish. 0 points for the race win, 2 points for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And it's like a golf scorecard, essentially. Whoever has the fewest points is the one who emerges at the head. And the drivers who are placed in the standings 37th downwards in KZ2 will not progress to the final. Only 36 spaces in that final grid. So already a tough battle as the drivers work their way through. Gustafsson and Palomba still very close together at the head of the field. Tom Lullet running good in 3rd position in front of Arthur Carbonell. Then Jean Luyet, the Swiss driver, has come up to 5th position. 6th place is Leonardo Marsiglia from Senna Van Waalstein, Christian Habulin, Vyacheslav Putyartin and Samuel Luyet. It's 2 by 2 at the moment because we've got Gustafsson and Palomba dueling away together. For 3rd position, we've got Tom Luyet and Arthur Carbonell. And for 5th place, we've got Jean Luyet and Leonardo Marsiglia. Then it's a little bit higgledy-piggledy further back, as in 7th place down, we've got the likes of Van Waalstein and Habulin from Putyartin and Sam Luyet. Then Fritsch, Nilsson, Rosati, Piccini, Fontana, Kinderwarter, Bisotto, Caligaris, Stadtsparda, Mischik, Sjökvist, Dorn and Caton. But still no change at the front. As they complete the 6th lap, we're going to be half distance in this race. 6 down and 6 to go, and Palomba is finally stretching away from Tom Luyet on the Praga. This could be the opportunity he's looking for. 6 down, 6 to go. So far so good as protecting the inside line. Gustafsson going well early doors in front of Giuseppe Palomba. But Palomba has set the fastest lap of the race. He knows he's got a chance here. Consider that they are pushing very hard. The body is taking a massive pounding physically. These things are a couple of millimeters off the ground. They do 0 to 60 in about the same sort of time that a Bugatti Veyron might. The power to weight ratio, you're talking Formula 3 level, and you're changing gear at the same time. It is an absolute minefield in KZ racing. You've got to be incredibly smart to be a racing driver at the front end of the field in KZ racing. You don't have time to think as you are changing gear over 100 times a lap, pretty much, the way things are currently progressing. Up change and down change is lightning quick. You think that they have a lot of work to do behind the wheel of a Grand Prix car. Well, karting at gearbox level is a completely different story. Victor Gustafsson in front of Giuseppe Palomba, then Tom Lullet. And is there going to be a move? No. Arthur Carbonell protects nicely there, but he's falling back a little from the Praga. And there's the move from Marsiglia. He gets through on Jean Luyet. Luyet immediately tries to counter-attack, and from round the outside, Senna Van Waalstein pulls off an amazing move. Oh my goodness, that was absolutely sensational from the Dutchman. He goes around the outside to pick off the move, using momentum in his favor, and a little bit of hesitation from Jean Luyet. That is incredible from Van Waalstein. This is what was so good about him in 2019. He could just pull overtaking moves out of thin air, and in gearbox, there's no way you can come around the outside to pull off a move like that. But not if you're Senna Van Waalstein. And now he's actually got the audacity to defend from Jean Luyet. Yeah, I've pulled off a blinder of a move, but now you're not getting it back again, mate. That is sensational from Senna Van Waalstein. And now that's allowed Christian Habulin, the Croatian, to have a look up the inside. Not that Jean Luyet, the Swiss ace, is going to give him an ounce of opportunity if he can help it. But how about this? Gustafsson's actually started pulling away now from Giuseppe Palomba. He's extended the gap to about 0.3 of a second. Doesn't sound much, but in karting, that's a fairly decent advantage. And as a result of Christian Habulin not being quite able to get past Jean Luyet, now he's got the other CPB Sport driver from Ukraine, Vyacheslav Putyartin, all over the back of him trying to make a move. These races may not be wham-bam excitement every 45 split seconds. But I tell you what, the dynamicism of the battle and the strategy of these drivers is fascinating to observe. They really do put on a great Grand Prix style spectacle here. And every single missed shift, every single dropped apex, every single hesitation on the throttle, it changes the entire dynamic of the race. You've got to be perfect if you want to get these wins strewn together. Even in the heats, you basically cannot afford to relax. You've got to be on fever pitch all the way through. Now take into consideration that the finals are double the length of these heats. And that shows you just how physically stupendous you have got to be. You've got to be a gladiator to last for over 20 laps of this Adria circuit. Palomba still trying hard, but just doesn't have the momentum to keep up with Victor Gustafsson. Looks like it's going to be a plain sailing victory for the Swede. Tom Lulet, I'm actually very impressed with him. He's not been able to quite hang with the two leaders, but he has given himself a decent enough advantage over the likes of Carbonell, Marcellia and Van Waalstein to be very comfortable in third position, the Praga. Going very well here, the Frenchman. So it is going to be three different nationalities in the top three of this second heat of the weekend for KZ2. And that definitely gives us plenty to talk about as the weekend progresses. Final lap, what can Palomba do about Gustafsson? So far, the answer is not enough. Fastest of all in the third sector, Giuseppe Palomba. But crucially, still only 0.392 of a second back from the Swede. So Victor Gustafsson giving the Leclerc by Lennox chassis plenty to be happy about in the early phase of proceedings. The Leclerc by Lennox racing team started their career with this chassis way back in January with a win on their debut in the Dubai O-Plate. Now they are here in the FIA Karting European Championships in Gearbox, and they are still winning. Fascinating stuff as Victor Gustafsson comes out of the final couple of corners of the lap. And what a way to open his 2020 weekend account opener here at Adria. He wins. Brilliant race from Gustafsson, holding off the charge of Giuseppe Palomba. And that is a masterclass performance under very intense competition. And just to add insult to injury, Victor Gustafsson sets the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well. Crushing defeat for the rest of the opposition from the Swede as Victor Gustafsson settles into a superb rhythm here at Adria, and finding his first victory of the weekend. Didn't even look like he broke a sweat. At an average speed of 97.13 kilometers an hour. Now remember that he's only a couple of millimeters off the ground. What a warrior. Victor Gustafsson wins from Giuseppe Palomba and Tom Lulet, then Arthur Carbonell and Leonardo Marcellia from the brilliant Senna Van Waalstein. Jean Luyet and Christian Habulin, then Vyacheslav Putyartin and Sam Luyet round up the top 10. From Valentino Fritsch for Birolot KSW and Brandon Nilsson for CRG. Fabrizio Rossati and Alessio Piccini are next from Michele Fontana and Robert Kinderwarter. Then Gio Schnatzbahner and Leonardo Bisotto, Filippo Cadegaris and Isaac Sjokvist from Thomas Mischik, Cohen Dorn and Greg Caton. So a tough old race then in KZ2. Looks as though we had a breakdown on the coming in lap. So we've had a breakdown there, and unfortunately that is the 317 of Michele Fontana. So he's had a problem on the way back into the pits in his CKR chassis. And it just goes to show the reliability of the karts so far has been pretty perfect. I was about to say 2 races and not a single retirement. I mean, Michele Fontana didn't retire from the race, but certainly came as close as you certainly can without actually getting a retirement in there. So hopefully that's not going to colour the rest of his weekend. But KZ2 have been pretty exciting all the way through for the first 2 races. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that race, particularly from the start. You can see how Gustafsson won that race going away, essentially because he was able to place his kart in exactly the right place at exactly the right time, not get too much wheel spin off the line either. Let's look back. There are some corking highlights from this one. So the drivers, they obviously get their hands off the wheels when they position the kart in position. The lights go out very quickly in KZ2 as well. But watch Gustafsson on the left-hand side. He's so smooth off the line. And Tom Luyet manages to break through past Marcellia on the second row. Carbonell gets a good launch as well. But Gustafsson, he's got the kart placed in the middle of the circuit. Luyet actually has second for a few short inches as he comes through on the inside line. But look at that. Round the outside, Palomba manages to keep the kart placed around the outside and gets a bold lunge. Squeezes Lullier on the way through turn 2. That was very tactical from Palomba. Essentially gave Lullier a choice. You're either going to have an accident with me or you're going to bail out of this one. And Tom Lullier deciding discretion the better part of valor and bailing out of it. But that was a very decisive maneuver from Palomba. Now watch Marcellia. He needs to make good moves to get himself back into contention. So he's placing the kart on the inside line. Now, this is later on into the race. This is the little battle that we got to have in the middle part of the race. So we've got a bold lunge up the inside from Lullier, trying to get past Carbonell. That's not worked, but watch, Marcellia is going to take advantage of this. Marcellia gets his run on the inside line. He knows there's enough space and momentum, so Lullier is now on the defensive, but he gets a little bit hesitant. I really wanted to see the rest of that move through. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get the opportunity to, because by this point, Gustafsson is already fair way in front of Palomba. Now, hopefully, we'll be able to go back and have another look at the bold move from Senna van Waalstein, because that was one heck of an overtaking move. And he defied the logic of what you're supposed to be able to do around this circuit in a gearbox machine. But this is what Gustafsson's good at. This is his final lap, and it's the fastest lap of the race as well. He's just putting every apex together. He's the kind of driver that literally does it by the book and takes it one turn at a time. He never pushes harder than he has to, but he knows where to find the ultimate grip and the fine speed. And it was a bit of a masterclass, really, from Victor Gustafsson. Did a fantastic job all the way through the heat. Now, if there's an opportunity to have a further scrutiny of that move from Senna van Waalstein on lap 8, I would quite like to have another look at it, because you just cannot make an overtaking move around the outside unless you know for a fact that the kart is going to bite enough to hold the grip around the outside, especially considering on this circuit when there is so much momentum within the karts. And it's a very dirty circuit offline here. Marbles collect big style around the outside of those tight sweepers. So Van Waalstein really running the gauntlet round the outside in that move on lap 8. So hopefully we'll be able to pick it up. But that is the move that obviously got him up into the top 6 behind the likes of Arthur Carbonell and Leonardo Marcellia. It's opportunism at its absolute finest. It's so hard to pull off a move like that, but it got him up into the top 6. So it's good to see Senna van Waalstein starting off in fine form over the course of this weekend. Air temperature is still very high. Track is dry, and it's likely to remain that way for the day. So it's going to be an interesting one. And obviously, as we move from KZ2 to the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, plenty more drama to come.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
You know, it's still the same atmosphere, friendly atmosphere, still while social distancing. It's a little bit different since you're not on your own personal tent. You're sharing a tent with all the other drivers in the academy. So yeah, it's a different kart for us, different engine, a little bit slower than the OKJ, but we're still trying to figure it out. I'm sure we'll figure it out, but it's hard for us because I'm not so used to this chassis, and others have practiced a little bit more on this one, but it's how it is, you know, and I'm sure we'll figure it out, and I'm sure we'll go better and better as the weekend goes on. It's a little bit of two types of tracks, you know, it's a high-speed track like turn 1 and turn 2, even turn 3 you can count as high speed, but it's more like the middle sector is more slow speed, so it's a combination to high speed and low speed. I really like the track. I like flowing tracks a lot, so this one suits my driving style a little bit. Not like Zwera, but it suits my driving style quite a bit, and I like it a lot. I'm sure the competition will be very tough this weekend, but I'm sure as we go on, as I said, as we go on, we should improve and improve and improve, and I'm sure everyone else will as well. So it's going to be a really tough weekend this weekend, but hopefully we can do well and finish in the top 5.
So you just heard from the FIA Karting Academy Trophy young star Alex Powell of Jamaica, a man you're going to be hearing an awful lot of in 2020, if yesterday is anything to go by. Third in time qualifying, and certainly one of the many drivers making their debut in the category in its 11th running here in 2020, and one of the most impressive youngsters in the field. There are plenty more stories in that grid that we will talk about in a moment. Let's go back, though, and check out an overtaking move that doesn't happen every day, and this is how important it is to be smart in KZ2. We're going to go back to lap 8 of that heat, because there was an absolutely astonishing move, and I really want to pick it out in detail, because this is the kind of move that just doesn't happen every day. So we're watching the leaders at the moment, but the man we're going to keep an eye on in a moment is the man number 305, Senna van Waalstein. We're going to pick this up. Now, this is the problem. We are actually looking at the front end of the field, but you can see how difficult it is to follow the leaders at the front end of the field. Tom Lulé is a very quick driver in his Praga, but he's not able to keep up with these guys at all. Once you're following another kart on this circuit where it's just corner after corner after corner, no opportunities really to open up the throttle, there's not a lot you can do about it. Now, look at this train. You've got Van Waalstein is 4th in the queue. No chance of him making an overtaking move at this point. But Lulé has tried to tuck in behind Carbonell to make an overtaking move. It hasn't worked. Marcellia's now got momentum and speed. He's going to make the dice up the inside line and make the overtake. But watch the man behind, because now Lulé is going to get held up a little bit in momentum. He tries to make the move back on Marcellia, and watch Van Waalstein. He just carries the speed round the outside, tucks back in for the apex, despite the fact he's got someone on his inside line. He squeezes into the curb and makes an audacious overtake. You just cannot make a move like that unless you know it's going to work. Senna van Waalstein, one of the most exciting KZ2 drivers out there, and certainly for me, one to watch over the course of this season. He was a front runner in 2019, had so much bad luck. Now he's made the move to CPB Sport. This could be a year where he goes for it in terms of the European competition. Moves like that do not happen every day, and he'll be replaying that one over and over again as proof of really what sort of skill he's got. Now, you heard just a moment ago from the Jamaican Alex Powell. He lines up on the front row of the starting grid for his first ever FIA Karting Academy Trophy qualifying heat, alongside the man in pole position, the Danish star Jonathan Waywatt. And he will be there representing his country in the number 506 from the front of the grid, Alex Powell beside him. Maceo Capieto, the highly rated Frenchman, will be second row of the grid, third position. Alongside him from Switzerland, it is the highly rated Aaron Reszepi. And then on the third row of the grid, we have the returning Polish driver, Bartłomiej Pikatowski. So Bart Pikatowski will be there on the third row. And Albin Sturesen, the new driver from Sweden, lines up on the third row. Matteo De Palo, the Italian, lines up on the fourth row of the grid in 7th place from the Czech Republic's Adam Kowalski. And then on the 5th row, it is the highly rated Dutchman Jaden Tien, who lines up beside the Israeli talent Ariel Elkin. On the 6th row of the starting grid, all the way from the Philippines, it is Zachary David, and he lines up alongside Finland star Alexei Yeleva. And then on the 7th row of the grid, we have Emil Gjerdrum. The Norwegian lines up alongside the Slovenian, who is back for a second year, Mai Sadar. And then on the 8th row of the grid for this one, it is the new Lithuanian talent, Thomas Veilentas. And alongside him on the grid, it is the Danish female racer, Freya Norman. So for those who are wondering why no teams were listed there, that's because there are none in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. All of these karts are built exactly the same. Sprit chassis with Vortex engines and Vega tyres. They are identical, and all they have to do essentially is put a driver in and one mechanic to help them, and that's all you get. You're sharing awnings with every other driver. You're all there together. You're learning about the education of international motorsport as you go, learning about safety, learning about health, learning about sportsmanship. It is a fantastic category, and it's been running for the last 10 seasons. It has made some incredible racing drivers over the last few years, including, of course, the 2011 title winner, some chap called Charles Leclerc, who seems to have done quite well for himself over the last couple of seasons. It really does kind of give you an idea as to the kind of talent and the kind of crop of racing drivers that come through. Just to give you an idea of the drivers that have come through the FIA Karting Academy Trophy over the years, the likes of Mikael Ashkener, Juho Valtonen, Martin Kramers, Johan Darawala, Esteban Ocon, Tom Bale, Paolo Besencenes, George Russell in 2012 did the job, as did Stan Pex, who is now, of course, a KZ superstar, Arjun Mayani, Pedro Piquet, Ralph Aron, Artem Petrov, Amner Al-Kubaisi, and the man who was the vice champion in 2010 was the late, great Antoine Hubert. So there's the grid. Jonathan Waywatt and Alex Powell from Matteo Capieto and Eran Reshepi. Bart Pikatowski and Albin Sturesen from Matteo De Palo and Adam Kowalski. Jaden Tien and Ariel Elkin from Zachary David and Alexei Yeleva. Emil Gierdrum, Mai Sadar, Thomas Veilentas and Freya Norman. Now, of course, the karts are all absolutely identical. The same Xprit chassis with Vortex engines and Vega tyres. So everybody essentially has identical equipment to each other. They only get one formation lap, of course, to find out the optimum temperature of the brakes and tyres. A lot of this is to do, of course, with respecting each other out on the circuit as well. They do an awful lot of work in terms of the education of health, of safety, of science, and, of course, of their true mentality as a racing driver. But they've all been gathered together from far and wide, all across the Americas, Asia, and of course all over Europe as well. Great racing talents. They come from all over, and now for the first time in 2020 they finally get to race. Waywatt, Powell, Capieto, Reshepi, Pikatowski, Sturesen, De Palo, Kowalski. Are we going to go away straight away? Yes, we are. So straight away into the first corner. I do apologize. No, it is a false start, I've been told. So it is still a false start. I apologize. So there is an extra formation lap now being handed to the drivers. So they will crack on around the circuit and they will get themselves back into formation. Now, for a few of the drivers, they will obviously not quite be sure whether or not they are racing or not. So it looked as though a couple of drivers were not entirely sure whether we were racing at that point, but we are now going for an extra formation lap. So the drivers will form up once again in their two rows. And Jonathan Waywatt from Denmark will line up alongside Jamaica's Alex Powell, Matteo Capieto of France from Eran Reshepi of Switzerland, Bart Pikatowski of Poland, and Albin Sturesen of Sweden. Then De Palo, Kowalski, Tien, Elkin, David, Yeleva, Gierdrum, Sadar, Veilentas, and Norman. And as they come off the final turn, hopefully this time it's going to be a clean start. We will wait and watch to see if this time we get the go. Yes, we do, and away we go racing up to the first corner, and it's a cracking start from the inside line as Jonathan Waywatt holds station. The Danish driver making a good bolt through to the first corner, and as they come through turn two, the field trying their best to stretch out into a decent position. It's obviously going to be very tricky to hold on to, but out in second place, that's Matteo Capieto, the Frenchman, and already John Waywatt being very defensive to the inside of turn 5 as the field cracks their way through the first sector, and now back onto the far side. John Waywatt doing what he needs to hang on in front of Capieto and Alex Powell, who's making his own bid around the outside to try and get further forward. But the Dane leads the way from the Frenchman and the Jamaican. And this is already a bold lunge from Capieto. He's trying his luck as Alex Powell tries to get on the undercut of Matteo Capieto. Can't quite make it stick. This is going to be a very tough racetrack for the youngsters in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy to hone their skills on, but they are doing it with gusto and determination as Alex Powell is going to have to watch now as Capieto tries to make his bid on the inside of Waywatt. Waywatt protects, and so Capieto is now in defensive mode to the Jamaican in third. So already a very exciting race is developing here as Alex Powell looks one way, then the other, and bolts on the inside line. That is a brilliant bit of racecraft from Alex Powell. He sells the dummy to Matteo Capieto on the second lap of the first qualifying heat. And that is what the Jamaican superstar is capable of. Up in a second place. Now he's drifting a little bit. I think he pushed the tyres quite hard into the braking zone. He now needs to collect his thoughts and get the car back together, as that looks to me like Bart Pikatowski making his bid on Jaden Tien, the Dutchman. So as they come across the line, it's John Waywatt who leads from Powell and Capieto now, and up to fourth is Pikatowski in front of Tien, Reshepi, De Palo, Sturesen, Kowalski, David and Yeleva, with Elkin, Sadar, Gierdrum, Veilentas and Norman giving chase. And now up the inside to defend the maneuver. It's obviously as much about defense as it is offense, as Aaron Reshepi is trying to move to cover Jaden Tian, having just got past him. So Aaron Reshepi, the Swiss ace, is up into 5th position now behind Bart Piketowski. But Jaden Tian doesn't want to lose another place to Matteo De Palo, the Italian, who is trying to creep forward and make his bid to come past. There is Albin Studderson at the back of the queue, the 522, the Swedish driver. So as they come through, this is going to be an awkward little battle and a tough phase of the race as Zach David and Alexei Yeleva have moved forward at the expense of the Czech driver Adam Kowalski. And that's a big lunge there as Studderson tries one more time to make a bid to come past. And they're going to be side by side to the first corner. One or two of the drivers there just tucking in as Jaden Tian battles with Albin Studderson. Is Studderson going to get the move on the inside? Well, Jaden Tian's going to protect that line with everything he's worth as Zachary David, the young Filipino, is trying to break through. Studderson gets his bid on the inside line, makes the bid past Jaden Tian. Tian is going to try and come straight back at him on the exit. And now Zachary David launches up the inside, as does Ariel Elkin. And there's nowhere for Albin Studderson to go except the exit curve. And he loses another place to Alexei Yeleva. So the Finn gets through as well. And up the inside, that's Studderson making a tough bid there. Well, it's David getting through first and foremost. So Zach David gets past Tian. Yeleva now up into 9th place in front of Elkin. Kowalski has made up some places as a result of that little lunge as well. So Zachary David comes through at the front of that little squabble as we complete half distance. 4 laps down and 4 to go. And that's Alex Powell back down into 3rd place behind Maceo Capieto. So the Frenchman Maceo Capieto is back in his 2nd place. And now Alex Powell is deciding, right, we need to slot in behind each other here and we need to get after the man in the lead. Otherwise, John Waywat is going to have this race on a silver plate. So the battle is going to be raging between these two as they get closer to the end of the race. But if they can get close to Jonathan Waywat, it might be 3 of them in the duel as Adam Kowalski has managed to get past Alexei Yeleva. So Waywat leads. Capieto and Powell, 2nd and 3rd from Bart Piketowski, who's trying to close up on them. Aaron Reshepi doing a fine job in 5th place in his first appearance for Switzerland in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Out of the final turn. Alex Powell just sizing up the opportunity on behind Maceo Capieto. And it looks as though Albin Studderson has been making a decent fight back. He's now up into 10th place once more. So Capieto still holding solidly onto 2nd place in front of Alex Powell. It's not often you get a fast, smooth Caribbean in the world of FIA karting. It wasn't that long ago, of course, since Zane Maloney came through here, the young Barbagian. And he is now doing a fantastic job in his motorsport exploits. Alex Powell definitely as good a trendsetter, if not slightly more daring. He seems to make some very bold overtaking moves. It's exactly what we like to see. A youngster willing to roll up his sleeves and go for it. So Alex Powell tucked in behind Maceo Capieto. Now this is going to be a tough race from the front end of the field for Jonathan Waywat, because although he's got a little bit of a gap, he's also the one who's pushing his tyres the most dynamic through the course of the race, because he hasn't got anybody else to battle with, and he's got these two drivers who are now essentially meant to be working in unison in order to catch up to the Dane. But if they continue to squabble amongst themselves, the young Danish driver up front is going to be a very tough man to beat. So Capieto and Powell still running very well. Both of them solidly skillful around this circuit. They've both driven the Adria circuit before, but certainly not in a competition as close and as even as this before. Oh, a little bit of a moment from Alex Powell as he drifts onto the curb, but manages to fight it back without losing too much momentum as Ariel Elkin gets through on Jaden Tian. So the Israeli has got past the Dutchman, and we go into the final lap. Jonathan Waywat looks fairly comfortable enough from the front end of the field. So Alex Powell may want to go for 2nd place here. Capieto is aware of it. Holds the inside line at turn 2. Does not want to lose more ground than he has to. And as they come up towards the tight 3rd corner and then up the flick, a big amount of curb used by Maceo Capieto. He then goes back out to the outside to tuck in for the inside of the left-hander at turn 5. Albin Studderson sets the fastest lap of the race as he tries to climb up from 10th. But Maceo Capieto essentially is now throwing anchor as he hangs on in front of Alex Powell for 2nd position. Has the Jamaican got one more trick up his sleeve? Capieto certainly defending valiantly in 2nd place. Is this going to be a move he can pull off? Yes, it is, out of the final lap, and he's going to come side by side with Capieto. He can't quite get there. Capieto comes off the turn. Powell's going to get him at the line, though, as Waywat wins it. Powell is just going to miss out. Oh, my goodness, 0.021. Well, What a way to battle on the final lap. They saved the best till last there. Absolutely awesome. And it has to be said, very close for second place between Capieto and Powell. But the Frenchman just hangs on by a whisker. For Jonathan Waywatt, though, it is plain sailing. The Danish driver opens his account in absolutely superb fashion. And he couldn't have done it any better than that. So after just a whisker over 10 kilometres around the Adria circuit, Jonathan Waywatt opens the weekend in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy with a win from Matteo Capieto and Alex Powell. Bart Piketowski and Aaron Rescepi from Matteo De Palo and Zachary David. Then Adiel Elkin and Jaden Tian, Albin Studderson in the top 10 from Alexei Yeleva and Adam Kowalski. Then it is Emil Gierdrum and Mai Sadar from Freya Norman and Thomas Veilentas. And every single driver who started the race brought it to the finish. It's been an absolutely perfect and textbook performance from all three of our first races thus far here at Adria. So truly exciting stuff, and there's definitely some good moments from that initial first heat that we'll want to look back on. But you can see just how tight it is from these youngsters as they try and continue their international karting journey. For some of them, this is their very first time out of their native land for racing. So it's obviously a very exciting competition, but there are some big moments to talk over from that heat, particularly from the top three, of course. The likes of Waywatt, Capieto and Powell, who did most of the talking on that first race. But a great performance from the Dane, the Frenchman and the Jamaican. They really have opened up the battle for this weekend. There is another heat, of course, to come from the Academy Trophy for heats A versus D, which will see more brilliant racers out on the circuit. But an opportunity to look over some of the best bits from that first encounter would definitely not go amiss at this point. So we'll review some of the moments that made that race such a special one to start the Academy Trophy season. And I have to say, great wisdom and foresight from a lot of the drivers. We've seen in previous years in the first couple of races that it can get just a tiny bit kamikaze at times because drivers obviously want to open their account with a strong display and a strong performance. But it's never easy to get it done correctly. And obviously the drivers working very hard to ensure that they have done the best that they can possibly do to set things up. Good to see that all of the youngsters and all of the teams and drivers around the circuit are obviously adhering to the social distancing regulations that COVID-19 have afforded us with. It's not the most pleasant of situations, but obviously it is the necessary protocols and procedures that need to be carried out. But good to see that even from as young as our youngsters in the Academy Trophy, that those regulations are being strictly adhered to. Time if we get an opportunity for a review then of some of the bits from the previous heat. Jonathan Waywatt opening his account with a victory, but the battle between Matteo Capieto and Alex Powell certainly very exciting through the course of the opening 10 kilometres of the 2020 Karting Academy Trophy season. Bart Piketowski doing a grand job actually in that one as well, managing to get one over on Aaron Rescepi through the course of racing. The man on the move, though, was the Philippine star Zachary David. He made up more places than anyone else over the course of that first heat, coming up 4 places from 11th on the grid to 7th. Not an easy achievement in this field when it is so close and so tight. So let's look over that heat as the driver's obviously getting a smart start. Big lunge from Jonathan Waywatt to cut right across to the outside line, which gives him the best lineup through into the first right-hander. And the field is just trying to stay smart and stay safe. They have very much taken on board the adage that you can't win the race on the first lap, but you can definitely lose it. They're being very smart and sensible about things in this opening heat of the 2020 season. But this is where it gets really interesting. Capieto is determined to try and make a move on Waywatt early because he knows from watching the KZ drivers that you can really break into a bit of a rut if you can't get the overtaking move done on your opponent early. So he's sizing up a move. Look, he thinks there's a chance, but Waywatt is so smart. He's holding his car right in the middle of the circuit at that point. There's no way to go left or right because the Dane is just there. He's always ever present on that point of the course. So a tough opening lap, but Waywatt very much making the point quite clear that this race is his to command. Even another attempt from Capieto was never really going to stick. Now, this is how tough it got as Alex Powell makes a bold lunge. Look, he goes one way, so Capieto moves to cover it, and Alex Powell sells him the most monumental dummy to dive back up the inside. And then in the midfield, we had some good battles as Matteo De Palo is mixing it up with Jaden Tehan and Albin Sturluson. This is how easy it is to get it slightly askew as you run and drift slightly wide. Now, we've got the battle further up, of course, with Alex Powell and Maceo Capieto. Alex Powell managing to get the move done. But there was some great duels all the way through the field, not just up at the front end of the field. Have a look at this. We've got a rerun of the little duel on lap 4 as Albin Sturluson was right in the mix of things, trying to battle away with Zach David and Ariel Elkin. And this is the move that saw Sturluson make his bid on Jaden Tehan. Just a few corners later, and he was already out of sorts. He ended up dropping all the way down to 10th position through it all. This final lap, though, was absolutely wonderful to watch because you've got Capieto holding all the cards, but Alex Powell just completely unwilling to yield and was always up for a scrap. Capieto having to be quite defensive through this final lap, particularly in the third sector. This is where Alex Powell's really starting to intensify his moves. He senses a chance, he goes deep into the corner, which means that he can get a faster exit, and there's almost a chance opening up in the left-hander before the end of the second sector. Capieto is now half looking in front of him and half looking over his shoulder. Powell goes long, and look at that undercut. He almost made it work right there. Capieto not willing to back off, and then he's compromised for the next line. A couple more inches, and Powell would have got that second place. No problem at all. Really good racecraft from both drivers, though, to keep it out of danger and keep it out of harm's way. Neither of them, though, was the fastest in time qualifying from yesterday. That accolade went to the man who starts from pole position for the next heat, which is for qualifying heat groups A versus D. The young man from the United Arab Emirates. We got to speak to him at the end of yesterday's action, Kianu Alajari.
The qualifying laps were very easy. The track condition was not so bad after the few drops of rain we had. I had a pretty good first lap. Then in my second lap, I did very well in the first two sectors and got held back in the last sector, but it was still enough for P1, and I'm very happy about that. The biggest challenge, I think, will be staying in the front of the pack, because starting from P1 is easy, but holding P1 is not so easy. And I'm sure it'll be very fun, very tough, and very nice to watch. We struggled in the practice before, so that made us a bit nervous about quali. We were about 1.1 seconds off of Waywatt, and then in the quali we found the rocket ship, and I drove very well. My mechanic, my team, we're all very happy about that, and we had a very great kart.
Fabulous to watch Kianu Alajari mould and progress into a driver who is very much world-class these days, having seen him come up over the last couple of years from his native United Arab Emirates and now onto the international stage. Really great to see him grab pole position in yesterday's time qualifying. He lines up on the front row of the grid for this next heat alongside the Luxembourg star, Maxime Furon-Castellan, who is absolutely phenomenal in terms of his rate of development. He is coming on leaps and bounds at this moment in time, and it's really great to see him make progress through the field. On the second row of the grid, it is the Austrian talent Oscar Wirtz, who is very much the man for Austria in the FIA Karting Academy this season, on the second row of the starting grid, on the inside line from third position on the grid. Alongside him on the grid is the Belgian star Tom Breken, And it's good to see him fresh out of the blocks and going straight up towards the front end of the field as well from the second row of each of his heats. On the third row, we welcome back the American star Connor Zilic, who is going to be very talented indeed in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy if his early promise in international competition is anything to go by. Alongside him on the grid is the Estonian star Juuso Planken, who is their 6th position on the starting grid. And again, it will be fairly fascinating to see how he goes. On the 4th row of the grid, the young Japanese talent, the new face in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy from Japan, and that is Shu Dozono. And he will line up 7th place on the grid, I should say, on the 4th row, alongside the young Greek star Georgios Kafantaris, as he lines up in 8th position on the starting grid on the outside of row 4. On row 5, it is the Peruvian talent, Rafael Modanese, who has had a very difficult qualifying session coming into this weekend. He's 9th on the grid alongside the Spanish talent Santiago Valve, who's had a very confident beginning in his 2020 campaigns in Spain and Europe, but on the international scene here in the Karting Academy Trophy, he will be looking for a little bit more. The Chilean is there in 11th on the starting grid. That is Cristian Pastrian. So Cristian Pastrian will line up there on the inside line of the 6th row. Alongside him, the British talent Theo Makouris, the giant-killing independent back home in Great Britain, who's taken on most of the big teams in the British scene and won. And now he is here representing Great Britain in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, following in the footsteps of the likes of Formula 1 star George Russell. Gianni Andrezzani is on the 7th row of the grid for Germany, and he is there 13th on the starting grid alongside the Romanian talent Darius Bobioana, who is there in 14th on the grid. And then 15th place on the grid for Bulgaria, it is Kalian Vabatsiliev, and alongside him on the grid is the Slovakian talent Mati Koenig. So that is the 16 drivers in this race, 32 competitors able to attend this weekend. A few more would have been nice, but sadly, obviously, the current COVID-19 regulations that has not only restricted drivers for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy from certain nations to attend, but also spectators to attend this weekend. We are racing behind closed doors, which is rather unfortunate, as we would have loved to have welcomed spectators here to Adria Karting Circuit, especially when this circuit really does lend itself to a nice fan base circling the circuit. Well, the way things have been over the last 2 years, certainly since my inclusion in the FIA Karting bill, it's been amazing to see just the waft of passion and enthusiasm for the sport from people who travel normally from all over the world to come and watch these magnificent competitions. But here in Adria, we are still going to be racing fast and furious as always, with Chiara Valajari and Maxime Ferron-Castellan taking up their residency on the front row of the starting grid in this second qualifying heat, A versus D, for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Always very exciting, and an always rip-roaring performance from the drivers. So Alajari and Ferron-Castellan will lead us out onto the starting grid when the time is right to do so. The race is due to start at 11:45 local time, so that's a little over 2 minutes from now. And for those of you watching, wherever you are watching around the world, if you are watching us via the YouTube stream, then you can, of course, like and subscribe to our page, and also hit the notification bell, which is the little bell symbol off to the right-hand side of the screen. And you'll never miss a moment when the FIA Karting Championships go live, whether it be for the European or the World competitions. And it is fascinating to look at the alumni of drivers that have come through the FIA Karting Academy over the last 10 years. It started back in 2010, where the concept has largely been unchanged in most respects. Since that very first competition back in 2010. It gathers together the brightest and best talent from all 4 corners of the globe who are able to join together and give us some sensational performances. The 2010 title winner was the Finnish driver Nicolas Tihonen. Back in 2011, it was the Monegascan Charles Leclerc, who hasn't had a bad career since then. Jonas Lapalainen, the Finnish ace, won in 2012. A year later, it was the Belgian talent Maxime Potti. Then Richard Verschoor, the Dutchman, who is now, of course, in the Grand Prix paddock trying to work his way to Formula 1. In 2014, he won the title. Marta Garcia won the crown in 2015, and now the female Spanish star is one of the aces in the W Series. Callum Bradshaw, the British talent, in 2016, won the crown, and he is still one of the top senior karters around Europe. Xavier Hansheim, the Belgian, got the crown, won in 2017, the second Belgian to do so. and one of only three nations, I should say, to have two winners after Finland for Nicholas Tihonen and Jonas Lapalainen, and are from Spain because after Xavier Hansheim joined Maxime Potti as a Belgian winner, Marta Garcia was joined in 2018 by a Spanish champion again, Mari Boya, who is now a top-level racer in Spanish Formula 4. And we wish him all the very best. In 2019, the title was won by the Lithuanian last season, Kaja Sixnelis, who now, of course, is a senior kart racer in the FIA Karting European Championships in OK, and he'll be out next week at Sarno in Italy as the FIA Karting calendar continues. Amazing, the crop of talent to have come out of this discipline. But if you look at the drivers out on the grid now, there's plenty more talent where that came from. Keanu Alajari and Maxime Ferron-Castellin on the front row of the grid from Oscar Wirtz and Tom Braken, from Conor Zilic and Josep Plankin, Shuda Zono and Georgios Kafantaris, from Rafael Modanese and Santiago Valve, Christian Pastrian and Theo Makuris, from Gianni Androzani and Darius Babiawana, from Kalian Vabatsiliev and Matti Koenig. Great performances from the drivers, and I have to say a massive thank you to the people who are sending me messages from wherever they are around the circuit and from wherever they are watching around the world. If you do want to get in touch with me personally, you can do via Instagram or Twitter at Jake Sanson, and more than happy to take any messages of warmth and positivity that you are willing to share to your fellow drivers out on the circuit. So it's going to be a really fantastic performance from the competitors as they come through once again. Keanu Alajari and Maxime Ferron-Castellin on the front row of the grid. Oscar Wirtz and Tom Braken. Then Zilic, Plankin, Dozono, Kafantaris, Modanese, Valve, Pastrian, Mikuris, Adrezani, Babiawana, Vabatsiliev and Koenig. And as they come out of the final turn, we'll see which of the drivers in this heat gets the best start. Is there going to be a clean start straight away, first of all? No, there's not. Formation lap again. So an extended formation lap for the drivers as they will go around one more time. A nice message come in from Max Dodds, actually, who has messaged me, having competed in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for Great Britain last season, wishing his friends Alex Powell and Jonathan Waywat all the best. And great to hear from the young gun, who will be racing out again at Sarno next week, of course, as he continues his journey in the European Championship of the junior category. Any more messages anybody wants to send, you certainly can via my Instagram or Twitter feed at Jake Sanson. More than happy to share those messages of goodwill out to the drivers here at Adria. So the competitors are now going to be wheel-to-wheel once again, with Keanu Alajari on the inside line from the United Arab Emirates and Maxime Ferron-Castellin from Luxembourg on the outside. And then Wirtz of Austria, Braken of Belgium, Zilic of the United States, Plankin of Estonia, from Dozono, Kafantaris, Modanese, Valve, Pastrian, Mikuris, Andrezani, Babiawana, Vabatsaliev and Koenig. And as they come off the final turn, are we going to get a clean start this time? That's more like it, and away we go. Holding to the inside line, no problem at all for Keanu Alajari as they zoom through first corner. And it looks as though everybody is going to be A-OK. Ferron-Castellin trying to get on the inside line to move up into the lead, but it has not quite got the momentum to sweep by. And so the race is well underway. Who's that making a bold move in the first lap? That looked to me like Shuda Zono, the Japanese driver, already making a lunge or two. And up the inside to take him back is Conor Zilic, the American. A couple of drivers running a little bit wide, but already some bold overtakes on this opening lap here in Adria as the field squabbles for position. They're trying to make up some moves early doors. And we've got nearly 3 wide in one of the turns up the inside line. Goodness me, it's getting a little bit hectic as Ferron-Castellin tucks in behind Keanu Alajari, and there in third position trying to break him down is Tom Braken. So the Belgian is running well in behind the 2 leading karts, and in fourth place that is still Oscar Wirtz. The Austrian running a very solid start from Zilic, Dozono, Modanese, Valve, Mikuris up to 9th, and Pastrian, Plankin, Kafantaris and Koenig. And that is a move for a second place. Braken has got past. So Braken has made the move on Maxime Ferron-Castellin into the second lap. That didn't take him long at all. And now Ferron-Castellin gets straight back up the inside. Brilliant performance. Really good result for the competitors thus far as they go through this first couple of laps very cleanly. And is that a move back again from Braken? Yes, it is. Wirtz trying to get through, doesn't quite have the momentum. Ferron-Castellin back on the inside. And again, Braken comes back at him. They are swapping positions all the way round the lap. And it's giving the rest of the field a chance to close up. And Keanu Alajari is just disappearing up the road. This is absolutely heaven sent for Keanu Al-Ajari. Christmas has come 4 months early as he disappears out in front of the rest of the field. So Tom Bacon is in second place in front of Castellan, trying to keep Oscar Wirtz at bay, but Oscar Wirtz gets through, the Austrian, into third position, but Ferdinand Castellan comes straight back at him. And the Luxembourger is back into P3. Now watch out for Conor Zilic, the American. He's going to try and come past Wirtz, which he does. So Conor Zilic, the American, through into P4. Now Ferdinand Castellan defending again as the American tries to come through. And there's an investigation into the Greek star, Georgios Kavataris. So Kavataris, who's down to 12th position, has transgressed in some way. So clearly the stewards are having a look into an incident there as a very bold bit of racecraft from Maxime Ferdinand Castellan to keep these drivers at bay. Conor Zilic, the American, is now in 4th place. Can Zilic get his move to come past Ferdinand Castellan as Tom Bacon in 2nd place sets the fastest lap of the race, trying to close back up on Keanu Al-Ajari. On the inside, Ferdinand Castellan still absolutely bolted to the inside line, not letting anybody get a sniff of a gap as Wirtz tries again on Zilic. And in 6th place, Rafael Modenese, the Peruvian, has closed them all up. Ferdinand Castellan trying to make Zilic go round the outside if he wants to make an overtaking move. That's not going to happen, but Modenese is going to get through on the inside of Oscar Wirtz. Wirtz tries to come straight back at the Peruvian, but Modenese is storming his way back through the field. He's made up 4 places now, and the Peruvian has come forward. Oh, is that a problem for Shudazono, the Japanese driver, trying to break ground and has not made the moves? In fact, he's lost ground to Santiago Valve and the Englishman Theo Mercouris, who has come up into 8th place. So Al-Ajari, Bacon, Ferdinand Castellan, Zilic, Modenese, Wirtz, Valve, Mercouris, Plankin, and Plankin is there in 9th place in front of Shudazono. Oh, a nice move from Zilic as he finally gets the lunge on Ferdinand Castellan. A very opportunistic line to get through. The American has now hit into 3rd position, and Modenese trying to squeeze past the Luxembourger as Ferdinand Castellan holds station again in 4th position. He just doesn't seem to have the raw pace he had yesterday for whatever reason. And now Modenese trying to squeeze up the inside line. Watch for Wirtz round the outside. And that looks like Santiago Valve, the Spaniard, trying to come through with Theo Mercouris tucked right in behind. 2 of the taller drivers in the Karting Academy Trophy in 2020. As they come through once more. This is an absolute rout for 4th position downwards as Ferdinand Castellan struggles to hold on to the leading pack. 5 laps done, 3 to go. Little puff of dust as Conor Zilic gets a warning for his maneuver in 3rd position. This is going to be interesting as they come through once again. 5-3-3, Rafael Modenese trying to hang on in front of Oscar Wirtz and Santiago Valve. Theo Mercouris running a race. Now let's see if this is going to be a completed move from the 5'11 Oscar Wirtz onto Rafael Modenese, but he can't quite get close enough. And here comes the move from Santiago Valve. He gets through on Oscar Wirtz, and Theo Mercouris is trying to get there as well. The British driver decides to think better of it. Discretion, the better part of valor once more. As tucking in behind him, we've got Josep Plankin and Shudazono. They all want a piece of this, and Dazono is going to make his move on Plankin. He gets through, and there's enough space for Georgios Kavataris. The Greek driver gets through as well. Brilliant bit of racing as they come through once more. So they come through again in the battle with 2 laps to go. And the field is still very closely knit as they continue on their way through the course. So a very enticing battle from the drivers. Keanu Al-Ajari long gone in the lead. 1.8 seconds clear of Tom Bacon. Conor Zilic sets another fastest lap in 3rd. Trying to get away from Ferdinand Castellan in 4th, who is still dropping anchor from Rafael Modenese with Valve, Wirtz, Mercouris, Dazono and Kavataris in the mix there. So Kavataris is in the mix. The Greek driver moving his way up into 10th place past Josep Plankin and Gianni Andrezzani from Christian Pastrian, Darius Babayawana, Kalian Vavitsaliev and Mati Koenig. But the field is still very close-knit together. As we go into the final lap, Keanu Al-Ajari, it's just heaven sent from his point of view. He's absolutely storming out in front. You couldn't ask for a more dominant display than this in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. But he's just been so smart and so smooth. He's not really had to panic at any point. Maxime Ferdinand Castellan now sets the fastest lap, trying to drop Rafael Modenese in their duel over 4th position. But this is going to be a fascinating performance from the young man up at the front end of the field. Keanu Al-Ajari has just been superlative all the way through this heat. He's never dropped a moment. He's never looked back. And he's going to open his account in fine style. Out of the final turn, Keanu Alajari gets his first win of the weekend. And that starts things off nicely for the Emirati. Tom Braken in second, Conor Zilic in third. They were the men able to make progress, both making up 2 places apiece. And no less than, several drivers able to make up more time. Josep Planken really having a difficult final lap. Maxime van Castellane finishes up in 4th place at the end of it all. Modenese going well, but nobody making up more places in the field than Theo Mercouris, up 5 places to 7th. A great comeback from the Englishman. Keanu Alajari has started, though, in perfect position. A dominant streak, 2 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Keanu Alajari takes the win from Tom Braken and Conor Zilic. Maxime van Castellane is 4th, ahead of Rafael Modenese, Shuda Zono, the epic Theo Mercouris fighting back ahead of Santiago Valve and Oscar Wurz. Gianni Anandazani is in 10th place from Georgios Kafantaris and Christian Pastrian. Then Lucian Babiawana and Josep Planken from Kalian Vabatsaliev and Mati Koenig. Looks as though problems on the slowdown for Santiago Valve. Santiago Valve with a problem on the rolling in lap, and it looks as though, oh dear, he's got a broken rear bumper. That's definitely not good news for the Spanish ace. And he's broken down on the exit of turn 2, so he's got a long route back to the pit lane. And that is not the way that the Spanish talent wanted to start his Karting Academy Trophy campaign. And you've got a feel for Santiago Valve, one of the taller drivers in the field, but certainly one of the fastest and the most prolific in European competition. But it's definitely not gone well for him on this particular occasion. But the Academy drivers have once again started a race and finished it. Not a single retirement so far this weekend. And don't worry, folks, I am touching wood as I say that. Just the table in front of me got a little bit of a Sanson tap. Javier Lai sending me a nice message. Unfortunate that Christian Ho unable to attend. One of the stars of the FIA Karting paddock. Wish everyone else the best. And good to see that there's so much support for the championship from all over the world. Great to see. Anybody wanting to send a message and sending out the good words to the drivers here this weekend at Adria, be more than happy to do so. You can get in touch with me via my social media accounts, Jake Sanson Official or Jake Sanson, depending on which medium you use. Well, great racing from the Karting Academy Trophy, but KZ, the main event this weekend, is up next for their first heat of 3. So we're just looking back at some of the finer points of the previous heat, and there were some absolutely spellbinding moments as Theo Mercouris getting himself stuck in on that first lap very quickly indeed. Maxime van Castellane in second position, though, managing to have quite a rip-roaring race with the other drivers in the mix. But by that point, they're already struggling to keep up with Keanu Alajari as... for some reason, Maxime van Castellane was not really unable to unlock his true pace until the end of the race, and that was enough for Tom Braken, the Belgian star, to get through. But because he had some speed in some of the corners, watch, because we've got the next 5 corners or so, there's an overtaking move, one after another. Van Castellane getting through, so Braken deciding, right, I'm still quick, so I'm going to make another bid. He gets through in the right-hander. He comes from quite a way back as well. So he comes through. Van Castellane thinks, no, I'm going to make the move back again. Braken gets straight back on with it and says, no, I am going to get the overtaking move done. So an incredible bit of racing. 3 overtaking moves in 3 corners. And that really was some exceptional stuff across that heat. And they weren't the only drivers going to battle around the circuit. We had several good overtaking moves in that Karting Academy Trophy heat. This is a little bit of a squeeze as Wurz gets his move on Van Castellane, but Wurz not being intimidated. He had a rather unfortunate end to the race as Van Castellane got through, and then Conor Zilic was able to make his lunge on the inside line, the American, and that's where the floodgates started to open for the rather unfortunate Austrian, who eventually fell back to 9th place in that heat. But there's still plenty of time to make these things count. Let's watch that little battle again between Braken and Ferran Castellan, because this really got exciting. Ferran Castellan, having already lost out to Braken, he decides, right, I'm going to make the move back. I want to be in second, and I want to be basically assisted along onto the back bumper of Chiano Alesari. There's a little rub between the two of them as they come off the left-hander. So Ferran Castellan defends. He's got the inside line well held, but that does drift the kart out to the outside line. He's desperately trying to bring it back to the inside apex. Doesn't manage it. Braken slides up the inside, gets the move. Wirtz tries to follow in unison, gets squeezed by Ferran Castellan, who now makes his own bid into the left-hander, but Braken sees it coming, backs off the throttle, gets back on it nice and early, and gets a beautiful switchback maneuver. Some great lunges in this field, and you have to say the level of competition is very strong. Here's Ferran Castellan making another bid on Wirtz, and it's only about a corner later that the American Conor Zilic gets his chance to come through. Now, this is the move that I think Zilic got the warning for. He tries to make his bid on Ferran Castellan. I think essentially he got a little impatient there and just edged Ferran Castellan to come up the inside line. And that was some good defending from Santiago Valve in the mix there. He had a lot of pressure from the likes of Wirtz, Makuris and Plankin in the midfield. And Josep Plankin, rather unfortunate in the 520 with the red helmet. He ended up losing a lot of places in the final tour. But for this man out in front, Chiano Alesari, just cleaning up, essentially, out in the lead of the race. He didn't really have to worry himself or concern himself too much with the way the race was playing out. He just had it very much his own way. He didn't exactly have to break a sweat at any point. So I would suspect that he's obviously got himself into a very smooth rhythm from his point of view, and he'll want to continue this kind of performance throughout. But he really has put on a spectacular show. So a really exciting performance from Chiano Alesari, but good efforts from Braken and Zilic as well. They've opened their accounts in a fine performance to start the ball rolling in the Karting Academy Trophy. But the Warriors, the Gladiators, and the big guns of the sport are going to be out next as we get ready for the first time in 2020 in the FIA Karting European Championship paddock to go racing in KZ.
It was a really difficult qualifying because we were all close, like always in KZ. So I had to find the perfect lap, and I was quite close to the perfect lap. So yeah, I'm really happy with the results, and yeah, hope tomorrow will be even better, and up to Sunday we can do a really good job. But you know, it's only Friday, so there is a long way till the end. So we have to work to see what we can do. Yeah, you know, this track is very difficult for KZ because it's not easy to overtake. So you need to take a very good start and then find your pace, and then you know, if the driver in the back makes something that you can win some gap, I don't know, so 5 tenths or 6 tenths, you can stay more comfortable. But you know, it's difficult because it's the KZ category, so I don't know what we can expect tomorrow, but I will do my best like always. Yeah, I hope so. Last year we were close with the European Championship and with the World Championship also, and with some unlucky we didn't take it, but I hope that this year can be the good year to take these results, and we will see.
3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
If you've been watching along on the live stream, you just heard from the pole sitter for KZ, Alessandro Orlando, lining up on the front of the grid after a brilliant qualifying session and a bold qualifying lap yesterday. It'll be interesting to see what he can do from the front of the grid for the Birolart team. So close to both titles in the 2019 season. Only an incident in the final at Sarno robbed him of a European title, and obviously we have no idea where he would have finished in the World Championship final at Lonato in 2019 after his kart came to a stop before the race even started. A cruel defeat, but 2020 is a new era and a new time for Alessandro Orlando. That is all ancient history. This is a new chance for him to fight for the European crown. Alongside him on the grid, the man he duelled with at Sarno just over 12 months ago, Simo Puhaka, will line up on the front row of the starting grid with Martin Kremers, the reigning world champion, returning to the FIA Karting paddock on the second row of the grid alongside Lorenzo Camplese, the SC Performance superstar, out qualifying his factory Tony Kart counterparts. Riccardo Longhi will line up fifth on the starting grid on the third row, and then beside him will be the Swedish ace Noah Millell for the Tony Kart factory team, where there's plenty of great duels to come. On the fourth row of the grid, it is the Dutchman Stan Pex, who lines up there in position on row 4. And then it will be Paolo Ippolito, the Italian, who lines up on the outside of the fourth row of the grid. Row 5 is Matteo Vigano, the Italian star who has moved across to the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team this year. And he is there on 9th position on the starting grid alongside Francesco Salenta, the Italian for Praga. Then we have on the 6th row of the grid the sole Sodi Kart factory driver this weekend, Adrien Renaudin. He lines up on row 6 alongside Douglas Lundberg for the Novalux squad on the Lenzo kart. Fabian Fellerer is there on the Maranello chassis for SRP Racing, 7th row of the grid in 13th position alongside the Formula K star from France, Jeremy Iglesias. And then on the 8th row of the grid, it is Mirko Tozzolini for Kart Republic alongside the TB Kart driver Louis Speck, who is there in 16th position on the starting grid. The second of the factory CRG drivers, Matteo Massatani, lines up on the 9th row of the grid alongside the Italian legend himself, Davide Fore, who is there in 18th on the starting grid for the Render Motorsport team aboard his Birolart. Great to see him having made his return to the fray, Davide Fore. Don't forget, he was the Super ICC champion back in 2006 in the FIA Karting Gearbox World Cup. And he has won almost every title there is to win over the years in gearbox racing. And he is still racing because he loves it. What a superstar. On the 10th row of the grid, it is Mauro Simoni, the Italian, who lines up 19th position on the starting grid for the OK1 squad. And alongside him for CRG Netherlands, it is Gust Specken, who lines up 20th on the grid. The final 4 drivers in the race will be the Czech driver Jan Bednar, who lines up in his privately entered CRG. And then it is Mario Ljubic, who is the second driver in SC Performance's satellite Tony Kart squad. He lines up 22nd on the grid. And then the privateer Jan Kuovi on his CRG will line up in 23rd on the grid. But rather dramatically, the European champion Jorrit Pex will be lining up 24th and last off the grid, having had a mechanical problem in timed qualifying, and therefore denying him the chance to grab a decent time in qualifying. That means that the three-time European champion, but certainly 2 times in a row, is going to have to fight tooth and nail from the back of the grid to get himself back into contention. That's definitely going to be particularly exciting as the battle progresses. So we're going to see a really exciting run for the competitors. They all obviously want to be up at the sharp end of the field. But it's been a long time since the likes of Emil Scaras and Emilion Denner claimed the 2 biggest titles in KZ racing last season. Now they want to progress and add their own names to the ranks of drivers at the top. In KZ, it really has been an incredible time in the European Championships over the last few years. Since the KZ era, champions have included Max Verstappen, Rick Driesen, Flavio Campaneschi, and the legends Marco Ardigo, Paolo De Conto, and Jorrit Pex in the European Championship over the years, with names such as Francesco Laudauto, who won 4 titles in the new millennium, Alessandro Manetti, Alessandro Piccini as well, Roberto Toninelli, Jonathan Tonon, and Baz Lammers have all been European champion over the years as well, since the year 2000 in the Premier Gearbox category. The big question now is who's going to join them? Are there going to be new faces at the front end of the field in 2020? Well, certainly based on the title winners in the past. Jorit Pex starting at the back of the field. Marco Ardigo, Paolo De Conto and Flavio Campaneschi all freshly retired from racing, certainly for the time being. And Rick Driesen likewise. It means that we're almost certain to get, the way things currently stand, a new European champion. So it's a brand new day and a brand new era for the KZ category as they are set to head out onto the circuit. It is 12:10 local time. The drivers head out. Alessandro Orlando and Simo Pohaka will lead them onto the Adria Karting Raceway. So Alessandro Orlando and Simo Pohaka on the front row of the grid from Martin Kramers and Lorenzo Camplese. Riccardo Longhi and Noah Milel on the third row from Stan Pex and Paolo Ippolito, from Matteo Vigano and Francesco Salenta. Adrian Renaudin and Douglas Lundberg from Fabian Federer and Jeremy Iglesias. Mirko Tozzolini and Luis Speck from Matteo Massatani and Davide Fore. Mauro Simoni, Gust Specken, Jan Bednar, Mario Lubick, Jan Kuovi and Jorit Pex. So this is definitely going to be an interesting opening heat. They only get 3 heats before the final in the KZ category. So this is one of only 4 races where you'll get to see the kings of the sport. These guys really are the superheroes of karting. KZ really is, as far as I'm concerned, the ultimate karting challenge and therefore the ultimate motorsport challenge. They call it the motor racing school karting. Well, these guys take it one step further. You have to be world class and a pure driving genius if you want to take a race victory in KZ. It really is the toughest discipline of motorsport. Any driver could ask to just jump in and be competitive. There is Marin Kramers, the reigning world champion. Still in the Birolart squad, but thanks to his connections with the brand, he's racing the Ricardo kart this 2020 season. Still in the Birolart awning, of course. They're all part of the same network, but as good friends with Daniel Ricciardo, wanting to give the brand some international success, Marin Kramers returns to defend his world title and, from his point of view, hopefully add a European crown as well if he gets half a chance. But for Alessandro Orlando on pole position and for Simo Pohaka alongside him on the front row, 2020 is unfinished business with KZ. They both had a chance to become European champion last year. This year, nothing less than the title will be good enough. Orlando, Pohaka, Kramers, Camplese, Longhi, Milel, Pex, Ippolito, Vigano and Salenta at the top 10 of the field. But our Warriors are in position for 12 laps, 29 degrees air temperature, and the first of 4 races that will kickstart the European Championship in fine style. Green flag waves at the back of the grid. The lights come on. When they go out, we'll be racing here at Adria. Go! Cracking start from Pohaka. He's launched away and taken an early bath in the lead of the race. Brilliant move from the Finn as he launches away. And Simo Pohaka controls the pace early doors from Orlando and Kramers in 4th place. That is Lorenzo Camplese still keeping his position. 5th place, that is Noah Milel. As there's a bit of a squabble further back, that looks like Paolo Ippolito trying to get in front of Riccardo Longhi, and he has done so as they creep through the hairpin for the first time. And Jorit Pex has already stormed his way up at least 4 or 5 places. Make that about a half a dozen places. He's charging his way through as Jorit Pex tries to get himself back into contention. And that's Jeremy Iglesias going wheel to wheel with Adrian Renaudin in the middle of the sector. Renaudin now trying to get back on terms with Iglesias. Where is Jorit Pex? There he is. He's now got 5 karts behind him, so he's already storming his way through as Stan Pex tries to get away from Iglesias and Renaudin. So Pohaka, Orlando, Kramers, Camplese, Milel and Ippolito from Vigano. Longhi, Pex has a very interesting stance here from Kramers. He wants to get back on terms with his teammate. Alessandro Orlando still running well in 2nd place, but Simo Pohaka, the finish charge for Tony Kart, running well in the lead of the race as Orlando has to defend from Kramers. And now Kramers is going to make his bid up the inside line and he takes over 2nd place, but Orlando's going to come straight back on his teammate and he gets back through. So already an interesting defense and a good battle going on between teammates. Here comes Kramers back on the inside. Orlando loses ground again to Lorenzo Camplese. So the SC Performance driver gets through in a 3rd place. Well, Orlando tried his best to hold cover from Martin Kremers, but the Dutchman gets through into second position. He was not even expecting to do any karting in 2020, Martin Kremers. He thought he was going to go to cars. The deal fell through at the 11th hour, and now he's back in the FIA Karting European Championship. I spoke to him yesterday, and you'll hear that interview later on in coverage today. He says, as far as he's concerned, he would not be racing if he didn't think he could become European and world champion in 2020. And this is already a good start. He's now got to chase down the Finn Simo Pohaka. So there's Matteo Vigano tucked up behind the CRG of Paolo Ippolito, and that's a bold lunge as he tries to make the move on Noah Milel and loses out to Vigano and nearly to Longhi. Longhi trying to hold it round the outside as he's got pressure from Stan Pex, and now Renaudin and Iglesias are going side by side as well as they come back off the turn and onto the main straight. Renaudin is not going to sustain this behind Iglesias much longer, and he takes the place into the first corner. Meanwhile, Orlando getting frustrated behind his countryman Lorenzo Complese. And Complese running well in third position ahead of Alessandro Orlando. But can Orlando get himself back into a competitive position? The number 44 running well in P4 at the moment. Mirko Tozzolini, the Kart Republic driver, gets the fastest lap of the race as Renaudin is now to 10th place, as we know, past Jeremy Iglesias. But this is going to be such a tough fight. The European Championship well underway in fine fettle in the KZ category. But for the moment, it is tough stuff for Noah Milel in fourth place as he holds station in front of Vigano, Milel, Ippolito, Longhi, Pex and Renaudin. So this is very tough stuff in the battle for fifth position. So Noah Milel hanging on to it for the moment in front of Vigano and Ippolito, who sets the fastest lap of the race in the process, up in seventh position. The CRG driver going well, having made his way up to seventh from eighth place, and Orlando gets the launch on Complese, and he gets past Lorenzo Complese now into the position as Vigano gets the move on Noah Milel behind. So Vigano gets up into fifth position at the same time as Orlando makes the move into third place. A corner later, and Vigano is now P5 in the Leclerc by Lennox chassis. Brilliant run. So this is a good battle, but Vigano is still trying to hold station in front of Noah Milel. The Swede is trying his best to get back on terms. Look at the train behind Vigano and Milel. Seventh is Ippolito. Eighth place, is Riccardo Longhi. And then we have Stan Pex in front of Adria Renaudin and Francesco Salenta in the Praga, ahead of Tozzolini, Iglesias, Lundberg, Davide Fore and Jorrit Pex, who is up into 16th place now from 24th. He's made up 8 places. And he's still doing his best to charge back up the inside as Renaudin tries to get his move on Stan Pex. Pex goes over the curb. Is there going to be enough momentum to hold on to the position? Pex just about keeps it there, but Renaudin frustrated trying to move up the order. And Iglesias and I think is that Douglas Lundberg next up? No, that's Jorrit Pex. Pex has been making up places big style and has come up to 16th place now. He's got past Simoni, and Federer has now got past Gush Specken as well. Davide Fore in the Render Motorsport Birolard has got up into 14th place past Douglas Lundberg. But look at this, Kremers has caught up to Simo Pohaka. He's been working at it lap after lap, and Kremers genuinely thinks now the move is on. He's got to time it right, there's no second guessing it. But he's doing a grand job in second position as the Dutchman closes up on the Finn. Simo Pohaka leading the way and defending. Look, he's having to move to cover. He knows that Kremers has got a fast Riccardo kart underneath him. So he wants to make the bid to hold on, but Kremers is giving it everything he's got. So the Dutchman running well in second position. The Riccardo kart has never won an international FIA karting competition. It's certainly done some good races in the past, but Martin Kremers is absolutely determined. He wants to win titles in 2020. He's got a good chance to make it happen in this opening heat, just to give himself a good chance over the weekend. But Simo Pohaka is in his way at the moment. Alessandro Orlando still there in third place from Lorenzo Complese and Matteo Vigano. 3 Italians chasing after the 2 men up front from Finland and the Netherlands. Orlando sets the fastest lap as Paolo Ippolito has got past Noah Milel, and Milel is trying to fend off from Riccardo Longhi, who tries to go the long way round at turn 5. That would have been bold, but he hasn't quite been able to make that one stick. Orlando with the fastest lap of the race, as we mentioned, 47.67, and what a move as Longhi gets through on Milel, as does Stan Pex, so they both managed to squeeze by and get the overtake. So a fairly comfortable maneuver, and Adria Renaudin is trying to squeeze up the inside of Noah Milel, and he makes it. That is an incredible overtake from Renaudin. He was lucky to find a gap there, to be fair. 8 laps down, 4 laps to go, and Kramers is all over the back of Simo Puhaka as they come through turn 2. Blip on the power, up into 3. But Orlando's getting dangerously close to them as well. A flick through 4 and then down into the braking zone for 5. In the left-hand hairpin, back on the power. Puhaka is in major defensive mode at the moment. He knows that Kramers and Orlando are catching him like gusto, but he can't quite make the move stick to pull away. And he hasn't quite got the same pace and traction off the course. Now here's Complese in 4th position with Vigano closing him down. So these two could end up having a bit of a scrap as the race bears down. There's Stan Pex trying to close back in on Ricardo Longhi. Where's Jorrit Pex? There he is. So Jorrit Pex is now in 15th. He's trying to close up on Davide Forde in the Renda Birolart. 3 laps to go. And Marin Kramers knows of old that timing is everything if he wants to make his move on Simo Puhaka, but Alessandro Orlando has actually caught him up a little bit. Orlando wants to win races as well. So Orlando behind Marin Kramers, Kramers behind Puhaka, and here's the battle for 4th between Complese and Vigano, with Ippolito in 6th from Longhi, Pex, Renaudin, Salenta and Torzellini. The top 10 still evenly matched. No one driver able to bolt away. These two Birolart drivers very close in behind. The Ricardo kart of Kramers and the Birolart factory machine of Alessandro Orlando. Still doing a grand job. Down the straight and up towards the tail of Simo Puhaka. Is Marin Kramers going to have time to make a move, or is he going to have to defend from his teammate before he can close up on Puhaka? The latter is starting to look more likely. So this is going to be a tough old race between these two as the battle continues to rage. Now Vigano is caught right up to Lorenzo Complese as Ricardo Longhi has set the fastest lap down in 7th as he closes up on the CRG of Paolo Ippolito. But it looks to me as though there's a bit of a stalemate between the two Birolarts tucked in behind Simo Puhaka. The Finn looks as though he's got this one pretty much sorted unless Kramers and Orlando can settle their differences and start to make inroads into Puhaka. But with a lap to go, they're running out of time to make it count. Puhaka across the line. Kramers and Orlando very fast, but not fast enough to catch up to Puhaka going into the final lap here at Adria for their first of 3 qualifying heats. And then, of course, the final tomorrow will be the main event. Simo Puhaka sets the fastest lap exactly when he needs to. He's got tyres in reserve. Vigano's going to plant it on the inside of Complese, and he makes the move stick for 4th. Now Ippolito will want to try and come through on Complese as well, but Lorenzo Complese wants to retaliate on Vigano. So they both hold the inside line to cover, but it's a great move from Matteo Vigano. He gets into 4th place. But the 3 leaders are going to remain as they are, and for Simo Puhaka up front, the Finn has been extraordinary as he holds on to the lead throughout. Simo Puhaka takes the first victory of the weekend. Great result, and he gives Tony Kart their first win of the 2020 FIA Karting European Championship Gearbox season in KZ. Great run for Simo Puhaka. A very mature and very composed drive from the Flying Finn. It's been absolutely superlative thus far this weekend. Second fastest, second on the grid, I should say, for this particular run. And, of course, second fastest in time qualifying. But he's made use of the opportunities that have been afforded him, and he has come straight through to take his first win of the campaign. Good job. So Simo Puhaka is your race winner from Marin Kramers and Alessandro Orlando. 4th place for Matteo Vigano in front of Lorenzo Complese and Paolo Ippolito. Then Ricardo Longhi and Stan Pex in front of Adria Renaudin and Francesco Salenta. Outside the top 10, there's the likes of Mirko Torzellini and Noah Milel in front of Jeremy Iglesias and Davide Forde. Jorrit Pex fights back to 15th in front of Mauro Simoni. Fabian Federer and Gust Specken from Louis Speck and Matteo Massatani. Then Mario Lubic, Jan Kuovi and Jan Bednar with just the one retirement, the first retirement of the entire weekend. Douglas Lundberg in the Novolux. Wow, that's fairly impressive considering we've had the 3 classes and only 1 retirement from the first 5 races of the weekend. And that, namely, is the Swede Douglas Lundberg on the Lenzo kart run by Novolux. Unfortunate for him, but certainly some good moments to look back on from this first heat, particularly from the Birolarts of Kramers and Orlando. Matteo Vigano, though, putting on some good performances in that heat as well. So there's going to be some good highlights to show you from this opening KZ heat of the 2020 season. And it's definitely going to give us plenty of talking points as things motor on. But the drivers all know that it's obviously going to be a long weekend from here. Let's have a look at the start procedure once again. This was actually very well timed for Puhaka. Straight off the start, he knew exactly what was asked of him, and he bolted away beautifully. Watch, not even any resistance able to be put up there by Alessandro Orlando to the first corner. So a really solid effort from the drivers. They have been absolutely superb over the course of proceedings. So a very difficult first lap, but you can see that drivers are already starting to get themselves into as good a position as possible. By this point, Jarrett Pex has already got past 4 or 5 karts at the back of the field as well. So it's not easy to make overtaking moves at Adria, but by golly, he's getting on with it. So some good overtaking moves. So it's going to be a really interesting battle for the competitors over the course of this weekend. This first heat giving us plenty of excitement and drama. Puhaka early doors in front of Orlando. Now this is where the race really starts to get interesting, because Orlando feels he has to play defensive with his own teammate here. The big question you've got to ask between Orlando and Kramers at this point is, did they spend too long racing each other? I mean, yes, Kramers got through into second place because he felt he had a fast kart underneath him. Orlando wanting to get straight back in. Did that give Puhaka enough of a momentum, even in the early phases of the race, that essentially there was no way back for them? Because Complesi was then able to get through into third place past Orlando. Some good battles in the midfield as well as drivers tried to make a move or two. Now this is Ippolito getting his run on Noah Milel. This got pretty tight and twisty, and that's how a failed overtaking maneuver can really bounce back and bite you, because that was enough for Vigano to come through and make an overtake. Orlando, though, not waiting around on Lorenzo Complesi. He gets the move, and as soon as he's got grip, he makes it stick. Also a good move there mid-race from Ricardo Longhi on Milel, and that really did open the floodgates, because Stan Pex came through, as did Adrien Renardin. So a very tough race from his point of view. But this is where, essentially for me, the race has been won and lost, because these two teammates, and obviously they both want to be European champion, but for me, they spent a little too long battling away with each other to catch up to Simo Puhaka up front, who was just setting fastest laps in the closing stages. Now, this is the move from Vigano. Textbook. There's not a lot of move to make that work, and you've got to rely on Lorenzo Complesi to give him enough space while also trying to defend the move. And that's two racers very much at their prime, Matteo Vigano and Lorenzo Complesi, both up from KZ2 over the years and have now moved their way up into the Premier category. But Simo Puhaka doing what he needed to do in the opening heat, and that will characterize the rest of his weekend if he can just get it working to the best possible frame of mind. But that's perfect from Simo Puhaka. He didn't need to push too hard in the end. Once he got that start, he was able to just control the pace of the race. KZ2 is going to be up next, and we'll get to see the pole position sitter Danilo Albanese out on circuit for the first time as he quests for victory in qualifying heat for drivers A versus E.
Today I went very well, and to be honest, we made the perfect lap. I was very confident for qualifying because the speed has been there since yesterday in the practice sessions. We have been consistently fast all the way, and therefore I believed we would achieve a good result. I would say I'm quite confident because, as I said before, we have always been fast compared to the new drivers in the class and with the established drivers in KZ2 as well. We can go very well here, so I am quite confident for tomorrow.
So the young man for Kart Republic, Danilo Albanese, going fastest of all in time qualifying yesterday. Very impressive lap it was indeed. So good to see him putting on the show in time qualifying. Half the field, of course, have not yet started a race. over the course of today. That is the Group A drivers in the qualifying heats. So by the time this race is over, although by the time this first heat for qualifying heat Group A is over, they will all have done at least one race, although the drivers in Group E will have actually competed in 2 races thus far this morning. So obviously the drivers are wanting to put in the best show they possibly can in the lead up to tomorrow's finals. There are only 36 places in the final tomorrow, so they all want to be there. Danilo Albanese on the front row of the starting grid alongside Simone Cunati. And those two are going to be very interesting rivals as they run around at the front end of the field. Giacomo Pollini lining up in 3rd place. And Daniel Stell on the 2nd row of the grid from Austria's Markus Funda. He lines up for the Birolart KSW squad. My apologies. Markus Funda is part of the Modena squad. And alongside is Filippo Berto with Marco Valenti and Andrea Dale running well on the 4th row of the starting grid. Marco Valenti, part of the CPB squad's lineup, and his teammate is along with him there in 9th position on the starting grid. Hubert Petit, alongside the Romanian talent Daniel Vasil, who drove a fairly solid race over the course of the previous heat. Francesco Comenducci on the 6th row is there alongside Luigi De Lorenzo. And then we have the Swedish talent Alexander Dahlberg lining up on row 7 alongside Luca Boschko. And then it is Lev Lomko, the French licensed driver, who lines up alongside Joey van Splunteren on the 8th row of the grid. And then it is Jan Pokos, who lines up alongside Justin van der Schaft in the CKR. Rodrigo Almeida, the young driver from Mozambique in his DR, will line up on the 10th row of the starting grid alongside Benjamin Tornqvist Persson on the Leclerc by Lennox machine. And then on the 11th row of the grid, it is the Italian for Maranello, and that is Nicola Rossini, who lines up alongside Hannah Lang, the British driver for MK Racing in her Formula K. And her teammate will get his first run on the weekend in the racing trim, and that is Oliver Gemmell, the fellow British driver. So 23 racers competing. What a difference 24 hours makes, I have to say, because yesterday, whilst it was hot, we suddenly got the most monumental surprise in the afternoon as the dark clouds descended, and in the space of about 35 seconds, we got hit by a monumental dust storm. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it, and it certainly characterized and changed the face of the race. It dropped the circuit temperature and the air temperature by a good 10 degrees. It was so ferocious for such a short period of time. But for those of you who have survived it here at the circuit, well done, and apologies now to the people at the restaurant, because I know you've got at least 2 or 3 parasols that now need replacing. It all took us by surprise yesterday. So it's a very interesting race scenario that we are greeted by today. It's just as it was in the early part of the week. Not a cloud in the sky, balmy blue breezy sky, 29 degrees air temperature at the moment according to our timing screens, which should mean we're in the high 40s for track temperature, and that's definitely going to be very exciting as the race continues to play out. Not an ounce of shade around the circuit either over the course of the day. Towards the end of qualifying yesterday, there was a little bit of shade covering the start-finish straight, which is why a few drivers were able to get some decent laps in towards the end of their qualifying runs. But it's not easy around a circuit like this. 2 minutes to go before the drivers head out for their final heat of the morning session. And 12 more laps around the circuit, of course. 15.624 kilometers in duration. Several of the drivers in KZ2 know this place very well of old. Some of them know it from a completely different form of racing altogether. They've done it in the lower categories. But it does present itself with a massive challenge for the drivers in this particular category, because there's not a massive amount of overtaking opportunities. You've really got to create those opportunities by being very gutsy and very determined. The elbows definitely need to come out on a circuit like this one. So the drivers will be very determined to make their mark. So with Danilo Albanese and Simone Cunati making it an all-Italian front row of the grid, and Daniel Stell, the fast-starting German who launched his way through to second in his earlier heat, he'll be wanting to try and break through the Italian triumvirate on the front end of the field. Albanese, Cunati and Polini all wanting to make their advantages count. 30 seconds till they are released from the pit lane. But there are so many talents in this field, and it really does give us plenty of exciting factors to talk about here in the KZ2 category. They all want to put on a bit of a show. They all want to entertain us royally, and it's very hard to know at this early phase of proceedings just how competitive and how exciting they're going to be. So it will be very exciting as they battle away for proceedings. Let's see what the drivers can do as they head out on circuit. 12 more laps of the course. And boy, is this going to be an interesting one, with Danilo Albanese and Simone Cunati leading them out, with Giacomo Polini and Daniel Stell on the second row, Marcus Funda and Filippo Berto on row 3 from Marco Valenti and Andrea Dale, then Hubert Petit and Daniel Vasil from Francesco Comanducci and Luigi De Lorenzo, Alexander Dahlberg and Luca Bosco from Lev Lomko and Joey van Spunteren, Jan Pokos and Justin van der Schaft, then Rodrigo Almeida and Benjamin Tornfist from Nicola Rossini, Hannah Lang and Oliver Gemmel. 12 laps of the Adria Karting Raceway. Not the easiest in a gearbox machine, but the drivers know after all of the testing they've done by now what to expect of the circuit. Blisters on the tyres can be very easy to find around here. You can see there on the picture a lot of marbles offline as well, so getting it wrong is costly on this circuit, but it is a very dynamic, exciting race circuit here in the heart of Veneto. Just an hour or so's drive away from the beautiful city of Venice. And a circuit that has been here and very much a part of the Italian motorsport culture since 2001. And it has hosted many great motorsport events, both of cars and karting. But it's karting that takes centre stage here this weekend in the FIA European Championships. With Danilo Albanese, there's a lot of expectation for the Kart Republic driver from pole position. I was talking with team boss Dino Chiesa yesterday, and he pointed out that there is probably a better chance of a strong performance in KZ2 than there is in the KZ category. So it's not as if they're pinning all their hopes on Danilo Albanese and his teammate Davide De Marco, but they certainly feel they've got a better chance of going for the victory in KZ2 than they have in the KZ category. What's the difference between the two? Minimum weight, essentially. There's 5 more kilos in KZ2 for a minimum weight. You can see drivers actually practicing their starts a little bit as they come off the turn. As long as they do it safely and without causing an impedance to anybody else or a danger to other drivers, they can do it. Danilo Albanese in the white and orange of the Kart Republic machine on the left-hand side of your screen on the front row. The Birolart run by Modena on the outside line for Simone Cunati. Then Polini, Stell, Funda, Berto, Valente, Dale, Petit and Vasil. Is this going to be a clean start straight away? It is! And it's another flyer from Stell, but it's a good start this time from Simone Cunati as they try and get through. And yet another false start for the man up front, at the back, sorry, Lev Lomko did not get a good start there. So he has ended up rejoining at the end of the field as Cunati manages to get back through on Daniel Stell. But Danilo Albanese is already away and clear as Giacomo Polini slots into 4th position. So a very difficult start to racecraft as the drivers knit their way through on this opening tour. But it's not a great start for Lev Lomko as he now finds himself at the back of the field. Well done to all the other drivers for avoiding him. But it's already a perfect start as far as Danilo Albanese is concerned. He's got the textbook getaway. Daniel Stell making an early launch, but then immediately being passed by Simone Cunati. And now falling into the clutches of Giacomo Polini is exactly what Danilo Albanese wanted up front. So Stell trying his best, but he runs wide and cuts back across on Polini. Oh, Daniel Stell running the gauntlet there around the outside, and he's trying to hang on to the position. He's made some good starts. There's not enough of a gap for the inside for Polini, but there is for Marcus Funda to defend from Filippo Berto. Berto coming back on the inside line, gets the place. Funda straight back on the undercut, but he tries to signal as up the inside comes Daniel Vasil, the Romanian, and round the outside comes Hubert Petit, the Sudicart driver for CPB Sport. So bold manoeuvres there from Petit and Vasil, and they have definitely made up some good ground at a very tricky part of the course to do so. Marco Valente and Alexander Dahlberg are in the mix there as well, with Luigi Di Lorenzo. There's some great overtakes from Petit and Vasil to split the two Birolart drivers, Berto and Funda. But yet again, Daniel Stell is having to move to cover off the attentions of Giacomo Polini, who then gets through. Oh, an investigation for Danilo Albanese. Danilo Albanese is under investigation. That's the race leader. So that is very dramatic in this third KZ2 heat of the weekend. Now, if Danilo Albanese is judged to have jumped the start, he's going to get a penalty, and that's going to hand a second victory of the weekend to Simone Cunati, unless Polini, Stell and Berto are able to catch up. But that is disastrous news for Danilo Albanese. The board on the main straight confirms it. He's under investigation. That is absolutely astonishing. Now, of course, no decision has been made, but if a decision is made against Danilo Albanese, all his hard work this weekend will essentially be undone in one mistake. Now, for an investigation to take place this early, it must be a jump start that he is being investigated for, because he hasn't done anything else essentially in this race. As up the inside comes Dahlberg. He gets the move on Marcus Funda now. So Alexander Dahlberg on the energy course, having made the switch for 2020, is making good moves. But Danilo Albanese is racing under fire essentially here, because now he knows, having seen the board as he goes through. Oh, now it seems as though we've lost a couple. Valente has had an incident there down the order, and Valente has tangled with Ben Tornfist. And it looks as though both men are out of it. There's Valente. Oh, he's suffering some discomfort with his arm there. So Marco Valente suffering some discomfort. And it looks as though Ben Tornfist has eventually got going again, but he'll have yellow flags. Well, I wonder if he'll actually bring it straight back into the pits after that. Yes, indeed he is. So Ben Tornfist is just returning straight to the pits. And it looks as though we've got another driver in difficulty as well, because Lev Lomko has finally pulled up. Oh no, sorry, Lev Lomko has continued, but Valente and Tornfist Pearson are both out of it. But Danilo Albanese is leading the race, as Vasil has got past Hubert Petit. Stell has got Filippo Berto tucked in behind him. But it looks to me as though Marco Valente is in some discomfort after his incident with Ben Tornfist. The officials are there, and I can tell you that he is being seen to the medical team at Marshall Post 5. So they are on the scene already, and they are going to make sure that Marco Valente is okay. But Danilo Albanese leads the race. However, he is under investigation, we think, for a jump start penalty. So we'll have to bring you up to speed in the afternoon session with the outcome of that. Even if he crosses the line in first, it's no guarantee he'll win the race. Daniel Stell trying to keep Filippo Berto at bay, and Berto trying every trick in the book to get past the German. No, you don't. Well defended from Daniel Stell. But he's going to get the undercut, but not the pace off the throttle, Filippo Berto. So he's going to have to try again. And still the battle rages between these two. Stell in fourth and Berto in fifth, as they continue to duke away around the circuit. Really exciting battles all the way through. Sensational racecraft. But it needs to keep on a pace, as Danilo Albanese gets another new fastest lap. He's trying to pull away and gain as much of an advantage over Simone Cunati as humanly possible, to try and counteract any penalty he might get. If he's under investigation, then obviously he wants to try and pull out as much of a gap as possible, but I don't think he's going to pull anywhere near enough of a gap to get a decent finish from this one. So it's going to be a tricky one as far as he's concerned. So Danilo Albanese leads the race, but obviously under investigation at the moment. Simone Cunati is there in second place from Giacomo Polini, then Daniel Stell, Filippo Berto, Daniel Vasil, Hubert Petit, Marcus Funda. Ninth is Andrea Dalle, 10th is Alexander Dahlberg. So with Albanese setting another new fastest lap, he pulls the gap up to 1.3 seconds. Stell is still moving to cover Filippo Berto, but Filippo Berto is now going to get his move surely up the inside. There's nothing Stell can do about that one. That was well executed from Filippo Berto. He gestures to the German, work with me, let's get away. But that's also code for, you've held me up long enough. Now you're going to sit there and you're going to watch how it's really done. So Filippo Berto running a good race there in P4. Jan Pokos has made another good move as well. He's got made the move up past Luigi Di Lorenzo. This is a good comeback drive from the Croatian. So Jan Pokos in the CRG working his magic to come back up through the field. After a difficult qualifying session yesterday, no doubt. Filippo Berto behind Giacomo Pellini. You can see that the Formula K chassis is a long way in front of Filippo Berto. And Daniel Vazil running a good race there. The Romanian in 6th position for the DR chassis. They've had all sorts of mechanical gremlins thus far this year, but boy is he doing a good job. This is a really stunning effort at this moment in time. So they continue in fine fettle, and they are still giving us plenty of entertainment and drama. So the battle will continue, but it's obviously going to be very close quarters racing as they continue around on their way. 3 laps to go, and Albanese in front of this man, Simone Cunati, who may be about to inherit a win. We don't know for certain what the outcome of Danilo Albanese's transgression is going to be, but we know for a fact that he is certainly under scrutiny. So it could be a very interesting battle as far as he is concerned. So the drivers continue on their way around. It will obviously be a very tough battle, and we know just how difficult it's going to be for all of the drivers. But Albanese might be about to get a whopping penalty. It doesn't sound much in the grand scheme of things, but when you've only got a handful of races to get yourself into the top 36, a penalty is not what you need, and it's certainly going to compromise his weekend if he gets one. There's Giacomo Pellini running in the top 3, exactly where he wants to be at this stage of the season. It's exactly how he likes things, and will obviously be wanting to give as much gusto to the situation as humanly possible. So the drivers continue on their way through. Never easy to see just how much hard work these drivers are going to put in. You obviously need to be very focused and very self-assured as to what the drivers are going to do. And Giacomo Pellini is settled into a nice rhythm here in 3rd place. And Funda has made the move on Petit as Pocos gets the move on Dahlberg in the 2nd sector. So some good moves in the middle of the race. But Danilo Albanese, controversial. He leads the race, but he's under investigation. Now, he must know, having seen the signal, that it's got to be something to do with the start, but he can't really do anything about it. He's just got to keep going and get as good a result as possible, keep pushing to the end, and hope that he doesn't lose too many places. For example, a 10-second penalty, if he were to get one, would drop him down to 10th position. But the FIA has all sorts of penalties they can hand out to somebody if they have a jump start penalty out of position. So it's obviously going to be a tricky one. Danilo Albanese will cross the line in 1st position, but will he be able to keep his victory? That is the big question. If not, then Simone Cunati in 2nd will inherit it from Giacomo Pellini, Filippo Berto and Daniel Stell. So an intriguing development in this KZ2 story, because it keeps having twists and turns through it. So a really exciting battle. But it's going to be an interesting one now, because obviously we need to figure out what the ramifications of this battle. So now it's going to be an interesting continuation. But for Danilo Albanese, he crosses the line first. Whether he'll be able to keep it or not as he gets the fastest lap on the final lap, we don't know. Simone Cunati 2nd over the line from Giacomo Pellini, and Filippo Berto from Daniel Stell and Daniel Vazil. Marcus Funda and Hubert Petit from Andrea Dale and Jan Pocos. Alexander Dahlberg and Luigi De Lorenzo from Francesco Comenducci and Joey Van Spunteren. Luca Bosco and Rodrigo Almeida. Nicola Rossini and Justin van der Schaaf from Hannah Lang, Lev Lomko and Oliver Gemmel. The 2 retirements are Marco Valenti and Benjamin Tornqvist. So a fascinating battle then in the KZ2 battle. But it's obviously a very controversial one, because if Danilo Albanese is going to be handed some kind of penalty for what is a current investigation, then it's going to completely change the face of this weekend. And particularly for Simone Cunati, it's going to give him an unbeaten run thus far. So we'll have to figure out what that means in terms of the ramification. We're about to go to our break, but obviously there are some highlights that we can still give you in terms of interesting factors, which we will give you a little bit later on in the day, of course. But we still have some great races later this afternoon. 2 more from the KZ2s after the lunch break, which kicks off at 1:55. Ends, I should say, at 1:55. And then we have the Academy Trophy drivers from the second KZ heat, and then 2 more KZ2 races, which will conclude our day of activity. 6 races down, I should say, and 7 races to go this afternoon. 12 laps for the KZ and KZ2 in their races, 8 laps for the Academy. And with 7 races to go this afternoon, there's definitely going to be some more great battles across the 3 categories. We will see how it transpires after our lunch break. We will return to the action at 13:50 local time, with the first race getting underway at 13:55.
hanging by a thread, hung up on all the words you said, breaking free from this conformity that you force on me. Everything I do is one big show. It's about damn time that I take control. Put me under a microscope and watch me take control. What's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. And and dear God, save my soul, 'cause it is flawed. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. Don't tell me that I need saving. Finally awake and living. The pressure inside was building. I felt under attack, and now my mind's attacked. And I've chosen my path. I've chosen my path. What's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. And and dear God, save my soul, 'cause it is flawed. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around.
changes.
Life. Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
To FIA Karting Academy Trophy and the KZ Championships. We're just looking back over some of the highlights from the previous race that happened just before the lunch break, the KZ2 qualifying heat for A versus E. Lev Lomko getting caught out at the start and having all sorts of problems. A fast start from Daniel Stell, but immediately counteracted by Simone Cunati, with Giacomo Pellini getting himself very much in the hunt and the battle for supremacy. It was always going to be a very exciting battle and a war of wits from the drivers out on circuit. They always wanted to give us plenty of entertainment and drama, and they're certainly giving us all sorts of excitement. But, of course, with the excitement comes drama, and the drivers obviously going to have a very long weekend at the office. And obviously there were some big moments. Daniel Stell trying to be very defensive on Giacomo Pellini as he battles away through the mid-pack. But the biggest drama, of course, from the heat was not actually something that happened in terms of the dual to wheel battles in the previous heat. It is obviously more inclined and more in line with the fact that Danilo Albanese, the man who won the race, was given an investigation. There was a slight discomfort for Marco Valente. He got caught up in an incident during the race. We don't have any news on his conditions other than that he was suffering from some slight discomfort after the incident he had with Ben Tornqvist. This battle with Daniel Stell and Filippo Boto, just one of the characteristic duels that we had on course. And it's been a very exciting battle all the way through the day thus far. Lots of exciting dramas. I can now tell you that the investigation has not actually been concluded in regards to the earlier heat for Danilo Albanese. So as it stands, he is currently still the first race winner. Simone Cunati taking the victory in the first heat of the day from Paolo Tonteri, Davide De Marco and Natalia Balbo in front of Jean Nomblo and Daniel Stell, with all the 23 drivers that started the race coming home to see the finish of it. Victor Gustafsson claiming the second race from Giuseppe Palomba, Tom Lullet, Alta Cabanel, Leonardo Marcellia and Senna van Waalstein, who pulled off some amazing overtakes in order to do so. There was an exclusion from that race, namely the CKR driver Michele Fontana, who had a problem post-race, but I'm not sure if that was a related issue or whether that is still to be confirmed. Danilo Albanese, you can see there, crossing the line in first place from his earlier heat, but it's not confirmed yet as to whether or not he will retain that position. So we will find out as soon as it's humanly possible, and we will give you an update. I've been contacted in the interim by Gilles Sarret, who's asked me, what is the difference between KZ and KZ2? Apart from the weight, is the engine different? Is the gear change different? What is the main differences between the two? Well, thank you very much indeed, Gilles, for that question. Essentially, both categories are homologated exactly the same way. They share the same specifications, except for chassis and brakes, which are an open quantity in KZ, but they both have 125cc direct coupled, two-stroke water-cooled mixed lubrication engines with a valve inlet in the piston skirt, a maximum diameter of the carburetor of 30 millimeters. There's a manual clutch, 6-speed sequential gearbox, hydraulic foot control for the front and rear brakes, and then obviously medium gum premium tires that are the Vega brand. It's a minimum weight of 170 kilos in KZ, 175 in KZ2, and that is, of course, with driver included. But the engines, chassis, bodywork, brakes, tires are all subject to the homologation system put in place by the FIA. And each year, the tyres and the fuel for each category, as well as the KZ and KZ2 carburetor, are chosen after a call for tenders. So that is essentially it. The only difference really in the categories is the 5 kilograms extra weight in KZ2 for the minimum weight. And obviously the chassis and brakes are open in KZ. So that gives you a little bit more insight into the differences between the two. Now let's get ourselves underway for the next heat of the day, and it is qualifying heat C versus D in the KZ2 category. Paolo Tonteri on pole position from Giuseppe Palomba, with Davide De Marco and Tom Lullet from Natalia Balbo and Otto Carbonell, Mattia Lemena and Senna Van Waalstein from Jean Nomblo and Michele Fontana, then David Trevelov and Samuel Luyet from Jesper Sjoberg and Gilles Stadsbader, from Giorgio Amati and Fabrizio Rosati, then Noam Abramczyk and Filippo Carigaris, then Enrico Benedotto, Cohen Dorn, Otto Ajaranta, Thomas Mischik and Lucas Vladic complete the grid. So the drivers are obviously going to be getting themselves up to speed again as they warm up the tyres and brakes to optimum temperature. They want to be up at the front end of the field as soon as is humanly possible. But it will be a very exciting run. And they obviously all know what's at stake. They will want to battle tooth and nail up at the front of the field. They obviously have to make sure that everything is working to its optimum specification. But it is going to be a really exciting run as the drivers now get themselves up to temperature. So the competitors are all very much dialing themselves in for the race. It'll be Paolo Tonteri at pole position from Giuseppe Palomba in second place. And then it will be De Marco, Lullet, Balbo. She's there in the third row of the grid. Natalia Balbo alongside Otto Carbonell. And then Mattia Lemena hoping for a better run than he had in the first race earlier today, from Senna Van Waalstein, Jean Nomblo and Michele Fontana to round out the top 10. The karts are in position. We'll wait for the green flag at the back of the field, and once they get that, we will go racing here again at Adria. Paolo Tonteri on the inside line, Giuseppe Palomba on the outside line as Vladic takes his place at the back. We're all in position, and now we're getting ourselves ready for the start of the afternoon heats. Who's going to get the jump from the grid? Let's find out here at Adria, and it is a cracking start alongside the front row man. It's going to be a long sweep around the outside from Palomba, but he can't outdrag Paolo Tonteri as they break forward and in through the first couple of corners. Already a very exciting run, but it looks as though the top 3 are a little bit changed because Tom Lullet has come through from 4th on the grid to 3rd, so a good start from him, and that's one of the Sodis coming through. That's Otto Carbonell yet again having a fast start. So already a very exciting run as the drivers work their way through. Oh, a little bit of contretemps there between Lullet and Carbonell, and that's opened the floodgates. Senna Van Waalstein has now broken through into 3rd position. Balbo's up to 5th, but here comes Carbonell for another run up into 3rd position past Van Waalstein, and now Natalia Balbo tucks in behind the Dutchman as they work their way through on the first lap. A little bit of nudging as they come through in the first lap. Drivers trying to get as much of an advantage off the line as they possibly can. Paolo Tonteri and Giuseppe Palomba out in front and trying to get up the inside. That is the Praga, I think, trying to come through. No, sorry, that is the Cosmic trying to make ground. That's Mattia Lemena, who is trying to push a little further forward up the inside. The sole Cosmic in the KZ2 field. In fact, oh, now that is one of the Tony karts. That is Gilles Stadsbader. Big damage. And Gilles Stadsbader, the new boy at Tony Kart in the KZ2 squad, is out of the race already. And that is disastrous for the talented Belgian. He's really not had the luck over the course of the season thus far. Up the inside. Nice move from Tom Lullet as he gets past Davide De Marco. And so too does Jean Nomblo. So Jean Nomblo in the Sodi kart gets through as well. But out in front it is Paolo Tonteri from Giuseppe Palomba. No problem at all for those two. Otto Carbonell is 3rd from Senna Van Waalstein and Natalia Balbo. Then it's Tom Lullet, Jean Nomblo, Davide De Marco and David Trevelov. And then Mattia Lemena in 10th place from Sam Luyet, Fabrizio Rosati, Michele Fontana and Lucas Vladic. So the drivers going through the field fairly quickly. An amazing start from Lucas Vladic. He's come up 9 places in the first 2 laps, but then I gather there have been some issues going on behind him. And a little bit of argy-bargy in the field as drivers are trying to use this opportunity to try and improve their stock in the race and to try and make as much progress as they physically can. But it's not easy at this point in proceedings. They obviously have to try and make the best use of the opportunities given to them. And that is never easy. So they come through at the end of lap 3, and it's Paolo Tonteri in front of Giuseppe Palomba. Those two have broken clear at the front of the pack. No major disasters occurring for these drivers in the early phase of the weekend. Tonterri has a win in his pocket. Palomba has a top 3 in his pocket as the air temperature is now as high as 30 degrees Celsius here at Adria, and it's only going to get hotter as the day rolls on. So this is going to be an exceptional run for the competitors. This will be a really exciting battle for the drivers as they continue to charge their way around the circuit. Now, there's a bit of a battle going on between Arthur Carbonell and Senna van Waalstein, 3rd and 4th place, as they duel for position. And Natalia Balbo is right there in 5th position. She has a chance of cracking into the top 4. She's already got a 4th place finish from earlier on, of course, as Paavo Tonterri now has Giuseppe Palomba bearing down on him. So Tonterri and Palomba are stretching out an advantage at the head of the pack at this moment in time. So they will continue to work their magic as the battle continues to intensify. Tonterri has Palomba right underneath him. Palomba with the fastest lap. Tonterri protecting by keeping the kart in the middle of the circuit at the moment. He's not going to allow a cheap overtake from Palomba if he can help it. So he's just keeping the kart nice and sturdy, not pushing it too hard. He's protecting the inside line, which he has every right to do, of course, being the leader of the race. But he obviously needs to make sure that Palomba also doesn't have any major opportunities to overtake. So we've lost Gilles Stadsbader from the race. He is now a retirement. And a rather unfortunate occurrence for the Belgian with his kart well and truly damaged and off the circuit up at turn 7. So that's where he has brought his race to a standstill. Tonterri still protecting that inside line, the SC Performance driver from Finland. He really wants to protect his line. He's not going to give away anything he doesn't have to. Palomba, another new fastest lap, and again Tonterri just protecting the inside line. He's not going to have this one stolen away from him at any time soon. So Paavo Tonterri doing a grand job here in front of Giuseppe Palomba with Carbonell, Van Waalstein, Balbo, Nomblo, Luyet and Davide De Marco. So still lots of good battles in this early phase of the race, but they can't afford to push too hard too soon. So there they come down the straight once again. But this is... Oh, that's one of the Birolats that stopped out on the circuit. Now that's Giorgio Amati. So Giorgio Amati for the Renda Motorsport team. Now where has he pulled off? He's actually up at the top. There's several drivers there. That's the 326 involved. That's David Trevelov. Oh, what a disaster for the German. David Trevelov, he's going to get going again, but that is not the way he wanted to continue his race weekend. He's one of the stars of this category, and certainly towards the tail end of last year, he pulled off some very precise maneuvers at Lonato for the World Championships, and certainly was very strong on his home circuit at Wackersdorf at the beginning of last year's European campaign. So that's definitely going to hamper his chances over the weekend. 7 laps done, 5 to go. And this is all about the Finnish driver, Paavo Tonterri, trying not to lose his cool while under pressure from the Italian stallion, Giuseppe Palomba, running well in 2nd place. Arthur Carbonell still having a good run in 3rd place aboard his Sodi kart with his teammate in the mix there as well. And that, of course, is Senna van Waalstein. Or I should say teammate. It's actually more colleague is the best way to put it, because they are both on Sodis, but they're not actually in the same team. They are in associate teams, as it were. Oh, that's a nice move from Jean Nomblo. He's made the move on Natalia Balbo, and that puts her down into 6th position. But Natalia still running in the top 6. As long as she keeps here for the entirety of the weekend, she's got a really strong chance of qualifying well on the grid for tomorrow's final. She just needs to keep herself competitive. It's such a good run as well from Natalia Balbo, considering she hasn't raced since September last year. And that is absolutely astonishing that she is still right back on the pace and up in the top 6. I spoke to her about it yesterday during practice and said, is everything going okay? She went, yes, but we want more speed. I think any racing driver would tell you the same thing. We just want more speed. So Paavo Tonterri still hanging it out in front of Palomba, really protecting the inside line. And that is Michele Fontana yet again in trouble. Excluded from the first race, and now a spin off the circuit. Now, where's that happened? Is that up at... I think Michele Fontana may have dropped it up at turn 7 and got going again. So all sorts of flotsam and jetsam around the circuit now, as Paavo Tonterri and Giuseppe Palomba are still having this duel up front. 3 laps to go in this heat, which obviously leads to tomorrow's finals. And there is the 350 of Arthur Carbonell running in a very solid third position. Tonteri is still solidly protecting this advantage over Giuseppe Palomba. But you do get the impression that it's a question of when Palomba's going to attack rather than if. He's getting quite frustrated. Oh, and that's another spin. That's Cohen Dawn. So Cohen Dawn, the Dutch privateer, has gone off. And again, that is up at turn 2 on this occasion. So Cohen Dawn has managed to get going. But you can see now desperation starting to creep in for drivers as they try to make overtaking moves that would not normally be up. Oh, Palomba seems to have fallen back now from Paavo Tonteri. Looks to me as though Palomba's made a big mistake on the second sector of the last lap. Driving error, and that has genuinely robbed him of any chance he might have had of going after the victory there from Paavo Tonteri, because the gap has opened up to 0.6 of a second. And that's a big lunge on Van Walsteen as Jean Nomblo gets up into 4th place, passing his teammate. And Senna Van Walsteen is not happy about it. A little subtle shake of the head there. That didn't escape this commentator's attention. I wonder if there might be some civil war going on a little bit later down in the paddock. Because Jean Nomblo making a very cheeky move on his teammate there, Senna Van Walsteen. Natalia Balbo's there in 6th place, closing up on him now. She finished behind him in the earlier heat. She's got a chance to overtake him going into the final lap here. So Natalia Balbo is going to give it one final crack at Senna Van Walsteen, but that mistake on the previous lap from Giuseppe Palomba in the second sector really has cost him a chance at victory, as Paavo Tonteri is looking to make it another thrilling performance. He couldn't quite beat Simone Cunati in the earlier race, but certainly in this one, he has made the race come to him. So Paavo Tonteri looks as though he's going to fend off from a Birolart on this occasion rather than let one overtake him. And Paavo Tonteri is going to take his first win of the weekend after finishing 2nd earlier on. Now he's going to get a race victory in his pocket. Paavo Tonteri takes the checkered flag and wins it in front of Giuseppe Palomba and Arthur Carbonell. Nomblo, Van Walsteen and Natalia Balbo in the top 6 from Tom Lullet, and then it is Davide De Marco from Sam Luyet and Fabrizio Rosati. A lot more drama in that race than you ever thought was going to be based on this morning's heats. It was all fairly tame and humdrum, but drivers are starting to get on with it now and really starting to bid for some big overtakes. And with that comes not every move working. And as a result, a few more flotsam and jetsam around the circuit. But Paavo Tonteri rides the storm. And after 12 laps, the Finn takes victory. So Paavo Tonteri of Finland in front of Giuseppe Palomba and Arthur Carbonell, from Jean Nomblo and Senna Van Walsteen, Natalia Balbo and Tom Lullet, then Davide De Marco, Sam Luyet and Fabrizio Rosati from Mattia Lemena, Enrico Benedotto and Arto Ajaranta. The Finn is in 13th place, behind his teammate, of course, Filippo Kalegaris and Jesper Sjoberg from Noam Abramczyk, Thomas Mischik, Michele Fontana and Lucas Vladic. With the retirements, Cohen Dawn, David Trevelov, Giorgio Amati, and on the very first lap, we lost the Belgian Gilles Stadsbader, who crashed out on turn 7 of the very first lap. So certainly some big drama around the circuit on this particular heat, and I think a few drivers will probably be shaking their heads in dismay as to how it's all come around on this one. But certainly some very exciting and close battles amongst the drivers in KZ2. This is, of course, the lower tier of the gearbox competitors, but they're all on their way to the major KZ championship. Some of them, of course, find that it's easier for them to race in KZ2. The only difference, as we mentioned at the start of the race, between the two categories is the difference in minimum weight, and then obviously the brakes and chassis are open homologation in the KZ category. That's the real difference between the two categories. A massive thank you to Gilles Serret for asking that question. If you do have any questions or any shouts of support that you want to give to drivers, well, you can reach me on my social media feeds, Jake Sanson Official or Jake Sanson, depending on which of the social networks you use, be it Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Happy to share on any thoughts and messages or any questions you may have. No problem at all. Now, we've got some highlights, obviously, from that last race, and there were quite a few of them, considering how tame it was in the early part of the morning, but there are a few moments we definitely want to have a look back on. I want to review the start again, because Paavo Tonteri timed his start to perfection. And I'll be honest in stating that when I looked out the window at first glance to watch the start, from my commentary box position here. I thought for a moment that Paavo Tonteri might have jumped the gun, but he didn't. He absolutely nailed it to perfection. And it was fascinating to watch the Finn launch away. He did a fantastic job of it. So it's going to be interesting to see when we look back over best bits of the races. We obviously want to be keeping an eye on the moments as they happen. Let's have a look back. This is how Tonteri nails the start. This is why I was a little bit tentative about the start. You can just about notice that Tonteri absolutely nails the throttle bang on, but he manages to do it a split second before everybody else. And that's why Palomba, trying to carry as much speed as he can round the outside, Tonteri's being a little bit defensive already to hold that inside line, but it's enough to ensure that there's no opportunity to come through. And that was absolutely textbook from Paavo Tonteri. Really well nailed as he came through the first couple of corners. But this is where it gets really tight and it starts to compress in the middle of the field. You can never be sure exactly what way it's going to go either, because you've got so many competitors driving on the limit of where they can blend the car. And obviously, you've got to be very, very sensible in this first lap as well. You can't afford to get into too many mishaps. There's one or two starting in the field. You can even see it there. And partway round this lap, we're going to see Gio Stadsparda get spat out. This is Tom Lulet getting his move on the inside of the Kart Republic of Davide De Marco, and he's bounced off the curb to make that happen. Now, this is the cheeky overtaking move mid-race. This is Jean Nomblo on Senna Van Waalstein, and this is when the three CPB Sport drivers are all basically in the line. And look, he's come from a long way back here. That's probably why Van Waalstein feels a little bit hard done by. He came a long way back, launched in, and essentially made the move stick. But a fascinating battle, and he gave a little shake of the head as that all unfolded. But it all means that Paavo Tonteri and Giuseppe Palomba, first and second, are still having the amazing route they had at the front. But Giuseppe Palomba lost a lot of time he didn't need to lose. So Paavo Tonteri taking a comfortable victory out in front. Giuseppe Palomba and Artur Carbonell, who had a quiet race in third position, but managed to fend off from the rest of the field. And there is poor Gio Stadsparda having brought his kart back in, but the Belgian not having the greatest of debuts in the KZ2 category for the Tony Kart Factory team. He's had an awful lot of bad luck so far this weekend, and it seems to have continued going into the first race of the afternoon session, his second race of the day. So the battle is very exciting from the KZ2 point of view. So we're going to have an interesting battle for the drivers in front of us, but we can talk you through the action this morning if you're only just joining us, or if you need a refresher from what's happened over the course of the day thus far. Simone Cunati opened his account with a victory at the very first point of the day in front of Paavo Tonteri, with Davide De Marco in third ahead of Natalia Balbo and Jean Nomblo, with Daniel Stell completing the top six. No major incidents in that race, everybody managing to come home and cross the finish line. Victor Gustafsson then got the win in front of Giuseppe Palomba by 0.7 of a second in front of Tom Lulet and Artur Carbonell. Leonardo Marcellia and Senna Van Waalstein in the top six on that occasion. Just the one exclusion, namely Michele Fontana, who was excluded for an incident which we think is actually slightly separate to what we saw earlier on. There's no official confirmation of the qualifying heat A versus E, although we do know that Danilo Albanese was under investigation from the start of the race. We think potentially for a jump start, but he was declared the winner over the line, unofficially, of course. Simone Cunati in second from Giacomo Pellini and Filippo Berto from Daniel Stell and Daniel Vazil. And then, of course, the race we've just had in KZ2, Paavo Tonteri, Giuseppe Palomba from Artur Carbonell, the fastest lap going to Jean Nomblo from Senna Van Waalstein and Natalia Balbo. Lots of retirements, though. Cohen Dorn, David Trevelov, Giorgio Amati and Gilles Stadsparda. So, as we mentioned, this is the phase in the weekend when drivers realise that, you know, they've banked a finish and now they really need to put in such a fabulous performance. And therefore, they're going to try and be a little bit braver with their overtakes. And this is the thing. They can't afford to wait around. They have to just dive it up the inside and make the brilliant maneuvers. They basically just have to slice on the inside line. And a few of the choice maneuvers that they've tried to make have definitely not been so easy to pull off. And of course, drivers like to make sure that those overtaking moves can't happen by shutting the door, turning across and making sure there's no way through. And that's where the dramas tend to intensify. We've also had some racing, of course, from the FIA Karting Academy Trophy this morning. 2 heats from them. And we're going to have more races from KZ later. Well, just one more race, I should say, because their 3rd heat is actually tomorrow morning. But that is where the masters of their craft are up at the front end of the field. So now we come to KZ2 qualifying heat A versus B, and that's going to bring Danilo Albanese back into the race once again as he goes from pole position by virtue of the fact that he grabbed the fastest time in qualifying yesterday. Victor Gustafsson, the Swedish driver, will line up alongside him on the front row of the starting grid. Giacomo Pallini and Leonardo Marcellia will be on the second row from Marcus Funda and Jean Luyet. All very exciting stuff and very fascinating. If you want to ask some questions or if you have a certain cheer or a rooting message of support for a particular driver, you can reach me on my social media feed. It is Jake Sanson Official or Jake Sanson, depending on which social media feed you use. And I'm looking at all 3 of them over the course of the day. So anybody who wants to chip in, they certainly can do. If you're watching along via the YouTube stream as well, all you have to do is hit the like and subscribe buttons and the notification bell, and you'll never miss a moment of the FIA Karting calendar season. Plus, you'll also be given a little bonus treat, which is that you'll also get some of the archive races that certainly during lockdown we've been able to unlock from the archive and upload once again to see some of the stars of the past battling and dueling away for European and World Championship honours across both the direct drive and gearbox categories. So Danilo Albanese will take up residence, as I mentioned before, on the front row of the starting grid, along with Victor Gustafsson, who will line up alongside 2 drivers that have taken a victory across the line thus far. Whether or not Albanese will keep his win from earlier or not remains to be seen. And then we have the second row, which will see the 2 Italians, Giacomo Pallini and Leonardo Marcellia, on the second row. Row 3 will see Marcus Funda for the Modena squad, with his Birolart chassis. The Austrian will line up in 5th place, and then beside will be Jean Luyet of the CRG, and that is, of course, for the DEL Motorsport team. The 2 Luyet racers will be there together. In the field, they're actually not together on the grid for this one because they've obviously had an interesting battle in their earlier heat, but they will not meet again until they end up in the same final as each other, if, of course, that is what will occur, because only the top 36 drivers from the aggregates of the heats will progress through to the final. On the 4th row of the grid, it is Marco Valenti, the Italian, who lines up beside Ukraine's Vyacheslav Putyatin in the Sodi Kart for the CPB Sport team. His teammate Hubert Petit will line up in 9th position on the starting grid on the inside of row 5, and alongside him will be the Croatian star Christian Habulin for the TB Kart team. On the 6th row, it will be Italy's Francesco Comanducci, the very fast privateer, as he lines up alongside the Birolart KSW driver Valentino Fritsch, the German, who is there on the 6th row. Then for Sweden, it is Alexander Dahlberg alongside his countryman Brandon Nilsson, Energy Course and CRG respectfully. Lev Lomko will line up 15th on the starting grid, hoping for a better start than he got from his earlier race when he failed to get away until the rest of the field had already left the grid. Leonardo Bisotto, the Formula K driver, will be there on the 8th row of the starting grid alongside him. Jan Pokos, the Croatian, who had a horrific qualifying session by his high standards, has been trying to fight his way back from the depths of the grid, and certainly did a good job of that in his first heat earlier on. He lines up on the 9th row of the grid alongside another man who is fighting back very quickly indeed, or at least trying to, the Tony Kart star Alessio Piccini, who is way down in 18th on the grid. Rodrigo Almeida, the young man from Mozambique, is flying the flag for not only his country but also the entire continent of Africa this weekend, as he lines up 19th alongside the German star Robert Kinderwarter. On the 11th row of the grid, it is Nicola Rossini. The Italian star lines up alongside Isaac Sjokvist, the Swedish driver for Energy Course. And then rounding out the grid, it is a pair of British drivers, Oliver Gemmell and Greg Catton, who are there together in their Formula K and Ricardo chassis, respectfully. So Oliver Gemmell on the inside of the 12th row in 23rd on the grid, and Greg Catton will be there 24th position on the starting grid. 12 more laps will go on the board. 15.624 kilometers of racing action around the Adria circuit. Very intense, very close quarters, and obviously always very, very thrilling for the drivers in KZ Gearbox Racing. It is where many of the top drivers in the world have come from, and where many more will continue to originate. Here they come out on circuit once again. It's Danilo Albanese and Victor Gustafsson from Giacomo Polini and Leonardo Marsiglia, Marcus Funda and Jean Luyet from Marco Valente and Vyacheslav Putyatin, then Hubert Petit and Christian Habulin, Francesco Comanducci and Valentino Fritsch, Alexander Dahlberg and Brandon Nilsson from Lev Lomko and Leonardo Bizotto, Jan Pokos and Alessio Pacini, Rodrigo Almeida and Robert Kinderwarter from Nicola Rossini and Isaac Sjokvist, and then the two British drivers at the back, Oliver Gemmell and Greg Caton. So as the competitors work their way around the circuit, they obviously have just the one formation lap to warm up the tyres and brakes and obviously bring everything up to temperature. It has to be at the optimum performance, otherwise you're going to have a very tough race. And this is a circuit where tyre life is absolutely critical because you've got so many parts of the circuit where excess marbles fly off the compound of the tyre. Blistering can be a big premium around this place. And certainly with the air temperatures well and above 30 degrees Celsius, that means the track temperature is going to be in the low 50s. That's degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit, so very high indeed for the drivers as they are obviously trying to battle for supremacy. But it's never easy to know who's going to have the best of it as the competitors make their way around the circuit. The timing screen says 30 degrees Celsius air temperature. I think that's a little white lie. I think it might be even hotter than that. Based on what we've seen over the course of the week thus far. So the competitors are getting their way around the circuit one more. And as they bring themselves up into their positions, it is Danilo Albanese on the inside line for Kart Republic and Victor Gustafsson for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing Team, backed, of course, by Ferrari Formula 1 driver Charles Leclerc on that chassis. On the left-hand side, it's Danilo Albanese. On the right-hand side, it's Victor Gustafsson. They both have a win each over the line. But whether or not they're going to beat their rival on this occasion is up to them to decide. Green flag flies at the back of the grid. Standing start as always. Who's going to launch away first? Let's find out here at Adria. And it's a cracking start off the grid for the 315 of Danilo Albanese. He gets the perfect launch into the first corner as the carts sweep through. And so it's going to be a fascinating duel as they come through turn 2. Is everybody going to get through without incident? They're all just about trying to stay out of harm's way. And as they break through to turn 3, the left-hander to complete the first sector, it's as they were from Danilo Albanese and Victor Gustafsson. Giacomo Polini running well in third. And Leonardo Marsiglia has slotted himself nicely into fourth place. It's Jean Luyet who's made the move. He's up in a fifth place past Marcus Funda. And as the rest of the field continues on their way, there are no major catastrophes or dramas from the competitors in qualifying heat A versus B. So still the duels continue around the circuit. They obviously want to get the most out of these heats. And of course, as it is always in the FIA Karting European Championships, you score points in the heats for the intermediate classification of qualifying based on where you finish. So it's 0 points for a race victory, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. As a move from Marsiglia, he tries to go for Polini, and Jean Luyet tries to cut in up the inside. What I was going to finish by saying is that it's essentially a golf scorecard in the qualifying heats. Whoever has the lowest amount of points across the heat races is the one that gets the victory from the qualification, and who then starts pole position for the final. But this is going to be an absolutely immense battle. Oh, and up on 2 wheels comes the 310 of Jean Luyet as he tangles there briefly with Marsiglia. But that has unsettled Polini. So Polini has now dropped back into 5th position in front of Marcus Funda. So 2 wheels in the air for Jean Luyet. But he just about manages to get away with that one as the 2 leaders have got well and truly clear. Albanese leading comfortably in front of Victor Gustafsson. So it is obviously going to be a very exciting run, but it is a really wonderful battle for the competitors as they continue to charge forward. Polini still hanging on. Oh, and a spin, that's Albanese! That is the leader, Danilo Albanese! What has happened? It looks as though mechanical failure might have come in for the Kart Republic. I wonder if the engine's seized. But Danilo Albanese is out, and that is absolutely catastrophic for his weekend. There's the possibility that he may even lose the first race due to an investigation, but at turn 5, Danilo Albanese is out. the race leader. That is absolutely heartbreaking. And it doesn't look like there's anything he's done wrong there at all. Victor Gustafsson takes over the lead of the race, having pulled out a decent gap. And I was just watching to see if there was any gesture of gesticulation from Danilo Albanese to see if he might have felt he was hard done by, but no, he's just dejected. It doesn't look like there's been anyone at fault for that one. It's just mechanical failure that's put Danilo Albanese out of what was an almost certain victory. And that is devastating for the Kart Republic superstar. So now Victor Gustafsson, the Swede, picks up the mantle of the lead of the race from Leonardo Marcellia. And we've got a great battle for third. Giacomo Pellini has got back in front of Marcus Funda, with Jean Louillet now falling into the clutches of the Croatian star Christian Habulin. And Habulin wants to make his move through. There he is in the green and black TV kart. So can Christian Habulin make the move on the inside? Yes, he does. Brilliant overtake from Christian Habulin. Oh, and goodness me, that was a rodeo battle from Dahlberg. Dahlberg cutting over the curbs and losing ground in the end to Hubert Petit, and possibly as well to Brandon Nielsen as he tries to cut through and round the outside. How about that? That's another bold move from a CPB Sport driver as Vyacheslav Putyati tries to come through. Goodness me, 2 for the price of 1 from Jan Pokos. Jan Pokos dives through and picks off a couple of men in one fell swoop. How about that for determination? Jan Pokos, absolutely sensational. That is a very hard overtake to pull off as well. When you're in the heat of the moment, you see the gap, but you've still got to slow the kart down. And Jan Pokos absolutely launches a move on the inside. I think that is definitely the definition of licking the stamp and send it, as a certain Australian racing driver would say. But Victor Gustafsson holds the order in front of Leonardo Marcellia and Giacomo Pellini, with Marcus Funda now in front of Christian Habulin. And then Jean Louillet running in 6th position. Here comes the chasing pack. And there is an absolute squabble in that midfield now as drivers are trying to cut their way up the order. There is the 334. That's Marco Valenti. So he was involved in the incident earlier on and had some discomfort to his arm. So I'm assuming he's perfectly okay because he's pushing in the top 10 and doing a grand job. So he must have had a little bit of a bash, but nothing more to it. And he's trying to close up on his teammate Vyacheslav Putyati, but he's going to lose out to Hubert Petit first. So Hubert Petit cuts through in front of Marco Valenti. Valenti trying to come around the outside and get a switchback maneuver, but he's going to have to be careful because behind him is Alexander Dahlberg. And the Swedish driver could have challenge from his countryman Brandon Nielsen before long, with Alessio Piccini having climbed up to 12th and Jan Pokos. Oh, contact! Those 2 drivers were going sideways there. Jan Pokos, and I think he was dueling with Alessio Piccini. So Piccini and Pokos tangled together on lap 8. Now that's definitely one to watch out for again later. We'll review that. But certainly it looked to me as though Piccini and Pokos just got a little too close together, and that's easily done at this stage of the weekend when drivers are trying to get a decent result, especially if they've seen somebody like Danilo Albanese coming off the circuit with mechanical problems. They know there's a chance of a decent result in the offing as, it's getting close between Jean Louillet and Vladislav Putyartin. Putyartin is really trying to get a move done here, but Vyacheslav Putyartin still needs to do it the right way on Jean Louillet. But the DEL CRG is going very well there for the Swiss ace. So it's obviously going to be a close quarters race battle in KZ2. All the way to the death, and drivers are obviously trying to ride the crest of momentum and try and build up a little bit more speed as they go through. But this is going to be such a tough ask for the competitors as they run together. Gustafsson, Marcellia, Pellini, Funda, Habulin, Louillet, and here is the battle. Louillet defending very valiantly indeed there from Vyacheslav Putyartin. The Ukrainian trying to work his magic to come up into 6th position, but Louillet is not giving him any assistance in the matter at all. So as the CPB driver gets frustrated sat behind the CRG, he's trying to work his magic, but the DEL Motorsport man is just keeping it nice and tidy. And he holds all the advantages here because he's able to pitch the kart where he needs to place it. Doesn't have to push too hard. Just keeping it nice and firm and steady. So Gustafsson leads the way here from Leonardo Marsiglia and Giacomo Pellini. Marcus Funda fastest of all in the second sector, but Giacomo Pellini fastest lap of the race, the first to duck under 48 seconds in the heat. Look at Luye just parking the kart on the inside apex, and Vyacheslav Petyatin is doing his best to try and come around the outside, but there's absolutely no room to do that. So frustration for the CPB Sodi kart, but for Jean Luyet, this is exactly how you do defend a position in this manner. So he's not exactly taking any prisoners, but he's also not doing it in a dirty fashion. He's running a brilliant race. 3 laps to go becomes 2 laps to go for Victor Gustafsson. And it looks as though it's going to be 2 wins in a row, but he certainly wouldn't have expected as easy a race victory as this one. He would have been pushing Danilo Albanese all the way. What it does mean, though, is that the pole sitter from yesterday is almost certainly now going to struggle, if not manage in the slightest to start pole position for the final tomorrow. A DNF, you just can't afford them in the qualifying heats because it really does compromise your weekend. And any chance that Danilo Albanese might have had to charge his way to a dominant victory in the heats is now well and truly done with. But this man is going to make it 2 wins out of 2, and that's a very nice surprise if you're Victor Gustafsson. He struggled in the practice sessions yesterday, but eventually managed to come up with a fairly competitive lap time, enough to go second fastest of all, and for a long time he was the fastest of all. But now he's got a chance here as he comes into the final lap of his second heat of the weekend. He now has a bold opportunity to really make this race come alive for him. And so Victor Gustafsson with a genuine opportunity now to close out his bid for pole position with another victory. And this is definitely a bit of a fairy tale that is developing here as the competitors are now starting to get into their rhythm for the weekend, and Gustafsson has never had to break his. Out of the final turn, and Victor Gustafsson picks up another victory. That's the easiest win he'll ever get at Adria. It's a great result. Leonardo Marsiglia and Giacomo Pellini are in the top 3, with Marcus Funda in 4th place, and Christian Habulin is in 5th position from Jean Luyet and Vyacheslav Petyatin, with Hubert Petit, Marco Valenti and Alexander Dahlberg in the top 10. Well, for Victor Gustafsson, that really is absolutely perfection as far as his weekend results are concerned. When your rivals are starting to struggle and fall by the wayside, as long as you can keep fairly fast and static at the front end, you're doing okay. And Victor Gustafsson not only wins, but sets the fastest lap in the last lap. Leonardo Marsiglia and Giacomo Pellini from Marcus Funda and Christian Habulin. Jean Luyet and Vyacheslav Petyatin from Hubert Petit, Marco Valenti and Alex Dahlberg in the top 10. Leonardo Bisotto and Brandon Nilsson from Valentino Fritsch and Alessio Piccini. Robert Kindervarter and Lev Lomko. Then Rodrigo Almeida and Jan Pocos from Nicola Bossini, Francesco Comanducci, Isaac Sjonkvist, Greg Caton and Oliver Gemmel. But dramatically, the one retirement from the race is the most dramatic. Danilo Albanese, the pole sitter, now well and truly out of action in that heat. There he is walking away, but it's a much bigger story than it looks there, because that is the man who was pole position in time qualifying, who won the earlier heat out in front and was leading at the time. But it looks to me as though whether it's an engine seizure or something else breaking on the kart but has thrown him into a spin, it's a big, big moment in the weekend, and it's disastrous for Danilo Albanese. Wow. There are some highlights definitely to come from this one, but there's going to be some very interesting positions that the drivers will pick up over the course of the day. Gustafsson picking up and inheriting a decent win in front of Marsiglia and Pellini, Marcus Funda and Christian Habulin. So let's go through the highlights from a very significant heat over the course of the weekend. This is a tough one to watch back again if you're a Kart Republic fan, but certainly a significant one in terms of the championship. Look, Albanese launching off the line perfectly well. No problems at all there as he got the lead into the first corner. And the rest of the drivers just knitting their way through on the first lap. It's always a very frenetic part of the race, the first lap, especially in the midfield, because you're desperately trying to pick up a place or two whilst also not losing a lot of momentum and keeping ground with your opponents. So it was always going to be a very tough one for the competitors out front. But so far, so good. And that first lap, we saw a couple of bold overtaking moves attempted and not quite being able to be completed. But it certainly gives us plenty to talk about. But the big moment, of course, came on lap 3. And that's when the race really started to get going. I think we had Jean Louillet midway round lap 2 as well, trying to make a maneuver and ended up with 2 wheels up in the air. So this is it coming, I think. Yes, Jean Louillet is tucked in behind the 312 of Marcellia. They get up the inside of Polini, and then he goes for 2 in 1. But that's the big moment. Danilo Albanese looks like an engine seizure to me. But whatever the reason for it, he knows as he looks up at the sky, he can't quite believe it. And he knows that that's any chance of victory this weekend in the final severely compromised. DNFs are so costly. Now here's Christian Habulin making his bid on the inside of Jean Louillet. We didn't see that move, actually. We really should have done. But watch this one. A big, bold lunge from around the outside from Vyacheslav Putyartin. He's clearly taken his cue from Senna van Waalstein. Clearly that move does work around the outside, so I'm going to try it. But there were some very exciting maneuvers from the drivers as they continue to run through. But Gustafsson picking up a very critical victory from his point of view. He certainly needed a decent result, and he got one. Hubert Petit moving up in the middle of the race along with his teammate Marco Valenti. But it was all about this man, Victor Gustafsson. He just essentially was handed a victory. I mean, he would have won had he got the opportunity to battle with Danilo Albanese and then pulled off a clean overtake. It's not like it's a lucky victory, but it was always going to be a tough one for him to win, that is for sure, because Albanese has been very fast all weekend long. So to be handed the victory, it's not the way any racing driver wants to win a race, because they want to grab it with both hands and fight for it deservedly. But any opportunities to take a win will improve your stock heading into the finals. So the drivers will still take it when the opportunity comes their way. And it's a very big opportunity for Victor Gustafsson. So a brilliant performance and a great run. But Gustafsson taking a valuable victory in this KZ2 weekend. We will now turn our attentions to the FIA Karting Academy Trophy when they come out onto the circuit very shortly indeed. It's going to be very interesting to see what they have to say for themselves when the Karting Academy Trophy comes back out on circuit.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So the battle is going to be intense again in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, and we're going to see 2 drivers going head-to-head on the front row of the starting grid for this one. It will be Jonathan Weiwot of Denmark and Maxime Ferron-Castellen of Luxembourg. 2 drivers that have met a few times in the past in various different disciplines of karting, but certainly never before in the Karting Academy Trophy, as they are going to have a very intense run, the 2 drivers. Jonathan Weiwot getting a very solid victory in his first race of the weekend earlier on. And Maxime Ferron-Castellen battling with some big determination and sheer grit in his earlier heat as well. You've got to remember that these guys are aged between 11 and 14, and they are hand-selected by their respective motorsport associations in their national karting categories to be selected to represent their country on the international stage. And of course, that means that you are going up against all of the other very highly rated and talented drivers from your home country. So to even be selected for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy is already a young driver's first major victory on the world stage. To even be selected is a massive honour. As much as I love the direct drive and gearbox categories, It's tough to pick a favourite, but if I did have one, it probably would be the Karting Academy, because the trophy is just an amazing opportunity with all of the karts being identical. Exprit chassis, Vortex engines and Vega tyres. Every driver has just one mechanic at their disposal, and they have absolutely no experience of driving the kart until they get here. There's no testing of these machines allowed. They certainly can't have a test day in the Academy Trophy. They essentially turn up with their race overalls, which are handed to them by the championship, of course, as well. And then their first time running the kart on this circuit is Thursday afternoon. That's the first time they get a taste of these karts, and it makes it an incredibly fair and even and open competition, with these youngsters all getting the same treatment and the same opportunity afforded them. But it's amazing. It really has delivered some incredible talent over the years, and it's nice to think that the competitors in this category are going the same way as those drivers as they climb up the ladder of motorsport. Some of them who have come through here have obviously continued onto the world of car racing at various disciplines, right up to and including Formula One on the cases of Esteban Ocon, George Russell and Charles Leclerc. But many of the drivers have come through the FIA Karting Academy Trophy to go up to the higher echelons of the sport as well, to the OK category, to KZ and KZ2 gearbox, even to Superkart in a couple of occasions as well. So it really is an opportunity to breed the talent and see drivers make their way up the echelons of the sport as they continue to climb forward with plenty of opportunity for great racecraft. So Jonathan Waywat and Maxime Ferrand Castellen, the Dane and the Luxembourger, on the front row of the grid, as we mentioned. On the second row, it is Matteo Capieto, the Frenchman, alongside Belgium's Tom Breiken. Bart Pikatowski, the Polish driver, will line up on the third row alongside Josep Planken, the Estonian. And then it is Italy's Matteo De Palo, racing on home soil here, of course, at Adria, alongside Georgios Kafantaris, the very talented Greek racer. Jaden Tien, the Dutchman, lines up on the fifth row of the grid in ninth place, alongside the Spaniard Santiago Valve. And then Zachary David, the very impressive Filipino, runs on 11th on the starting grid, alongside the young man from Great Britain, Theo Mercouris, who made up more places than any other driver in the field in his first heat of the weekend earlier on. Emil Gjerdrum, the Norwegian, is starting 13th on the grid for this one from row 7, alongside the spectacular Romanian driver Darius Babiawana. And then on the 8th row of the grid, it is Thomas Veilentas, the Lithuanian, who is carrying the torch for the country after last year's champion Kaios Sixnelis won the crown. And alongside Thomas Veilentas is the Slovakian star Mati Koenig, who is there on the 8th row of the grid in 16th place. So drivers continue to battle against the elements around this course, and in this championship it is so closely competitive in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. You really do have to be something special to race at the sharp end, and if you are even in the top 5 at this point in proceedings, you are doing such an incredible job, and it really does showcase the magnificent performances from the drivers. We have some good luck messages, which is great to see, as obviously the fans are watching along. Stylianos Patrisis, who is himself a former driver in the FIA Karting Academy, says good luck to his countryman, Georgios Kafantaris, and very pleased to have drivers from the past who are obviously watching their fellow countrymen take on the category. It's nice to see that they have got some fans back home watching along. Also, a nice message along from Harry Friel, who is watching along, to say good luck to Theo Mercouris, and hoping that he's going to have a really exciting battle. It's great to see how the competitors have been going, but it's obviously a very closely competitive field. If you do want to get a message sent or a question asked, do please send them directly to me. I'll be happy to take them. Jake Sanson Official or Jake Sanson, depending on which social media network you are joined on board with. That was not the most well-constructed sentence. I'll try juggling my worms again, and hopefully it'll make more sense next time. But yes, if you want to ask a question, do please ask me a question via the social media feeds, and I'll be more than happy to do so. If you're watching along via the live stream at home as well, wherever you are in the world, all you have to do is hit the like button, the subscribe button, and of course the notification bell on the FIA Karting YouTube channel, and you will never miss a moment of the most thrilling and frenetic gearbox karting in the world. And of course, next week we are back at Sarno, at the foot of Mount Vesuvius herself, as we battle away in the OK categories once again in both junior and senior. So that's obviously going to be just as entertaining and exciting as what we have cooking up here in Adria. This wonderful circuit, which has seen motor racing every year since 2001 when the circuit first opened. And it is in its 20th year of motorsport. And what brilliant race action we've been able to provide them with here in the FIA Karting European Championships. But it's the FIA Karting Academy Trophy that heads out on circuit for the third time today, and their third heat. There's the pole setup. Jonathan Waywat from Denmark, alongside Maxim van Kastelein of Luxembourg. Then Matteo Capieto and Tom Braken from Bart Piketowski and Jusuf Planken. Then it is Matteo De Palo and Georgios Kafantaris from Jaden Tien and Santiago Valde. Zachary David and Theo Mercouris, Emil Gudrum and Darius Babayawana. And then Thomas Violentas and Matti Koenig. So it's going to be a really exciting battle as the drivers contest this third race. But it will be a tough one. They obviously want to put on a bit of an interesting show now, as Waywat and Ferdinand Kastelein now have a race under their belt in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy in 2020. Obviously, in Maxim Ferdinand Kastelein's case, he has a full season underneath him, because some drivers are allowed to contest a second year in the category depending on their age. And Maxim Ferdinand Kastelein, who was selected by Luxembourg for the second successive year, and so he has a year of racing underneath him. So let's see if he's able to use that to go head-to-head with the Dane Jonathan Waywat as they come out of the final turn. First of all, are we going to see a clean start? That's the main question, and the big answer to that is, oh yes! Good start from Waywat as he again moves across to cut past. Oh, and there's a little bit of an incident through the first corner. Two karts going straight off, a third one to join. But that got very messy very quickly, as two or three drivers ending up having to take avoiding action and rejoining down to the back of the field. So we'll have to pick up on that a little bit later, but it's very frenetic at the front as Waywat, Capieto and Ferdinand Kastelein are still battling away. It was Georgios Kafantaris, Matteo De Palo and Jaden Tien that went off on the first corner. They've all managed to get going again, but it's definitely held them all at bay now as Maxim van Kastelein tries again to take on Matteo Capieto. But the Frenchman is keeping it nice and tidy as he follows in behind Jonathan Waywat. What's happened to Maxim van Kastelein? He's struggling. And through comes Tom Braken. So Tom Braken gets through. And it looked to me as though Maxim van Kastelein having a bit of an issue there. That's really dropped them off the back of the leading two. So Matteo Capieto doing exactly what he needs to as we go three wide further back for second place. For fifth position, that is, as they battle away. Whoops-a-daisy, that's not gone well as Piketowski, Valde and David get very close together. So Zach David trying to push his way up the order. And more overtakes coming in. That's Theo Mercouris trying to get up the inside of Bart Piketowski. What a race weekend he's having now. He started in very lackluster performances by his perspective. Now he's coming back, and there is the 510 cutting through. Zach David gets back on terms with Santiago Valve. Meanwhile, Theo Mercouris is dueling with Bart Piketowski, having crept up from 12th to 8th already. And this is a great comeback drive from the Brit, who would be the first to admit he was having a nightmare up until today, but he is now making big progress every single race. So up the inside, is this for the lead from Capieto? Yes, it is. He gets past Jonathan Waywat, and there's Maxim van Kastelein, still battling away with Tom Braken, and he's got through. So the Luxembourger through, the Frenchman through. Hopping over the curbs, Capieto and Waywat, but Matteo Capieto, the man who competed in his first European Championship event last year at Angeville and stunned the entire paddock in the OK Junior field with a pole position on his debut. Now he's representing France in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy as he runs there with Jonathan Waywat. So the Danish driver has already got one win under his pocket. A second place would not be a bad result. If he can get a complete clean sweep, then obviously that would be preferable, but he certainly shouldn't risk anything silly at the possibility of it. Oh, a bit of a mistake out of the final turn from Santiago Valve, and that could leave him vulnerable to attack from Zach David. So Zach David is going to try and make the lunge up the inside, and I think he's already made the move, in fact. But the two leaders, Capieto and Waywat, are now being caught big style by Maxim van Kastelein, who sets the fastest lap. This is what the Luxembourger is good at. He doesn't have the best starts to races, but he certainly knows how to fight his way back in time to become a big threat as Waywat gets up the inside of Capieto. Ferdinand Kastelein trying to get himself in there as well. Can't quite keep it together. But as they continue to charge forward, Capieto is there in second. He has another look at Waywat. Waywat's going to come straight back on the switch and gets back through on the Frenchman. Brilliant race reactions there from Jonathan Waywat. He knew he was going to lose the lead, but he knew how to take it straight back again. And now Tom Braken, the Belgian, is in the mix as well as 4 drivers battle for the victory here at Adria. Maxime Castellan on the inside of Capieto. He gets through. Braken's going to keep his foot planted. He's going to try and get through past the Frenchman, and he makes it. Great racing. Absolutely terrific from the 3 drivers trying to catch up to Jonathan Waywat. Fernand Castellan now second. Braken is third. Capieto down to 4th. And Zach David is now up to 5th place. The Filipino has got Santiago Valverde, Theo Makuris, and Bart Piketowski giving chase. Some great fight backs here at Adria. And it's really good to see these guys putting in a bit of a show as they continue to tussle for victory. The top 4 still glued together. We've got an amazing battle for 5th place as we've got Valverde, Makuris, and David now scrapping for 5th place. So Santiago Valverde up into 5th place. Look in the background and you'll be able to see it. There they go. We've got Valverde, Makuris, David, and Piketowski all getting very close together in their battle for 5th. And this is for the lead. Maxime Fernand Castellan gets through on Jonathan Waywat. And the Luxembourger hits the front for the first time this weekend. And a very strong maneuver it was. Now he's got to try and keep it at bay because John Waywat, Tom Braken, and Maceo Capieto are all going to want to try and get back on him as soon as is humanly possible. It's going to need to be about staunch defense now from the Luxembourger. As up the inside comes Waywat. He doesn't wait around. He's going to make the bold lunge, and he gets there. The young man from Denmark is now into the lead once again. But here comes Fernand Castellan, back for more, and he gets into the inside line, and now Braken going to try and get alongside Waywat, and Capieto launches on the inside of Braken to get up into 3rd place. Now we've got 2 laps to go, and this is easily the best race we've had so far in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy 2020. Fernand Castellan now has Waywat back on the inside, trying to get through. Well covered by Fernand Castellan. He shuts the door. And Capieto and Braken are closing up again in 3rd and 4th. They come through turn 3. Up and over the top of the curbs at 4 into 5. This is all going to be about wisdom. Who's going to have the smartest shoulders to keep these karts in the straight and narrow? Who's going to make the bold lunge? Who's going to have the conviction to get the kart stopped? And who's going to have the peace of mind to read the situation wildly but valiantly for a place up front? Here's the move. Capieto on the inside of Waywat. And he gets through into 2nd place. So Maceo Capieto from France has got past the Danish talent. And Tom Braken, the Belgian, is now looking for it. But Maxime Fernand Castellan has got a lead. He's made the overtaking move at exactly the right moment. And the Luxembourger is pulling out in front. But can Capieto, Waywat, and Braken sort out their differences for 2nd place cleanly? Maxime Fernand Castellan is launching away up in the lead of the race. He was a good 0.4 of a second quicker than any of the 3 men behind. So he just needs to keep on banging in good sectors, and he is faster than all 3. The Luxembourger has been superb in this one, but there could still be one final roll of the die from the drivers behind. Capieto still holds 2nd from Waywat and Braken, but one of them could still get a move or 2. As they come into the final couple of corners, though, I don't think it's possible. Maxime Fernand Castellan has been the man to really take advantage in this race. The Luxembourger comes through. Maxime Fernand Castellan wins in Adria, and he's delighted with that one. They don't often tend to show much emotion for race victories in the heats because it's not massive points that you score for wins in the heats. But somebody is very happy indeed. Maxime Fernand Castellan, very relieved to get that victory. He even waves to the marshals on the way round. He's a lovely young chap, Maxime Fernand Castellan. And that's a victory he can be very proud of here in Adria. He really fought for that one. But he didn't make it look easy in the slightest. He really had to get his elbows out and grab those moves. Good job. Maxime Fernand Castellan gets the victory in front of Maceo Capieto and Jonathan Waywat. Tom Braken is 4th in front of Santiago Valverde. Theo Makuris fights up to 6th place. What a drive. Bart Piketowski in front of Matteo De Palo. Then Zachary David and Jaden Tian from Darius Babiawana and Josep Planken. 13th is Georgios Kafantaris. And then it is Mati Konik, Emil Gerdrum, and Thomas Velentas that finishes off the race. But what a superb performance. Oh, that's ended up being a little bit chaotic on the way into the pits. That was a little bit Vettel and Hamilton at Baku as they came back into the pits there, the 2 drivers. And they're having a nice little discussion about it. I think that's Matteo De Palo having a bit of a discussion there with Bart Piketowski as they came into the pits. Banging wheels on the way into the pits is never really a good sign. And I think Matteo De Palo is still a little bit nose out of joint in regards to something that must have happened during the race between him and Bart Piketowski. But that's not the best way to make your presence felt. Unfortunately, these are youngsters, they are teenagers, and they are in the heat of the moment, so the adrenaline is still pumping. And for some drivers, obviously the blood runs very hot when you're at the wheel of a racing kart. But it's a victory for Maxime von Castellin, the Luxembourger, that is for sure. This conversation's still going on. I'd put masks on if you're going to have that conversation, boys. Well, let's have a look at some of the replays from that heat, because there were some very big moments indeed from our youngsters in the Karting Academy Trophy. Right from the start, in fact, it was all kicking off. Well, this is the final lap that we're watching. This is the duel that we saw between the likes of Capieto, Waywat and Braken. By this point, obviously, Ferdinand Castellin had managed to get well clear. But we saw some choice manoeuvres in the race. There are a few drivers worth mentioning after the run. Two drivers that have charged through the field together, Santiago Valve and Theo Makuris, who yet again has made up more places from his starting position than any other driver in the field. But it's obviously been a very exciting run up until this point as the competitors continue to put on a show. But we've had some great duels and some great battle. So a good run from Maxime von Castellin and a deserved victory. He really worked hard for that one. But that's the incident that took out three drivers at the start. We saw a few problems there for Jaden Tian, Matteo De Palo and Georgios Kafantaris. A little further on into the first lap, we're obviously starting to get the big moves now as Jonathan Waywat's trying to defend from Matteo Capieto and Maxime von Castellin. At this point, you might not have thought that von Castellin would have the fastest kart out there. And certainly in the first couple of corners, that's where he made the mistake, look. He made the mistake on the curb and ended up losing a massive amount of time. So how he managed to get himself back into a race-winning position is actually quite an impressive feat from the Luxembourger, considering how much time he initially lost. There's some moves on the opening laps. Theo Makuris getting himself right into the mix there, battling away with Bart Piketowski, who would end up making all sorts of friends during that race. But some really good performances. Capieto was actually really strong to watch in this one. He pulled off some good overtaking moves, but also some good moves in defense as well. So it's been a really tough run for a lot of the competitors out there. But they've been very, very strong. Now, this is the move up on the inside from Waywat to get back on terms with Capieto. And again, look, Ferdinand Castellin feels he's got the opportunity and the momentum to get through. But he had to be patient in order to make these moves work. It was never easy for him to get these overtaking moves done. He found he actually had to be quite conservative at times and let the battle come to him. That's when he was actually able to make the overtaking moves work. This is his first big move. This is on Capieto. Once you've got that overtaking move done, you really do know you've got a good chance. And this is the move that won him the race, essentially, on Jonathan Waywat, who has been, for one lap pace, the class act of the field. So here he comes on the inside. But it's a nice maneuver. It's a good momentum that he's been able to pull. And even at this phase of the race, you know, you've still got the likes of Waywat, Braken and Capieto lining up to try and take the move back. This could have been easily a maneuver lost because Waywat has got back through on this maneuver. But watch Ferdinand Castellin. He's not phased. He's not going to get crowded out. He makes the move back again, but moves very quickly to cover back for Waywat. And that's how he's able to hold on to the position. So some really solid drives from the youngsters in the Karting Academy Trophy. And a really, really good performance from the teenagers. There is another race to come from them, but before we get on to that, we managed to catch up with a member of the paddock this year who we might see a few times, not just because his son is racing and raced last year, but also because he takes a massive passion and pride in the sport of karting and in motorsport safety in general. He is the two-time Le Mans winner, and multiple Formula One race competitor, Alexander Wirtz. We caught up with him over the day yesterday.
I love karting. You know, you see the young kids in the mini category. They're living the dream, which obviously we were lucky. I was lucky enough to fulfill a professional career. And you come back to the roots and your heart is happy and your mind is excited. And to see the FIA Academy unfolding so successful over so many years. I had Charlie last year in the academy, I have Oscar this year in the academy. And the organization is fantastic, the fights are great, to bring the national champions together. I'm very excited for my kids and my family to be here. Yeah, safety is paramount. We are in a period of time where we need to be safe, to be socially accepted. It's not like in the post-World War where heroes were, it was okay and justified that someone dies. So society has moved on and racing moved on. We had, of course, the very decisive moments of Ayrton Senna and Roland Ratzenberger. And this safety emotion has also continued into the karting. And karting is quite different to racing safety because obviously you're in a small chassis without seatbelt and roll bar. And I'm lucky enough to be involved in some of the research commissions of the FIA and the CRK. And it's very reassuring to know that they really put a large effort into safety for the karting, for the kids, for the seniors, for the shifters, for all of the categories. And I have to say now as a parent, I'm nervous. You know, it's by nature so. But knowing that in the entire industry the amount of things happening is so little that we have really a good step, but no one stops. You know, everyone keeps pushing to make the sport safer and more sustainable. Well, karting is the breeding ground for young talent. You know, you need to start young, you need to have the competition, so your mindset is getting used to the routine as a professional race driver. And karting is on an extremely high level, so if you are waking up, you're a bit tired, you don't do your warm-up exercises, the first session out there, bang, 2 tenths down to the best guys, that is a lesson for you. To take every day serious, every session serious, you know, to listen what the race director says, what your team boss says. And this is karting. You learn it in a young age, similar to a language or any other game. The younger you start, the more you drive, the better you will be.
Always pleased to hear from one of the former members of the karting community as a driver. It's been quite a while since Alexander Wirtz came through the FIA karting paddock, but now he's back in it again, courtesy of both Charlie and Oscar. Oscar is about to head out on circuit from third on the grid, in fact, representing his country, Austria, from the second row of the grid. But there's two powerhouses in front of him that he'll be focusing on very astutely to the first corner. It will be a very tough battle, that is for sure. And it's going to be the pole sitter from qualifying yesterday, Keanu Alajari, that takes up his position on pole position once more. And alongside him, the Jamaican boy wonder that is turning everybody's attention at the moment, Alex Powell. It's going to be interesting to see which of these two drivers from the front of the field is going to have the best edge. Oscar Wirtz is third on the grid from Eron Roshepi, the Swiss. And then we have Conor Zilic, the young man from the United States of America, fifth on the starting grid. Alongside him is the Swedish talent Albin Sturesen. And then from Japan, a long way to come for the major drawers of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, but we've seen some very successful drivers from Asia over the years. But from Japan on this occasion, it is Shu Dozono, and the Japanese driver will line up alongside Adam Kowalski, the racer from the Czech Republic, on row 4. On the fifth row of the grid to round out the top 10, it is going to be the Peruvian driver Rafael Modanese, and he will be there on the inside of the fifth row alongside the Israeli Ariel Elkin, who rounds out the top 10. On the 11th position of the starting grid, row 6, it is the Chilean star Christian Pastrian, who lines up alongside Alexei Yaleva, and the Finnish driver will be 12th on the starting grid. On row 7, it's the German and the Slovenian. On the inside row, the German driver Gianni Andrezani. And then on the outside line, it is Mai Sadar of Slovenia in his second season in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And then on row 8, it is Kalian Vabitsaliev, the Bulgarian, who lines up in 15th position on the grid alongside the Danish talent Freya Norman. And she is there 16th on the starting grid. 32 drivers competing this weekend in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Obviously, we would have liked very much to have more drivers visiting, but sadly, the difficulties with the current world climate and situation prevents us from having more drivers. But it's definitely a very exciting weekend that we are having here, and it's great to see so many incredible talents from around the world of motorsport, and the young talents that are hopefully going to be continuing to make headlines here in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy paddock, and certainly in future classes as well, with plenty of gusto and determination. They're sure to be putting in some valiant efforts whenever they get a chance to. But Keanu Al-Azhari versus Alex Powell is definitely going to be an interesting one, because the young man from the United Arab Emirates versus the young man from Jamaica, two nations that are not the most known for their motorsport, or certainly not traditionally, but are becoming better known for it. Certainly in Keanu Al-Azhari's case, the young man from Dubai, who's been one of the stars of the race circuit over there, and is now really making waves on the international scene. And I know that everybody at the EMSO is watching with a lot of pride and a lot of great, well, the only word really to describe that is massive pride at watching Keanu Al-Azhari do such a fantastic job from his current position in the Karting Academy Trophy. And of course, in the Caribbean, it's not a part of the world that is most notoriety for motorsport, but certainly thanks to the likes of Zane Maloney in a couple of years ago, in this very paddock, who was a very competitive driver in FIA Karting. He's now passed the baton over to his Jamaican counterpart, Alex Powell, who has come straight in his first weekend of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy and been absolutely astonishing. Oscar Wirtz, third position on the grid, the Austrian. So it's going to be a very interesting run for him on the inside line. And he's got a really solid race coming up for him, because obviously he's got plenty of experience to take into this weekend in his native Austria. And he's certainly got the hang of OK Junior in the European Championship very well. Made his debut there in Zuera 2 weeks ago, and he'll be racing at Sarno a week from now. But it'll be interesting to see what happens when he lines up alongside the Swiss ace Eran Reshepi, another driver who for this year, essentially it's his first major tilt at the competition in the FIA Karting paddock. He has never really been at this level before, but selected for Switzerland. He felt, well, if I'm going to be selected for my country, I should try and get as much knowledge and experience of racing as humanly possible, and was able to put in a really strong effort through the raft of driving. So lots of people sending in messages as well from the Facebook live stream. We're obviously broadcasting from various different mediums. Carlos Roberto Chevalier asking, which kart chassis do they use in the Academy Racing? And is it the same chassis for all drivers? It certainly is. They all use the Xspirit chassis with Vortex engines and Vega tyres. It is a one-make formula, essentially, for karting. Everybody has exactly the same tools and equipment, and they only have one mechanic each as well. So they certainly can't bring in a massive team to help them in the same way that they might do in other competitions. It's literally just one driver, one mechanic, one kart, and one set of regulations. That's it. You can't really do anything on the big, on the grand stage. And it's not just the racing that they do here in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. They also do various programs as well. Obviously, for the 2020 season, a lot of those are virtual programs because, of course, it's easier for drivers to watch along with video seminars rather than all be in the same place due to the current COVID-19 protocols and regulations. But it is fantastic. They learn about safety, they learn about health, they learn about true competitive spirit and sportsmanship. And it really does mold these youngsters into fantastic racing drivers. It's got an amazing reputation, this category, of honing the skills of some amazing drivers that have come through over the years, including Charles Leclerc, Marty Garcia, Marin Kramers, Juho Valtonen, Ben Barnicoat, Johan Darawala, Esteban Ocon, George Russell, and the late, great Antoine Hubert, to name just a few of the drivers that have come through the FIA Karting Academy Trophy over the years. So it really is the pinnacle of international karting for these young men and women. For a lot of them, this is the first time they will have ever stepped out of their domestic competition and comes straight up to the front end of the field. And it's wonderful to see just the amazing competitive spirit and nature of these young drivers. Jim Zilic is watching along to see how Conor Zilic is going to go out on the circuit. And obviously plenty of people are watching to see how this top-level competition plays out, especially in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. You never really know what's going to happen out on the circuit, but these guys are willing to give it absolutely everything throughout the weekend, and they will push when every opportunity comes their way. So the drivers get the signal at the end of the pit lane. They will now head out onto the circuit, and it's going to be Keanu Al-Azhari, the man who starts from pole position after time qualifying as the fastest driver, and he will head out on circuit. 31 degrees air temperature. It's getting hotter here at Adria. Keanu Al-Azhari on pole position from Alex Powell, Oscar Wirtz and Aaron Roscepi. Then Conor Zilic and Albin Sturesen from Schudezono and Adam Kowalski. Rafael Modanese and Ariel Elkin. Christian Pastrian and Alexei Yaleva. Gianni Andrazani and Mai Sadar from Kalyan Vabitsaliev and Freya Norman. So as the drivers go around the Zuera circuit on their one and only formation lap, the task is fairly simple. Warm up the tyres and brakes, no excessive weaving. But they are allowed, of course, to make sure that the brakes and tyres are to their optimum temperature, as long as they don't go a little bit too far over the apron. But I have to say, to be fair, the driving standards within the Karting Academy Trophy so far this year, and we've only been operational for 3 days, is very, very high. It's good to see that the competitive spirit and nature of the drivers is actually very strong. So the competitors come through the final few corners of the lap. Ready for the start. Keanu Al-Azhari, the Emirati, on the inside line. Alex Powell of Jamaica on the outside line. And then Oscar Wirtz, Aaron Roscepi from Zilic, Sturesen, Dozono, Kowalski, Modanese, Elkin, Pastrian, Yaleva, Andrazani, Sadar, Vabitsaliev and Norman. And it looks like it's going to be a clean start. No, it's not. Not quite. False start straight off the bat. So obviously they will have to go around again with the air temperature climbing all the time. I mentioned it was 31 degrees Celsius, which means it'll be in the low 50s for track temperature. These drivers really are learning about competitive motorsport at the world stage the hard way, because obviously they know that these karts are obviously going to be running at a decent speed and temperature, but the hotter it gets, the hotter the water in the radiator gets to cool the engine, and it means it's going to be very tough. And you can see the massive chunks of rubber coming off the top surface of the tyres as well. And some of that is flicked up from previous categories, but some of that will be coming from the karts themselves. As Nigel Edwards, the race director, just make sure that the drivers are there in position. They're obviously going in their best positions they possibly can. They need to filter out and make sure they are ready for the start of proceedings. So they come out of the final turn now. And it's Keanu Al-Azhari, Alex Powell, Oscar Wirtz and Aaron Roscepi. Are we going to get a clean start this time? Yes, we do. And we're racing to the first corner. Al-Azhari gets a good one. Powell storms through round the outside. Cuts back in for the inside break. Is he going to be able to come through to the lead of the race? They go through the first couple of corners. And it's a very clean start. Al-Azhari holds the advantage from Alex Powell for the moment. And as they break through up towards turn 5, this is where we could see a move or two early doors. A couple of drivers just protecting the inside line to avert the crisis of an overtaking move from an opponent. So they're just getting themselves nicely and neatly sorted out in this first lap of the race. They obviously need to make sure that they're A-OK as they come through. Alex Powell just trying to get close again to Keanu Al-Azhari, whilst also not losing too much ground to the Swiss driver, Aaron Roscepi, who now runs in 3rd place. Just a whisker in front of Oscar Wirtz, who is in 4th. So through the final turn and on to the main straight. Keanu Al-Azhari leads the way from Powell, Roscepi, Wirtz, Zilic, Dozono, Kowalski, Pastrian, Modanese and Elkin. And up the inside comes Alex Powell with assistance from Aaron Roscepi. Al-Azhari tries to hold it round the outside to at least avert the threat of losing 2nd place. But what a move from Roscepi, who gets back on terms straight away and gets in a 2nd position. This is a good run from Powell, and into 3rd position Al-Azhari, protecting and defending from Conor Zilic, the American. Diving up the inside, that's Shudezono, the Japanese driver, getting into 5th place as well. And here comes Zilic on the inside of Al-Azhari. Into 3rd place comes Conor Zilic. So a good bold run as he gets up into the third position he's been chasing for on this lap. Shudazono trying to protect his... Oscar Wirtz protects from Adam Kowalski, the young Czech Republic racer. So this is already getting pretty fast and frenetic as Alex Powell of Jamaica leads the race from Adam Reshepi. Third is Conor Zilic from Keanu Alajari and Shudazono. Then Wirtz, Kowalski, Pastrian, Elkin, Modenese, Yaleva. Studison, Vabitsaliev, Sadar and Razani, fourth heat of the weekend. Swiss driver may not be able to run in second place for long. He defends from the American. He doesn't want to lose ground, but he also doesn't want to lose track position. He wants to be the man who gets the first crack at Alex Powell, and he's trying to encourage Conor Zilic to go with him. Zilic is trying to think about an overtaking move. He clearly feels, well, you're dropping off the back of Alex Powell. Make the move, or I'll make it for you. And as they come up to the inside line, he tries to get the bid on the back of Alex Powell and ends up nudging the back bumper, I think. Zilic gets through into second place as a result. So Zilic comes through. Oscar Wirtz gets the fastest lap of the race in sixth behind Shudazono. But Shudazono is now going to close up on Keanu Alajari as Conor Zilic, the American, now runs in second place from Aaron Reshepi and Keanu Alajari, with Shudazono of Japan trying to come through into fourth position, and Oscar Wirtz is in the mix there in P6. Here's the move for the lead as Conor Zilic gets past Alex Powell. Conor Zilic hits the front. So for the United States of America, he comes into the lead of the race now. And this is going to be a tough battle because Alex Powell will not want to lose this lead for long. 4 laps down and 4 to go. This could get spicy very quickly indeed. So Powell tucks in behind Conor Zilic. Aaron Reshepi, the Swiss, is still there in the top 3. Still with a great chance to go for a victory. They hop over the curbs. They've got to be careful there. Track limits do apply, so they've got to make sure that they are within them. As Gianni Andrezzani makes a move to get up into 12th place past Christian Pastrian, and then also a move up the order from Ariel Elkin, I think. No, sorry, it comes from Rafael Modenese. He gets past Ariel Elkin. So the Peruvian up into 8th position, and that's a bold lunge from Keanu Alajari, who gets through on Aaron Reshepi. Reshepi comes straight back at him on the undercut, but Alajari is going to have the move on the inside line for the left flick before the final turn, and that's enough to put the Emirati back into 3rd place. Now Shudazono, the Japanese driver, wants to have a look at it, but he's also got Oscar Wirtz in behind for a great charge. Can they make a move or two? Well, it's a bit of stalemate as Wirtz tries to assist Zono to get up the inside of Reshepi, but Reshepi's already got machinations on Alajari. He gets through into 3rd position, and now Shudazono's trying to get through on Keanu Alajari. He gets through. The Japanese driver's into 4th place. Wirtz and Kowalski are trying to make their own bids. Alajari up the inside of both Zono and Wirtz. Now Zono gets back on the inside of Keanu Alajari. They nudge wheels, but it's enough, and Zono gets through. Now Wirtz is going to have to try and get the switch back on Keanu Alajari. He keeps his foot planted, and the Emirati stays in tow, and now Wirtz has got Kowalski on the inside. They drift wide, and somehow they get away with that. Goodness me, 3 wide in the apex of the final sector of the corner. That was so tight, but I think now Wirtz is going to get his move on Keanu Alajari. He does get through into 5th position. The Austrian's there, and now Kowalski's going to try and get past as well. What a duel, what a scrap this is turning into now. As drivers are making overtaking moves left, right and centre, their confidence levels are sky high, so now they really want to go for it. And there is going to be a few drivers upset at the way this battle continues, because 1 or 2 of them are not going to find so much luck out of it. Big bold lunges at the inside. That's the move from the 550 of Ariel Elkin. He gets through and makes the place, as does Alexei Yaleva, at the expense of Albin Studison and Adam Kowalski. Kowalski down to 10th, Studison down to 12th, but this is the big lunge between 4th place Shudazono and 3rd place Aaron Reshepi. In fact, Shudazono, the Japanese driver's got through into 3rd as they go into the last lap. Reshepi takes back P3, but can Shudazono find a move back on the inside? Not if Reshepi's got anything to say about it. The Swiss driver maintains 3rd position, and Shudazono, the Japanese driver, finds himself still in 4th. He's still going for it. Reshepi is still defending. Dazono's going to try and make the switchback move. Keep his foot fully planted as he tries to get into 3rd place with Oscar Wirtz right in behind him now as well. The Swiss, the Japanese and the Austrian. Reshepi defending valiantly. Dazono boxed in behind is Oscar Wirtz now. But out in front, Conor Zilic, the American, has been absolutely exemplary He comes through the final couple of corners in front of Alex Powell, and Connor Zilic takes a victory in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. He can be delighted with that one. Alex Powell in a brilliant second. Aaron Reshepi is just third in front of Shudazono and Oscar Wirtz. Wow. Racing now as the drivers are starting to make some bold maneuvers. They all want to get a decent overtake or two completed. And obviously that was a critical time in the weekend, their last race of the day. They'll have 2 more heats tomorrow, of course. But that was obviously an opportunity knocking there for Connor Zilic, and the American star takes full advantage. Both hands on the wheel, grabbing the win with style and determination. Connor Zilic wins from Alex Powell. Aaron Reshepi is third in front of Shudazono and Oscar Wirtz. Keanu Alajari fights valiantly to 6th in front of Rafael Modanese and Ariel Elkin. Alexei Yaleva is 9th in front of Gianni Andrezani. Then Albin Sturesen and Adam Kowalski outside the top 10 from Kalian Vabatsaliev, Mai Sadar, Christian Pastrian and Freya Norman. All of them finish, and all of them under 10 seconds apart. Some absolutely feisty racing from the competitors in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Not everybody getting a good race of it, but certainly an exciting one guaranteed. And we really did see some exemplary performances from the competitors in the field there, as they all wanted to get a decent overtaking move. Now the drivers debrief and hope that they're still on speaking terms with their buddies at the end of it all. So the drivers obviously very much hard work and determined after what's going on. Now we've got a couple of drivers obviously wanting a conversation or two at the end of it all. But the Academy Trophy drivers, they obviously have to be finishing off. Let's have a look at some of the moments that made that race so special. They're going to have those conversations a little bit later, Raphael. You've got to follow your kart into the holding area. Well, obviously the mood and the emotions are starting to rise. Now let's have a look at this start, because you've got a beautiful gap from Keanu Alajari. I thought for a moment Power was going to switch tack from the outside line to cut back in for the inside. But they managed to stay out of harm's way and up through to that second corner. Alajari controlling a good line through the first couple of corners. And well done to the drivers on that first lap. Again, using the old adage that you can't win the race on the first lap, but you can definitely lose it, and therefore staying out of trouble. Some good maneuvers and some good battles all the way through this FIA Karting Academy Trophy field. It isn't all won and lost early doors. You've got to really work for it through the spread of performance. So it's going to be interesting to see how the competitors continue on their way around the course. But obviously, Connor Zilic had to do some hard work to move up. Now, this is a good move from Reshepi. He suddenly changes tack and dives up the inside of Keanu Alajari to get the second place move away from him, as Alex Powell has already got the move. Now, watch Connor Zilic in this maneuver. He's in third position at the moment on Reshepi, but he's essentially going with the Swiss to tag in behind Alex Powell. He's edging, but Alex Powell's defending the inside line. There's not a lot that Reshepi can do except back out of it, and that gives Connor Zilic the momentum to come through. Then he makes his own bid on Alex Powell and gets the place. Nicely done. So the drivers are still having some terrific battles out there, but it's obviously very close and incredibly close quarters racing. That's another great move. That's Reshepi getting his bid on Keanu Alajari for at least the third time in the race. But this is when it really started to get a little bit frenetic, as Wirtz was trying to come around the outside of the Japanese driver Shudazono, but he already had designs on his maneuver on Keanu Alajari. But this is about reacting to the situation in front of you. You've got to stay hungry and stay strong, but you've also got to showcase talent. And Alajari, that was such a good move on the inside of DeZono and Oscar Wirtz. But DeZono was quite eager to keep himself in contention and in the fray. I'm actually very impressed with the Japanese driver in this one. He's really showcased some great racecraft in the closing stages. The midfield getting very het up with each other. The likes of Sturesen, Elkin, Yaleva, Andrei Pastrian and Vabatsaliev all having some good racing towards the end. What a move in the final lap though. Reshepi to take one over on Shudazono in the final tour. Japanese driver doing his very best to get back into the podium paying position, but by that point Reshepi knew exactly what he was capable of and where he's capable at. So a fascinating performance, but this is where Rexepi is really strong, because that could have been easy for the kart to drift out and open the gap up for De Zono to have a challenge. But Rexepi was very good at placing the kart where he needed to, but he's also very good on the exit off the turn, when normally someone else might open up a gap.
Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So the KZ category is back up and running once again. It's going to be a really exciting race, as we have obviously Alessandro and Simo Pohaka returning to their positions on the front row of the starting grid. The man in third position, though, Ricardo Kart this season from the second of the grid, and of course he is the reigning world champion. We caught up with him yesterday to talk about his 2020 aspirations and how tough it is to come back after a long period of absence, especially considering he wasn't even expecting karting this season. The man in third position on the grid and the reigning world champion, we spoke to him yesterday, Martin Kramers.
Yesterday, another 3 sessions coming up today, and I'm sure we'll be up there come qualifying. I've got good connections with Daniel Ricciardo himself. My manager in Australia is the owner of Ricciardo Kart, co-owner of Ricciardo Kart, and yeah, they've been helping me out throughout my career, so it's good to be able to pay them back a little bit. It's been very day. 25 laps on this track is not easy.
Jan Bednar aboard the Gregor Kart Run CRG, and then Mario Lubick, the second driver for SC Performance, the satellite squad of Tony Kart. And then on the 12th row of the grid, it is the Finnish talent Jan Kuovi, the very successful privateer, who has been very solid and strong over the last couple of seasons in KZ. And alongside him, after his qualifying malfunction, Jorrit Peks, the reigning European champion and the title winner 3 times, 2 of those in 2018 and 19, and of course the third title back in 2012 when he did it the first time over. He lines up 24th on the grid after a mechanical problem saw him fail to complete a lap in time qualifying. It was a very frustrating situation for all, but Jorrit Peks is going to be fighting back tooth and nail to get himself into championship contention once again. He's not the kind of driver to back down from the challenge, and he's definitely not one to trifle with. So this is an absolutely exceptional run for the competitors as they continue around the circuit. But now comes the moment of truth for the KZ drivers. They're obviously the big stars of the gearbox world, and certainly in the European scene. They obviously want to put in a fascinating battle and definitely put in a Matteo Vigano and Francesco Salenta, then Adrian Renaudin and Douglas Lundberg from Fabian Federer and Jeremy Diaz, Mirko Tozzolini and Louis Speck. It's done! What a start from Riccardo Longhi! That is truly exceptional reactions from the Italian as he launches his way up at a third position now, chasing after the leaders. And there's an absolute squabble going on between the drivers further back in the fray as they all try to squabble over the lower positions, but that wheel banging at the start of the race really has given a massive momentum to Simo Pohaka, who is now half a second in front of Lorenzo Camplese at the start of a very dramatic race. My goodness, that is about as dramatic as it gets in this spread of competition. So Pohaka and Orlando managed to get away, still racing, but Orlando has fallen to 5th in all of that, and now Matteo Vigano is battling away with Noah Mil. Up the inside he comes with the Swede, and Adrian Renaudin, the Sodi Kart driver, is in the mix there trying to get through as well, and he makes it by 2. So Vigano and Renaudin both take on Noah Milel, and next up in the line is Stan Peks. So Marin Kramers is now tucked up behind his teammate Riccardo Longhi, but down in 4th position, really caught out by the front row main banging wheels. It's the loss of momentum that really causes the biggest issue for the drivers up front, but Marin Kramers sets the fastest lap of the race to close back on his Italian teammate Riccardo Longhi. So he will try and make his bid to come by. But again, he's got to time it right. He can't just chuck it on the inside and hope it sticks. He needs to set up the move. He needs to make sure that the tyres aren't going to be compromised by the overtake. He's going to need to have plenty of grip on the exit of the corner to finish off the job. So it's not going to be easy. He knows that. But we're on lap 3, and Simo Pohaka leads the way in front of Lorenzo Camplese and Riccardo Longhi. So the duel continues. But this is all going to be about patience now, as drivers obviously want to settle into a rhythm. Lorenzo Camplese running in second place is a big pendulum swift for the drivers. That's going to put him ahead of Alessandro Orlando on the starting grid for the final if it remains this way. But Camplese now has the challenge of 3 Birolard drivers, Longhi, Kramers and Orlando, and here comes Longhi. He starts the ball rolling. Kramers trying to get by as well, but he's not quite close enough yet. So Riccardo Longhi gets into second place. That really will shake things up a little bit. And now up the inside, Kramers tries, but Camplese is not going to give him any room. So Martin Kramers still there in 4th position for the moment. Has he got another bid to get past Camplese? Well, he has, but Lorenzo Camplese shuts it down very early doors. So now he's got to hope that Martin Kramers is going to lose enough ground that he might start to get a disadvantage from Alex Orlando. A little bit of a maneuver as Kramers comes through past Camplese. Camplese absolutely determined to keep Alessandro Orlando at bay. But Kramers has come through into 3rd position. Now that really does help the Dutchman in his bid to get a front row start, as Camplese is very much under pressure again from Alessandro Orlando. This time Orlando gets through on the inside line. Camplese is going to try and get him straight back on the undercut, but it's not going to happen. So Camplese falls eventually from 2nd to 5th at the expense of Longhi, Kramers, and now Alessandro Orlando. Salenta's about to get around on the inside, and it's contact, unfortunately, between Ippolito and Salenta. And Ippolito is not happy at all. So Ippolito tried to get the move on the inside and gets spat off the circuit. So Paolo Ippolito is not happy at all as the 2 Italians collide. Well, what's that going to do to Paolo Ippolito's chances? It's going to fairly decimate them. So a big problem for the CRG driver as he falls to the back of the field. So too, though, does Francesco Salenta, albeit 6 seconds further up the road. That's what it's done. And now Matteo Vergate, his driver, to line up behind Lorenzo Camplese to go for an overtake as they duel over 5th position. Now, can Matteo Vergano make a clean bid on Lorenzo Camplese? He's got to catch him first. He's not quite on the rear bumper yet. Further back, and there is still some big moves. Jorik Pex is trying to work his way up the order. The 15-year-old star, Luis Speck. From Vigano, a little bit of hesitation from Camplese. That's all that Vigano needed. He gets through into P5. Nice overtake from the Leclerc by Lennox Racing machine. So his chassis working very well indeed, and the number 9 kart is through into P5 past Camplese with Renaudin in 7th from Millel, Stan Pex, Fabian Federer, and then it is Douglas Lundberg from Iglesias, Gush Specken, Mario Massatani, and Davide Forde from Torzadini, Pex, and then it is Simone in front of Speck, Kuovi, Lubick, and Bednar, with Salenta and Ippolito still trying to make up for their little clash earlier on. So far, so good for Simo Pohaka. He really has made this weekend his own at this present time. He leads the way. Riccardo Longhi is desperately trying to catch him, but he's got 5 laps to do it. So Longhi is 7/10 of a second back, and he is running short on time. Alessandro Orlando sets the fastest lap at 47.7. Fastest of all in the first sector is now Matteo Vigano, who is running in 5th position. And now fastest of all in the second sector is Simo Pohaka. He clearly seems to feel, right, this is the time to start to stretch away, especially if Riccardo Longhi is going to be closely chipping away at the advantage I've built up. So they obviously need to stretch the lead a little further. Simo Pohaka from Longhi, Kramers, Orlando, Vigano, Camplese, Renaudin, Millel, Pex, and Federer. But there is your leader. Simo Pohaka really taking advantage of his opportunity here at Adria. It could be so good for the Finn to start his 2020 campaign in the best possible manner. But can he keep it together? That's the main question on his mind at the moment. 4 laps remaining, including this one. It's always a very tough battle for the drivers. So this is going to be a very close run. The drivers continue on their way. But how close is it going to be? As the field continues around, Pohaka, Longhi, And in third place now with the fastest lap, it is Marin Kramers. So things are going to be very, very tight and twisty indeed from these guys. But is Longhi going to be able to catch Puhaka? The gap is 0.7 of a second. It hasn't really come down any. And Marin Kramers, desperate to get on the front row of the starting grid for the final, is closing up on his Italian teammate, who is currently looking at 9 points in the qualifying heats aggregate. Simo Puhaka has a grand total of 0 if it stays like this, because of course you score 0 points for the win up front, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And it's a golf scorecard essentially. Whoever has the least amount of points goes through, and with the best possible score. So the drivers continue on their way. Marin Kramers is still giving it full gusto and determination in third position, still trying to close up on his teammate. But the Ricardo kart doing a grand job in the hands of the reigning world champion. Simo Puhaka leading. Riccardo Longhi second. Marin Kramers is third, from Alessandro Orlando in fourth, and Matteo Vigano in fifth place. This is a very important weekend for the Ricardo kart brand. Obviously part of the Birolard group, but in the hands of Marin Kramers. He wanted to run the famous blue and white colours of the fairly recent addition to the Birolard group, the Ricardo kart chassis. It's had some great performances in the past. There are some great one-make championships all around the world, including in Britain, but they haven't had any massive international success in its own entity just yet. So for this season, Marin Kramers decided enough is enough. I'm going to put that little bit of history to sleep. But at the moment, it is Simo Puhaka who is doing everything he needs to at the front end of the KZ field. He's not broken a sweat all weekend thus far, but that very decisive start where he banged wheels with Alessandro Orlando keeps Simo Puhaka at the front of the fray. And the Finn is going to come through at the end of a very tough 12 laps to get his second win in a row, and thus far he is the pole position sitter. But it's not done yet. He's got another heat tomorrow, but for now Simo Puhaka is invincible here in Adria. Riccardo Longhi in second and Marin Kramers in third, with Alessandro Orlando ahead of Matteo Vigano and Lorenzo Camplese. But for Simo Puhaka, he has beaten all comers and he has made it 2 wins out of 2 now. The Finnish talent will want to keep this bandwagon rolling as long as he possibly can. And it's a great job thus far from the Flying Finns. Simo Puhaka, 2 wins out of 2. Can he make it 3 tomorrow morning? So the Tony Kart superstar, Simo Puhaka of Finland, wins Heat 2 with Riccardo Longhi in second for Marin Kramers. Alessandro Orlando, Matteo Vigano and Lorenzo Camplese complete the top 6, with Adrien Renardin in front of Noah Milel, Stan Pex and Fabian Federer. Douglas Lundberg and Jeremy Iglesias come next from Gush Specken and Matteo Massatani. Then it's Davide Fore and Jorit Pex, who comes back 8 places. Mirko Tozzolini and Mauro Simoni from Luis Speck and Francesco Salenta. Jan Kuovi and Mario Lubic from Paolo Ippolito and Jan Bednar. And that looks like Matteo Massatani in trouble out on the circuit. Yes, it is. So Matteo Massatani, the kart breaks down on the run to turn 7 on the rolling in lap. Everybody finishing the race, but Matteo Massatani not finishing the rolling lap. The cool down lap is clearly too cool for the CRG, because it decides not going anywhere more for you today, matey boy. The race is over, so he's got to finish, and Matteo Massatani did finish 14th, an improvement of 3 places on his grid start. But kind of frustrating that he can't bring it into the pits the conventional manner. They've now got to wait for the recovery crews to bring it around. So the battle is going to be interesting as we head into the final 2 races of the afternoon. But before we go to those, we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from the KZ battle. And it certainly was an interesting one, with all of the drivers giving us a lot of drama and tension. So let's have a look at some of the moments from that second and final KZ heat of the day. The third heat, of course, coming tomorrow. But there are some big moments from this one, particularly the start. Let's watch again the start. Oh, we're not going to watch the start. Well, we'll have to try and come back to that later if we get another opportunity. And that was the critical moment, obviously, in this race, where it all essentially played out. As they launched off the line, we had Alessandro Orlando and Simo Puhaka banging wheels. And essentially it was a case of who reacted to it best. Lorenzo Camplese, one of those who did react to it well, but eventually falling down to 6th position. I do get the feeling we are going to see the little incident further round in the race, though, between Francesco Salenta and Paolo Ippolito. So we'll see that when it is appropriate to do so, of course. But it's a tough race around this Adria circuit. And, of course, the drivers have intimated to me several times, this isn't really a stereotypical gearbox circuit. This is more of an okay direct drive category, especially the drivers who have done it in both categories. A lot of the competitors have not raced here in gearbox before. So obviously that does provide a further element of difficulty. There's Kramers making his bid on the inside and getting past Lorenzo Camplese fairly decisively. There wasn't a lot the Italian could do, and even starting to crack under the pressure of resistance from Alessandro Irlando, eventually losing the place altogether as Irlando gets through and made the move stick. Now here's where it all kicked off between Salenta and Ippolito. Ippolito's got the switchback move here on Salenta. Now he's going to commit to the inside line. Salenta's going to drift out wide, but he's going to pull across. Well, we didn't get to see it in time, unfortunately. But Salenta essentially pulled across on Ippolito. The two wheels tangled, and that was enough for Ippolito to get spat out and into the spin. But Simo Pohaka controlling the pace very smartly indeed through the course of that one, and able to get a stirring victory to add to the one that he got earlier in the day, with Riccardo Longhi and Marin Kramers doing such a fine job in 2nd and 3rd place. Riccardo Longhi in particular managing to take full advantage of that loss of momentum from his teammates and able to snatch away the highest finish of the race from both men. But Simo Pohaka is the only driver who incidentally has not really done anything wrong, and certainly not put a wheel wrong over the course of the 2 heats earlier on today. He's put the kart exactly where he needs it to be to get the victory he deserves, and he's done that. 2 out of 2 for Simo Pohaka. Can it last? That's the big question. So obviously from 2 races early doors in the KZ, it will be an interesting battle to see how it continues. We go to the final 2 races now of the day. And those are the 2 races from the KZ2 category. For some drivers, it's their first ever appearance on the Adria circuit. Amongst those is the leading British driver in the KZ2 category for a couple of seasons now, Hannah Lang. We caught up with her in preparation for her first weekend racing at Adria.
So this is my first weekend driving the Adria circuit. It's a good circuit, it's grippy, but it's twisty. I like it because it's technical track and it really shows driver ability. Okay, so the toughest part of the final, with it being so long, is that its fitness is a big part of it, with the amount of laps that there is and the physical aspect of the circuit. That's going to be the main challenge. Also getting tyre pressures right for the amount of grip that there is. Very difficult because there's been no racing to really get back into it, so everybody's just new back into karting again, really. It's difficult because of the situation, what's going on at the moment, but I think everybody's got the same problem. But it's nice to be back.
So it's not as easy as it looks getting to learn a new circuit, and certainly when you've been out of the kart competitively for quite a long time, you have to take all of these things into context and consideration, especially considering how COVID-19 lockdown has affected everybody within the paddock. It's still quite baffling to think that this is the first FIA KZ event of any kind in 11 months. The World Championships, of course, taking place last year at Lonato, where they will return later on in the karting season. Obviously, we had to start late this year after the delays to the competitive motorsport season for various reasons, all of which are related, of course, to COVID-19, partly due to the spread of the virus and partly due to the restrictions for travel around the world. However, we are now racing again, which is fantastic to see, and it's great to see that everybody from the marshals to the officials to the teams, representatives, mechanics, drivers, sponsors, and whoever has been able to get out here safely and carefully are adhering strictly to the COVID-19 protocols and regulations. They obviously need to make sure that they are wearing their masks at all times around the circuit. Easier said than done when you're trying to get into a new routine, but needs must. And obviously, if it means that we can go racing again, then obviously that is a very minor detail in being allowed to go racing once again. So as far as I've been finding out from the drivers and teams I've been speaking to over the course of the weekend, everybody has essentially said, yes, it's annoying, but I'd rather do that than stay at home watching races on playback on YouTube. I'd much rather be at the race circuit and doing my job. So we will happily wear the mask if it means that we can race. I think pretty much everybody has had the same response to the situation. Obviously, the season is well underway now. We're going to be battling away again next time out, a week away from now, when the FIA Karting paddock moves from here to the beautiful Sarno circuit, which of course is in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius, just down the road from Naples, and a wonderful circuit it is too. Very much like this one, in fact. Absolutely guaranteed to provide great drama and action in the FIA Karting paddock, and we have to say we're very indebted to the Adria Karting Raceway, which of course this particular motorsport site is celebrating its 20th active year of motorsport competition, and it's been great to watch it evolve over the years. They're actually doing more work to it, and they're doing more development work as they go through, which is great to see. We obviously want to continue to see it on the world stage as a grand event, and it's going to continue to do so with the more improvements they make to it. 3 minutes to go, roughly, until the next race comes out on the circuit, so we can talk you through in detail the drivers that are going to be on the grid for this one. It's an all-Italian front row. Giuseppe Palomba and Simone Cunati. A little bit of an interesting one there, because you've got the Works Birolart driver and the Modena Satellite Squad driver on the front row of the starting grid together for Birolart, so one of them is going to have to take the advantage over the other. However, they could end up stifling each other's attacks, and then the men waiting in the midst just behind on the next 4 rows of the grid will definitely be trying to counteract and make a move forward. Tom Lulette, the Praga driver, lines up 3rd on the starting grid on the inside of the 2nd row. And then we have Daniel Stell, the German star, on the 4th position of the grid. He's been very quick off the start, so if he can get another decent lap, another decent launch, he could well be in for a very strong race. Artur Carbonell has got the handle of Adria very well in gearbox racing. He's in 5th on the grid and has been outside the top 5 no times at all over the course of the previous 2 races he did. Filippo Berto lines up 6th on the grid on the outside of row 3. And another of the Birolart drivers will be trying to wedge his way into the mix of the top 3 from 6th on the starting grid. No easy achievement, but certainly one he can achieve. On the 4th row of the grid, it is the talented Dutchman once again, Senna van Walsteen, and he is going to be one to watch from the inside of row 4. Pulled off some great overtaking moves earlier on today, and no doubt he's got a few more tricks up his sleeve. Alongside him is the Italian star Andrea Dali. So it'll be really exciting to see how the competitors continue on their way as the battle will continue to develop and progress. Then we have on the 5th row of the grid, Michele Fontana, the Italian driver for the CKR squad. And he's going to be lining up alongside Daniel Vezil, the Romanian driver. And they are going to battle together in fine style as they begin their quest for glory. On the 6th row of the grid, it is the Swiss ace Samuel Louillet on the DEL Motorsport Run CRG. Alongside him on the grid is Luigi De Lorenzo, the Italian, on 12th position of the grid. Then on row 7, Gio Schnatzbader gets another crack of his Tony Kart from 13th on the grid alongside Luca Bosco in the Leclerc by Lennox racing machine. Then it is on the 8th row, Fabrizio Rosati alongside the Dutchman Joey van Splunteren. And then we go into row 9. That is Filippo Caligaris alongside the Dutch racer Justin van der Schaft in the CKR. And then for the Dutchman on row 10, it is Cohen Dawn on the inside line and Benjamin Tornqvist Persson, the Swede, on the 10th row. And then on the 11th row of the grid, finishing off the contenders in this heat, on the inside line, it is the Slovakian Tomas Mišik, who is aboard the Rigetti Rodolfo chassis. And then on 22nd of the grid, it is the British driver Hannah Lang, who we heard from a few moments ago on the live stream, and she is racing for the MK Racing team in her Formula K. So as the drivers battle once again for supremacy in this third heat for most of the drivers in the fray, I'm fairly sure it is heat number 3 for the entirety of the KZ2 fraternity. We've obviously had some very intriguing races and some fascinating battles in KZ2 up until this point. But the drivers will continue to give us plenty of entertainment and drama as the day rolls on. But this final race of the day for the drivers in this particular category, they obviously have more races to come tomorrow. But this one is definitely going to be an entertaining one, that is for sure. So Giuseppe Palomba and Simone Cunati on the front row of the grid from Tom Luyet and Daniel Stel, then Otto Carbonell and Filippo Alberto from Senna van Waalstein and Andrea Dale, then Michele Fontana and Daniel Vasil, Samuel Luyet and Luigi Da Lorenzo, Gilles Stadsbader and Luca Bosco, then Fabrizio Rossati and Joey van Spunteren, Filippo Caligaris and Justin van der Schaft, Cohen Dorn and Ben Tornfist from Thomas Mischik and Hannah Lang. 22 drivers on the grid, and they will obviously all be trying their best to get the best possible result from this final race of the day for them. There is obviously one more race to come, but it will be a very tough battle as the drivers get up to speed and warm up the tyres and brakes around this Adria circuit. So the competitors want to do the best they possibly can off the line. The start is so important in this category, especially on this particular circuit as well. It's very much more critical than it would be anywhere else, because this circuit is a tough one to overtake on in the gearbox category, as the drivers will never cease to inform me. Some of them with a very frustrated look on their face as they have come through. But it's all still very much a tough battle for them all. They know what's at stake and they know how difficult it's going to get over the course of proceedings. So they want to make sure they're in prime position to take advantage of any opportunities. Giuseppe Palomba and Simone Cunati, front row of the grid. The man on the inside line in pole position is the factory driver. The man on the outside line is the Modena satellite squad driver, Simone Cunati. So this is going to be pretty interesting. And we'll see how the battle progresses as they come off the grid. The green flag flies, and we'll see who gets the best start, Palomba or Cunati. Go! Great start from Cunati, tries to get up alongside, and it looks as though Palomba's made a perfect start. So Palomba and Cunati sort their way through the first corner without incident, and Tom Luyet is going to get through on the inside of Cunati and gets into second place. Good start from the Praga. The Frenchman in a P2. A big tussle for sixth position between Senna van Waalstein and Daniel Vasil. But it looks as though Daniel Vasil, sorry, no, it's not Daniel Vasil, my apologies. Oh, it is Daniel Vasil. He's made a terrific start. And now Daniel Stel is going side by side with another of the Sodicart CBB drivers. That is the 350 that they are dueling away with. That is Otto Carbonell again, having an absolutely terrific run thus far. So let's see how the category continues to entertain us through these first few laps of drama and intrigue. They come through once more. Simone Cunati is the man who leads the way. In fact, I thought it was Palomba, but no, Cunati has managed to get himself on the inside line. And Tom Luyet has now come through to second, and into the pits comes the 306 out of the running. That is very dramatic indeed for Ben Tornfist Persson, and that's Gilles Stadsbader again. Gilles Stadsbader again in trouble. Well, his first weekend with Tony Kart in the KZ2 category looks like it's going no further. 2 DNFs is almost impossible to come back from. Poor Gilles Stadsbader. This is an absolute nightmare for him as the race continues on its way. But Simone Cunati is there in the lead of the race. Simone Cunati now has Tom Luyet behind him, and here comes Palomba. Palomba into the second position spot. Gets through. Is there going to continue to be a squabble? As trying to hold on to third position, Tom Luyet cuts across and tries to maintain his position. Daniel Stel is trying to come up a position or two as well in the Lenzo kart, as up the inside trying to make the bid. The 350 of Otto Carbonell has come into fourth place. So it's already getting very hectic indeed from the drivers in the mix of racing, but Simone Cunati leads the way at this moment in time, with Tom Luyet running in a solid third position now behind Giuseppe Palomba, with Arthur Carbonell in front of Dan Stel, and then Daniel Vasil is in front of Senna van Waalstein and Sean Luyet. But we've lost Gilles Stadsparder and Ben Tornfus-Pearson from the race. They're out of it, having had another incident out on the circuit and big damage to both karts. But this is tough stuff for Simone Cunati, who leads the way. He has got a decent advantage at the moment, but all it takes is these 2 or 3 drivers to team up together and try and get back into contention, and it will all of a sudden be a tiny advantage that Cunati has rather than a strong one. So I'll just have to see who manages to get the... Carbonell is not going to let that one happen. Stel is going to try again. Oh, and they've shut the door on each other. Stel's gone. Carbonell's gone wide. And Daniel Stel does not back out of the maneuver in time. And unfortunately, the Lenzo kart driver is out of the race. Well, all it takes is for one driver to concede. Neither driver was prepared to on that occasion. And it's cost them both dear. But Daniel Stel is out of it. Arthur Carbonell rejoins in 6th position, a whisker in front of Filippo Berto. But that's definitely going to cost the Sodi kart driver. If he hasn't got damage, he's certainly going to have lost momentum. So Cunati in front of Palomba, and then it is Daniel Vasil up to 4th place. What a comeback he's having. And there's a warning flag going out to Joey van Splunteren. Now, I'm not sure what that one is for, but certainly Joey van Splunteren is now very much going to get the warning flag. So we'll have to see what happens next. Cunati, Palomba, Lullet and Vasil is your top 4 at this precise moment in time. A great run from the DR driver from Romania. Senna van Waalstein is 5th now in front of Arthur Carbonell, then Filippo Berto. These are the 2 drivers we're watching, in fact, Carbonell and Berto. Then it's Sean Luyet in front of Michele Fontana and Fabrizio Rosati. Then Andrea Dale, Cohen Dawn, Luigi Di Lorenzo, Joey van Spunterman, Luca Bosco, Filippo Caligaris, Justin van der Schaaf, Thomas Mischik and Hannah Lang, as the field runs through fairly smartly around the circuit, trying still to put in some good laps. Simone Cunati has set the fastest lap out in the lead of the race. He continues to push around the circuit in fine style. He still wants a good race of it, as do all of the drivers in position. But Simone Cunati really wants a good run. Giuseppe Palomba in 2nd place from Tom Lullet. And then it is Daniel Vasil. Senna van Waalstein in 5th place. Here is that battle in the midfield. Drivers still trying to make up some time. 6 laps done, 7 laps done in fact now, and 5 to go. But for Simone Cunati, it looks like it's going to be a 2nd victory, and one that's definitely going to give him plenty to be happy about. He really did want to have a solid race to start things off with, and he was quietly confident that the materials were certainly going to be competitive enough to run for the victory. So now he's in a situation where it's all going to be very entertaining indeed. But can Cunati hold on to this? Because Palomba is not a million miles away. He's only about 1.1 seconds back. Here's the battle for 6th still. Carbonell and Berto. And that was Luye, Fontana and Rosati just getting themselves back into contention in the top 10. Andrea Dali has got past Fabrizio Rosati. But there's your leader. 4 laps to go for Simone Cunati, and he's running a great race there in the lead. Certainly not a major crisis from his point of view as he continues to lead, but Giuseppe Palomba has now set the fastest lap of the race. 0.2 of a second quicker than Simone Cunati. If he keeps that up, he has got time to catch him. The gap is 0.9 of a second, and Palomba is lapping consistently about 1/10 of a second faster than the man in front of him. So Cunati really needs to get back on the pace. Palomba is absolutely determined to close up. Great battles in the midfield as the drivers continue on their way. 3 laps remaining. And the drivers are still giving it everything they've got. Cunati from Palomba, Lullet, Vasil, Van Waalstein, Carbonell, Berto, Luyet and Fontana from Andrea Dale and Fabrizio Rosati. Then it's Di Lorenzo from Dawn, Bosco, Van Spunterman, Caligaris, Van der Schaaf, Mischik and Lang. But can Palomba close up enough on Simone Cunati? The gap has come down to 0.8 of a second. With 3 laps to go, Palomba is seriously running out of opportunities here to close in on Cunati. Needs to get on with this now. He needs a magic sector. And Constantin gets a 17.516 to Palomba's 17.526. So Constantin is responding. He knows he can't afford to lose a lead when he's got it so neatly in the bag like this. So he's going to continue on his way. Still charging. Constantin, Palomba, Lulet, Vasil, Van Waalstein, Carbonell, Berto, Luyet, Fontana and Dale. As up into 11th place now comes Luigi De Lorenzo. He gets past Rosati in front of Dawn, Bosco and Van Splinteren. So as the drivers continue round, this is Tom Lulet starting to lose his third position as Daniel Vasil closes up. And Vasil is getting much closer to him. He really doesn't want to lose his third position so close to the end. But the Romanian Daniel Vasil has definitely put himself into a positive position with a chance to snatch a podium-ranked position very much in the offing now. So here comes Simone Constantin off the final turn and down once again. He goes into the final lap. There is Simone Constantin. It's been a solid effort from the Italian. A really solid drive for the Modena squad, and he can be very happy with his lot here this weekend thus far. He's got to keep it going, but he knows that even with Palomba chasing him down, he's got a fast, competitive and smart package to keep it running in fine formation. So this is going to be a nice, easy run to the victory for Simone Constantin after all of the tussles and all of the battles that we have seen. Simone Constantin has just kept his head and stayed out of trouble, and that's how he's been able to get his way up the order. A fine performance from the Italian as Simone Constantin takes his second heat victory of the weekend, and exactly as he needed to as well. So Simone Constantin in front of Giuseppe Palomba and Tom Lulet from Daniel Vasil and Senna Van Waalstein. Great racing from the satellite squad from Modena, and particularly their man Simone Constantin, the second seed coming into this weekend. But he's beaten the first seed, Giuseppe Palomba. So far, so good for Simone Constantin. The switch to red and white, definitely a positive one for him and the team. But can he now convert this for the rest of the weekend into an assault on the final? He has a good chance to get it done, and it's never looked better for the young man from Italy. Simone Constantin from Giuseppe Palomba and Tom Lulet in third from Daniel Vasil and Senna Van Waalstein. Artur Carbonell and Filippo Berto, then Sam Luyet and Michel Fontana. Andrea Dale, Luigi De Lorenzo and Fabrizio Rosati complete the top 12. Then it is Cohen Dawn in front of Luca Bosco, Filippo Caligaris, Joey Van Splinteren and Justin van der Schaft. Then Thomas Mischik and Hannah Lang. And the retirements, Daniel Stell. And after one lap out on the circuit, Gilles Stadsbader and Ben Tornfist ended up colliding. So their race well and truly done as well. And certainly their Saturday well and truly done. So we'll have to see what it means in the grand scheme of things as far as the battle is concerned. So let's have a look at some of the highlights from that. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that, because it's going to be very interesting as the battle continues. But Simone Constantin really made light work off the start. And this is how clever he was to get away. Palomba's got the initial launch, but watch Constantin. He's going to run round the outside, makes the switch to come back up the inside. And I had completely lost ground of this, but yes, he'd made the move and left the door open for Lulet in the Praga to come through. And that's all he needed to bolt away and start to charge forward. Now I'm going to try and keep an eye in the background on this replay to see if we can spot what happened to Stadsbader and Tornqvist, because at the moment they're still running together. But I think Stadsbader might have had a problem by this point already, might have picked up some damage somewhere else around the circuit and is slowly starting to fade. Yes, Stadsbader is already having had a problem with somebody by that point. So I wonder, actually, I'm starting to think that between Stadsbader and Tornqvist Persson, it's actually potentially two separate incidents that they've both ended up getting caught out in there. So a perfectly solid opening lap for Constantin. Now this is where Palomba got himself back into contention on Lulet. Very typical move up the first corner and to get through into position. This is the moment between Stell and Carbonell. So Stell's committing to the move. Carbonell's turning in. He doesn't think Stell's going to commit to it. And they end up banging wheels. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get to see the end of that incident. But that is certainly how the incident unfolded. A fairly quiet race up until that point, and certainly for Simone Constantin, out in front. It really was pretty spectacular how he was able to just drive away from the front end of the field and just keep it nice and neat together. Very solid effort from Simone Cunati, the Italian, driving beautifully all day long. So Simone Cunati getting the victory in front of Giuseppe Palomba and Tom Lulet, Daniel Vasili in fourth and Senna van Waalstein in fifth. Let's have a look and see if we can actually follow this incident through between Stel and, just as I say that, between Stel and Carbonell, it doesn't work out, so we'll have to go back over the live stream footage if we want to see it again. But brilliant, brilliant racing from the competitors in KZ2 as qualifying heat D versus E comes to an end. An unfortunate incident for Daniel Stel, the sole representative in KZ2 for the Novalex team this weekend. There should have been a second driver in that squad, of course, this weekend. And it's unfortunate that 9 days ago we lost a genuine colleague. There will be a start line presentation and tribute to the man in question. But we wanted to take an opportunity from the FIA Karting perspective to look back on a fantastic talent that has rather sullied the weekend here at Adria. As we remember, a great character and a great friend in the paddock, Constantin Kapitanidis.
I'm very proud that my dad all organized this. It's a lot of money he spent in me, a lot of time, but I don't know how to say it. I'm just thankful that my dad makes this for me. Happy that everyone is watching the live stream and supports me. I know it's sometimes a little bit strange to watch me on the iPad or something like this, but I'm very happy that you do this and I will do my best.
Evcharisto Constantin Kapitanidis. Rather sad that he is no longer with us. He would have been very competitive here, I'm sure. And we will have a rather fitting tribute to him on the starting grid tomorrow for the finals. We have just one race remaining here today at the FIA Karting Academy Trophy here in Adria in Italy, the first round of the European Championship season for the Gearbox Brigade. And it's going to be a last chance for Danilo Albanese to have an incident-free heat. He's not exactly had it his own way. After qualifying in pole position yesterday, he has now had he's had two races where it's really started to come against him. Because in the first race, he took the victory, but it was very clear early doors that he was under investigation. We don't actually know the official outcome of that investigation. We probably won't know until first thing tomorrow morning when we return to the live stream. So we will come back to that and let you know what's going on. But obviously that was a big issue. And then in the second race that he got into, he managed to get away and pull out a decent gap to start off with. But then on the third lap, his engine seized rather dramatically while leading. And it's completely hampered his chances now of continuing up at the front end of the field. He's definitely going to struggle even to get into the final if his luck continues the way it currently has gone. But he'll certainly want to finish off in a high style if he possibly can. So we'll have to see if he's able to do so. It's obviously going to be a very important race for him. The pressure is on Danilo Albanese to a certain degree here, because he needs to have an incident-free race from the front end of the field. He cannot afford to have more dramas, because obviously the possibility of an investigation that could go against him, coupled with the fact that he's already had a big moment spinning out of the lead of a race when it was all looking like it was pretty much going his way anyway. It's a very difficult scenario for the competitors at the best of times, but Danilo Albanese is really struggling to keep himself upbeat and up-tempo. He needs a good race and he needs a decent finishing position. That's what he could really use at this point in proceedings. So he will line up on the front row of the grid alongside Paavo Tonteri in the Tony Kart machine for SC Performance. Then Giacomo Pallini will line up alongside Davide De Marco, the Italian, who is the teammate, of course, to Danilo Albanese. Those two will run together in the top end of the field. And then on the third row, it is going to be Marcus Funda, who lines up alongside the Italian star Natalia Balbo, and she has been very strong all weekend. 2 top 6 finishes. She could keep that bandwagon rolling in this one. Marco Valenti will line up along with Mattia Lemena, and then they will be together on the fourth row of the starting grid. The hope that the wild card Mattia Lemena will have a much stronger race than we've seen from the first two. Qualifying's been great, but the racecraft, for some reason, it hasn't quite clicked the same way coming into today. On the fifth row, to round out the top 10, it is the pair of drivers for CPB Sport in their Sodi karts. Hubert Petit and Jean Nomblot will share the fifth row of the grid together to round out the top 10. 3 minutes to start before the drivers are sent out onto the circuit. In 11th place on the grid, it is the privateer Francesco Comanducci, who has once again been very strong here at Adria, knows the circuit very well, of course, which definitely helps. Alongside him, another man on the back foot after an unlucky start to proceedings, David Trevelov, the highly rated German star for the SRP Maranello team, on the sixth row of the starting grid, starting from P12. Alexander Dahlberg, who's made the switch to Energy Course for 2020, will start 13th on the grid on the inside of the seventh row. Alongside him on the grid is his countryman, Jesper Sjoberg, will line up there in the number 347 in 14th on the starting grid. Then it is Lev Lomko. He'll be racing in the 8th row of the starting grid, again for CPB Sport and Sodi, racing under a French license these days, Lev Lomko. And alongside him is the Italian star Giorgio Armati, who didn't have the best of starts to the weekend for the Render Motorsport team aboard his Birolart chassis. He's hoping for a little bit more from this third and final encounter. The comeback kid, Jan Pokos of Croatia, has been storming his way through the field in both of his earlier heats from 17th on the grid. Qualifying did not go his way at all, so he's been fighting back with plenty of determination and high spirits in order to get himself back into the flow from 17th on the grid. Alongside him is the Frenchman Noam Abramczyk as part of the Formula K operation. He is there in the number 354. Then on the 10th row of the grid, it is the young man from Mozambique in Africa. That is Rodrigo Almeida in his DR chassis, hoping to emulate his teammate Daniel Vazil from the earlier race. And alongside him on the grid is the Italian star for CKR, that is Enrico Bernardotto, who lines up in 20th place. Then we have the final four drivers in the rankings for this race. Nicola Rossini of the Maranello squad will line up 21st on the grid on the inside of the 11th row. Arto Ojananta, the second driver for SC Performance, the second Finn for SC Performance in KZ2, lines up 22nd on the grid. And then the last two drivers to take up their positions on the starting grid, the British driver Oliver Gemmell, a vast veteran of karting, not just here in Europe, but all over the world. And he's here in 23rd position on the starting grid aboard his MK Racing Run Formula K. And then alongside him on the grid, it is the troubled racer Lukas Vladic. The German has had all sorts of mechanical gremlins and problems coming into these heats. But fortunately, this time, he might have an opportunity to finish off in fine style. He wants a clean race to finish off with, and we're all hoping, for his sake, that he can have it. 15 seconds before the drivers are sent out onto the circuit for the last race of the day. Lots of thrills and spills, a few dramas, no major catastrophes, but certainly a couple of incidents that will want a little bit of scrutiny from the competitors. But they will head out onto the circuit for one final time. 12 laps of the course and 15.6 kilometers as the KZ2 drivers will give us one final hurrah here at Adria before the last heats tomorrow morning. So Danilo Albanese and Paolo Tonteri on the front row of the grid from Giacomo Polini and Davide De Marco. Then Marcus Funda and Natalia Balbo. Marco Valenti and Mattia Lemena on the fourth row from Hubert Petit and Jean Nomblo. Francesco Comenducci and David Trevelov. Then Alexander Dahlberg and Jesper Sjoberg from Lev Lomko and Giorgio Amati. Jan Pokos and Noam Abramczyk from Rodrigo Almeida and Enrico Bernardotto. Nicola Rossini, Otto Ajaranta, Oliver Gemmel and Lucas Vladic complete the grid. 24 drivers from all over the world competing in the European Championship here at Adria. It's been a tough day at the office so far from the competitors, but they all want to be at the sharp end of the dais. And obviously all of the drivers now believe they can end in fine style. It's going to be interesting to see who gets the top spot from the interim, because obviously a lot of drivers have been up at the sharp end of that KZ2 field. So we'll have to see how it finishes at this final race of the day. Obviously, it's very important to figure out who is going to be the interim leader. We know that after the KZ races earlier on today, it is Simo Puhaka that leads the way in KZ. It's very close in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy because they've had 4 races and 4 different winners. But you will still hear from the interim leader at the end of today in the early morning part of tomorrow's broadcast. We'll make sure we grab a word with those drivers ahead of tomorrow. But now the drivers are lining up for the final time today. You can see that the shadows are slowly starting to be cast on the circuit, but not significant enough to cause any changes in grip or heat or surface temperature. Danilo Albanese has a final opportunity to take the win he wants to get from the front of the grid. Paolo Tonteri alongside him from Polini, De Marco, Funda, Balbo, Valenti, Lemena, Petit and Nomblo, with the likes of Comenducci, Trevelov, Dahlberg and Sjoberg giving chase. Green flag at the back of the field. And let's see if we get a clean start straight away from the KZ2 brigade. The lights are on and we're racing. It's a fast start and it's a cracking start from Tonteri. He draws alongside Albanese, but he can't quite get past him. So as they go through the first corner, Albanese from Tonteri, no problem at all. And that's Davide De Marco getting through into third place. Great start from the second Kart Republic as they all jostle and jockey their way through the first couple of corners of the lap. And as they get up towards turn 5, it's a hard luck story for the 321. That is Natalia Balbo. Natalia Balbo gets spat out and down to the back of the field. That's disastrous for her. She's never been outside the top 6, and then she has to be the one who gets spat out. It's really Murphy's Law, unfortunately, isn't it? She's having such a great day at the office and then gets spat out to the scenery. Unfortunate indeed for Natalia Balbo. Hopefully she can fight back from there. But it is going to be a tough ask, that's for sure. Albanese leads Tonteri and De Marco from Polini, Nomblo, Funda, Petit, Valenti, Sjoberg, Bernardotto and Dahlberg. Then it is Lemena from Trevelov, Comenducci, Amati and Rodrigo Almeida from Ajaranta. And then Jan Pokos from Lomko, Gemmel, Abramczyk, Rossini, Vladic and Balbo. A big move up the inside. Oh, Polini having a gentle look at it. They tried to come through past Davide De Marco, but De Marco's not going to let that one slide as Otto Ajaranta has lost a couple of places. In fact, we've got a spin down at turn 5. That is the 361. And that's very unfortunate for Lucas Vladic. More problems for the German as he rejoins the fray. But he has lost a massive amount of ground now. And so Lucas Vladic will remain down at the back of the field. I'm rather sorry to predict. I don't really see him making a massive comeback from there. Certainly really struggled for one lap pace. So no matter how hard he pushes it, his luck doesn't seem like it's going to be good enough to restore his position. So Danilo Albanese from Paolo Tonteri and Davide De Marco. Polini going well in fourth from Nomblo, Funda, Petit, Valenti, Sjoberg and Dahlberg. And there is Dahlberg in 10th position, stuck behind Jesper Sjoberg as he tries to move his way up into position past his Swedish colleague, racing away as they battle out on the circuit. But this could be the move. He dives for the inside line. Nicely done by Alexander Dahlberg. And he made that one look fairly simple, but he's obviously had to work very hard to get the kart into that position. But it is working well. Here's the Kart Republic out front. Paolo Tontetti in second place. DeMarco, Polini, and the new fastest man on the circuit, Jean Nomblo, who is now in fifth position in the CPB Sport Run Sodi. But Danilo Albanese finally looks like it's going his way out in front. Paolo Tontetti trying to chase in. Davide DeMarco giving him plenty of hurry up as well. And in fourth place, Giacomo Polini wants a piece of this run for the top three. So it looks like it's going to be pretty sensational stuff as the drivers continue on their way through. It's the hottest part of the day as well for this last race. 31 degrees Celsius air temperature, so I reckon about 52 to 53 degrees Celsius track temperature. Trevelov has made the move there on Lemena to get through into 12th position, and Jan Pokos has got the move on Rodrigo Almeida to get through to 16th place, the Croatian. So he is now making rapid moves up through the field, trying to get as much out of this race as he possibly can. So a very tough racing prospect. Oh, and that's over the curb for Giacomo Polini. That's cost him. Jean Nomblo's got through. Polini tried to defend the place, and he almost lost out to Marcus Funda. A very difficult maneuver for Giacomo Polini. It's definitely been very tough to hold on to. And Polini was very lucky that he didn't get spat into a spin there as he hopped over the sausage curbs on the outside of the course. That could have gone very badly wrong. So Danilo Albanese continues on his way from Paolo Tontetti and Davide DeMarco. Jean Nomblo now up into fourth place past Polini, Funda, Petit, Valenti, Dahlberg and Sjoberg. But Danilo Albanese continues to run in the lead of the race. A very tough battle. Tontetti in second, DeMarco third from Nomblo, Polini, Funda, Petit, Valenti and Dahlberg. They come down into the braking zone for the hairpin once again. So let's see how it continues on as the drivers continue to push in very good mode indeed. But Polini does not want to lose any more places. He's down to fifth position now, the Formula K driver. But if he can avoid it, he's not going to lose any more ground he has to. Right in behind him, obviously, is Marcus Funda. Funda wants to try and get in there and make an overtaking move or two. But out in front, Danilo Albanese controls the pace at the half-distance mark. 6 laps done, 6 to go. And this is what we wanted to see from Danilo Albanese. The chance to stretch his legs out front. And with that DNF from earlier on, he really needs a dominant victory to get himself back into a competitive position. Especially if there's a chance he could take a penalty from the earlier investigation in his opening heat when he took the victory. And Albanese is still lapping the circuit pretty rapidly. Tontetti and DeMarco are unable to match that sort of pace at the moment. They're only about a tenth of a second or so per sector down on him. But still, when there's 3 sectors on the lap and you've already got a deficit of 1.1 seconds, that's fairly bleak in anybody's language. Albanese running well. He gets another new fastest lap, 47.8, compared to everybody else who is only just about scratching the 48s. So a fascinating run as Danilo Albanese stretches his legs out front to 1.4 seconds in the lead over Paolo Tontetti and Davide DeMarco. Jean Nomblo is the only one staying with those two, as Polini is falling into the clutches of Marcus Funda. So Funda is doing his best to move forward, but here is the battle of second. Tontetti, DeMarco and Nomblo. Paolo Tontetti, a former race winner today, of course. He has had some victories in the offing. But Danilo Albanese running a very solid run for the competitors at this moment in time. So let's see if the battle is going to be well and truly joined for the competitors as they run in formation. The battle is going to be very close run quarters with 4 laps to go now as Danilo Albanese tries to extend his gap over Paolo Tontetti and Davide DeMarco. Jean Nomblo in 4th place from Giacomo Polini and Marcus Funda. Hubert Petit and Marco Valenti from Alexander Dahlberg and Jesper Sjoberg, who is there in position. So is Danilo Albanese going to continue on his run up at the front end of the field? Paolo Tontetti and Davide DeMarco from Jean Nomblo in position. Polini still there in P5 and Marcus Funda in P6 from Hubert Petit, Marco Valenti and Alexander Dahlberg. So is there going to be an interesting battle in the interim running. 3 laps to go, and this could change who comes through at the end of the qualifying heats with a strong performance. But the battle is going to be very exciting as we head into tomorrow. Obviously, there are still some heats to take place in the morning of Sunday for the KZ2 drivers. Their weekend isn't done yet. They've all still got at least one more turn behind the wheel. So Danilo Albanese is holding the pace at 2 seconds now to Paavo Tontteri. But this is the battle for 5th. Polini and Funda. Hubert Petit is behind them, trying to stay close. Marco Valenti, Alexander Dahlberg and Jesper Sjoberg running in the top 10 as well. David Trevelov making up a place. Enrico Bertotto, by the way, has made up 8 places from 20th on the grid to 12th. So a very good comeback from Enrico Bertotto. But of the KZ2 heats today, this one seems to be the tamest. But then for Danilo Albanese, that's exactly what he needed. He needed to be out in front. He needed to stretch his legs. He didn't need the pressure of having other drivers behind him. Now this is Jean Nomblo having made his way up into 3rd. He now tries to get the move on the inside of Paavo Tontteri. Tontteri is holding him at bay, squeezes into the inside line. Nomblo's going to try and get the switchback maneuver. Commits to the inside line. Paavo Tontteri goes deep in the braking zone to avert the attack. And Davide De Marco now in 4th position with a great chance to continue the counter-attack. But Jean Nomblo in 3rd place might get one final bid to get past Paavo Tontteri. Or is that enough of a hurry up to the fin that he can start to stretch away? Final lap for Danilo Albanese. And that's a victory that he can be very proud of indeed. He needs to keep the ball rolling. But in 2nd place, it's still up for grabs in the final tour. Paavo Tontteri, Jean Nomblo and Davide De Marco running very well together as the battle rages to the hairpin. Is this going to be Nomblo losing his position from Davide De Marco? Because De Marco looks like he's fired up to get 3rd place back. But is he going to have enough time? Because Jean Nomblo is going to protect the inside line very valiantly indeed. De Marco may just need to settle for 4th place here. He'll know that his rivals, including his teammate Danilo Albanese, has lost ground, and Nomblo is parking his kart on the inside line. He's not going to get the place. Danilo Albanese, though, is going to get a victory, and this time it's clean, and it's a perfect run. Paavo Tontteri in 2nd from Jean Nomblo, Davide De Marco and Giacomo Polini. Not a race overflowing with fantastic and phantasmagorical highlights, but certainly Danilo Albanese doing what he needed to do at a critical time in the weekend. He needed a victory after his DNF earlier on, and he did so in fine style. And to add insult to injury for the rest of the field, he got a 47.594, the fastest lap of the race on the very last lap, with purple in all 3 sectors. And the ideal lap is also the same as the fastest lap. Danilo Albanese isn't done yet this weekend. He wins from Paavo Tontteri and Jean Nomblo, Davide De Marco and Giacomo Polini from Marcus Funda and Hubert Petit, Marco Valenti and David Trevelov from Jesper Sjoberg and Alexander Dahlberg, Enrico Bertotto and Francesco Comenducci from Jan Pocos and Giorgio Amati. Then it is Mattia Lemena and Lev Lomko from Nicola Rossini and Noema Baramczyk. Then Natalia Balbo fights back to 20th after her lap 1 excursion. Arto Ojaranta and Rodrigo Almeida from Lucas Flanic and Oliver Gemmel. A very tough battle. And obviously the race battle is going to be an interesting and exciting one tomorrow as we pick up the thread of the race action once again. The live stream tomorrow will return here at Adria Karting Raceway at 9:25 local time. And we will have the closing heats of the weekend in the KZ2, FIA Karting Academy Trophy, and of course in the KZ battle as they will have their 3rd and final heat. And then in the afternoon, we will have the first round of the European Championship finals in KZ2 and KZ, and the first final of the 2020 FIA Karting Academy Trophy season. We've started in fantastic style here at Adria Karting Raceway. Tomorrow at 9:25 local time, we'll come back and do it all again. I'm Jake Sanson. Hope you've enjoyed the action here in the Gearbox and Academy Trophy Brigade. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Ciao, ciao.